I'm Maui Snake here with the PGL. We're going to see who from the Americas region is the best at juggling a football. We're playing kick-ups, and we're going to see what Neck is from Pain Gaming is able to do, how much damage.
Okay, let me see. I don't know.
Write in chat how many you think he's going to get. Write in chat. Let's do it. Okay, that was...
Oh, just one chance?
Just one chance, that's it.
Oh,
just
man.
one chance, just one chance. Better luck next time, better luck next time.
Man, I'm sad. I'm really sad.
The pressure was on, the pressure was on.
It's all good, it's all good.
It's okay, next time. Next time. All right. I am with Safe from Furia, and we're gonna play
some embaixadinhas, guys, so let's go.
Oh, 30. That was 30. That was 30. All right, dude. I felt like you could have kept going. I felt okay. All right. 30. That's where he's setting the bar right now. But that was excellent. Thanks for playing. Appreciate it. All right. Cold's era, and we're gonna be playing keep ups. So we're gonna see how many Cold's able to do. So on you. Oh, okay. That was, I think you have the record right now. That was like 38. Even some flair too. This guy. Round of applause for this guy. I think that was like 38 or something like that. But thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I am with Dinoco of Sao Caetano. So, all right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
All right, let's get it. Eight. All right. Good game. Good stuff. You didn't come in last. So. All right, good stuff. All right. I'm here with Jota from MIBR, and so Jota, let's see how many you can do. Oh, I think that was 39, but yeah, good job. Fallen, let's see how many you can do.
Let's go, guys.
One attempt. Here you go. Oh, nine. Not bad. Thanks for playing. All right. Yeah, not bad. I'm here with DJ of Party Astronauts. So far, the lone NA representative here for kick-ups. Let's see how many you can do, DJ.
All right, let's see how many I can do.
Oh, it's okay. Four, right there, 4.
All right,
What do you?
I'm able to keep it par with some of the Brazilians.
Yes, exactly. All right, there we go. NA, baby. We saw how the Americas were able to do with keep-ups. We'll see how they're able to perform in the server on top of that. But stay tuned to the PGL RMR to see how Europe's able to do with the football. We're here at the PGL RMR event. I'm Maui Snake interviewing Max and Lucan. We've got the in-game leader and the opper for 9Z. So welcome, first of all, guys, to Bucharest. Welcome to Romania. Hope you guys are having a good time. First thing I want to ask you guys, though, is that a lot of teams are picking you guys as the underdog team that has a chance to do damage, to make some waves at this event. Does that change how you guys perceive yourselves moving forward?
Yeah, I think the same. Like, the other teams are saying that because we did a damage last tournament, so we play a really good CS, and now we got a lot more of preparation for this tournament, a lot more of boot camp. So I think we are like underdogs, but at the same time we are like a really good team. So I think the teams are right, like, to scare us a little bit. So we got a lot more of practicing. So I think we are going to do a good tournament.
All right, cool. Who do you guys think are the favorites to make it through the RMR, to make it to the major?
I think it's gonna be Furia, maybe, Liquid, and Complexity, maybe.
Yeah, I think the same. Like top 3 or 4, it's like Furia, Liquid are the best teams. Maybe Complexity, maybe EG. and that's, I think, yeah.
How about for your guys' team? How would you characterize your guys' own play style?
I think we are aggressive when the map needs, and we are very passive when the maps needs. We need to find the equilibrate of both of them.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. Like, we didn't have like a play style now. We are practicing like a lot of stuff, so we are really have to find that play style yet.
So in a BO1 format, do you think it's going to be really hard for teams to anti-strat you?
I think, yeah, because they don't know how we play, and we can play in different styles. We can play aggressive when the maps needs, and we can play passive, and we can destroy any team, I think.
Welcome back to Bucharest for another day here of the Americas RMR. One spot left at the major and 3 teams from the Americas still standing. It's survival day, and it's really the last chance for the teams coming into this.
Yeah, today's a bit of a last chance qualifier in a way. So we've come a long way. We've had a lot of games, and this is for all the marbles. All the marbles. That last spot that you've been highlighting right there is up for grabs between these two. And the first match is actually a rematch. We've already seen 9Z taking on EG earlier on in the best of ones, and well, EG beat them handedly. But now, as we're in the best of 3s, maybe a bit of a different flavor to today.
And I think 9Z have been warming up into this competition. I think we've seen them get a bit more comfortable. We heard them there in the interview with Maui. I think the word they're looking for is versatile, right?
Sure.
They're able to step up, play different play styles, but I also think everybody in the team has a moment to step up. We see Lukin having big performances, Max, the last game they just played versus Sal Caetano. We had DGT being the top fragger. So this team, versatility is the key.
Yeah, let's run through the players right now and their rankings within the tournament here. DGT is the highest rated, then Luke, and then Max, then David, then Rox. This team is actually representing a lot from the South American region, right? We've obviously got Uruguay in the mix, Argentina, and Chile for David. And then the coach is Zach, who is Brazilian, right? So they've got 4 different nationalities here in representation trying to grab this spot for the major. And their opening game was against MIBR. They lost that one 16-13 on Dust 2. They then went forward in the next best of 1, losing to EG 16-5 on Mirage. But this is where the fun began for 9Z. It was the best of 3s. They have won 3 consecutive best of 3s to put them in this point. Over Bad News Bears, 0-0 Nation, and Sal Caetano to set them up in this last chance bracket where they'll need to beat EG, as mentioned, who they've already lost to 16-5. So quite a drubbing.
Yeah, and EG are a team that everyone has big name value and realizes that, but this team haven't been having the best of results. They're here on the final day trying to grab that final spot, and let's be real. The expectation is that EG should be taking this. This team are the highest salary roster left today. This is a team that have so much experience, so many players that have won so much within Counter-Strike and are expected to take this spot. But we are not surprised if they do not take this one, Chad. That's the crazy thing.
This is the key, right, with this roster here. There is a lot of talent and there is a lot of history and there is a lot of experience. The core of this team, once upon a time, won a major all the way back in Boston of 2018 with Cloud9. You have Rush, you have Automatic, and you have Stewie. They've done it once, and now they're back here just trying to qualify. Obviously, we've had the formats chop and change. The coach behind them, extremely experienced as well, of Malik. I'll run you through their results to this point as well. They opened up with a 16-12 loss to Pain on Vertigo. Now, if they win this series, they'll have to play Pain up next. Then they beat 9Z in that match we've mentioned. 0-0 Nation, they beat 16-9 in the best of 1s. They lost to Liquid 2-0 in the best of 3s. And then yesterday, they beat Party Astronauts in a 3-map affair just to get towards this point. So yesterday was about survival. Today is about proving to us that they are worth their salt, right? This team, they've shown moments of brilliance individually that remind us that there is still the possibility for these guys. Automatic is the highest rated player.
Yeah,
right?
I was just about to say, yeah.
There's still skill within this roster. We've even seen the team play at times be on point. But then then you have these befuddling moments where you question what the hell is going on. Now, this is their third LAN event of 2022, right? They've played 29 maps in total this year. They've only won 10, which means they've lost 19.
Ew.
In this event, in terms of maps, they're 4-4. So a team that we all have put a lot of stock in are really struggling. But, as I mentioned, there are some glimmers. It seems like it's trending upwards, but this is their easiest event of the bunch.
Absolutely. And I mean, you look at the teams in front of them every day of the week, you should say EG should take this. This is an easy ticket, really. You look at it, but it's not exactly going to pan out like that. I think they're going to really have to fight to get their way through these.
No, I agree. No matter how you frame it in terms of maybe the quality of Counter-Strike that's been won, or the fact that Pain have already beaten EG within this event, in terms of the name value, in terms of the experience, in terms of the individuals and what we've seen them achieve before, in terms of the organization they're a part of. EG, to not qualify here today would be a calamity, in one way or another, right? Trending upwards is one thing, but not to qualify with 6 spots available in the Americas RMR. The pressure is on them. There is no doubt about that. And they have to battle through in 2 consecutive best-of-3s today just to grab that final spot. Hasn't been an easy task. It won't be an easy task. And we have the maps on your screen right here in front of you. Nuke, Inferno, and then Overpass as that final map. Now, luckily for EG, they avoid Vertigo and Dust 2. They played Vertigo 5 times with this roster. They have never won it. They've played Dust 2 3 times. They have never won it. And they're going to avoid both of them right here. So they are fortunate in that regard that Vertigo was removed by 9Z. They could remove Ancient, take that out of the mix here. And then Dust 2 and Mirage within that second wave getting taken on out to leave us with Overpass and the third and deciding map. Now, a positive here for EG is they get to start on the CT side of Nuke. And this is great for their individuals, right? This is where you can actually see the most out of them. I mentioned Automatic was the highest rated, Breeze is second, Circle on the AWP coming in at third, Rush, and then Stewie. That's kind of how you'd want this one to trickle on through.
Yeah, and Stewie was talking about that at the start of this event. For this team to succeed, we have to get Breezy and we have to get Cirque into their comfort zones. Automatic, he's basically coming back as a rookie in a way because you know you've gone over to Valorant, you've played a completely different game, and you've missed out on 2 years of meta essentially.
Sure.
So you're coming back, gonna have to learn a lot, and he's actually being so impressive. I think coming back into it, I didn't know how he's going to shake out, but he has been very good.
Well, you have to remember as well, in his dying days in Counter-Strike, he was AWPing, right? He was AWPing
doing
over
everything.
Kusta, right?
Yeah.
Within that roster for Gen G that they were a part of there. So for him to go to Valorant now, to return to the love, which is Counter-Strike, we saw this with Nitro. I was asking a question over there when we were doing Pro League, you know, what would Nitro be bringing back from Valorant? Well, he'd be bringing back his love for Counter-Strike, right? In terms of the game, sure, they're both FPS games, but there's no doubt that these are different, right? These games are different. The way that they play is different. Sure, at the end of the day, the headshotting is the most important part, and that is what Automatic has brought back with him here. But this team, right, I think there were some players who were asked about it over in Pro League, comparing Complexity and EG. I think most people would say that EG has the individual ability over Complexity, but right now, Complexity are the ones who are more on meta. Complexity have already qualified here for the major. They're one of the teams who have already picked up the 5 slots, which have already been snatched. In case you missed it, we had Furia yesterday picking up over MIBR. That's 1 and 2 there respectively. Then you have Complexity, you have Imperial, and the last team in the mix here was, who am I forgetting? Who am I forgetting? Furia, MIBR, Imperial, Complexity.
Liquid.
Oh, and Liquid. How could I forget Liquid? Well, don't worry. We're not going to forget about them for too long. We're going to get this one underway. EG starting on that CT side. David limps out. And Molly, that one's dropped on down the vent here.
Last time we got to see 9Z, we were very happy to see Max performing well. We'll see if he can take out Cirque early. He's climbing over the top of main, now taking a bit of control of the side. Looking as the first player to crack open as Stewie will reply for EG. Look at the ramp push forward for Automatic, but Rox is holding for this aggressive maneuver.
Oh, bomb's already planted here, so some real problems. EG needs to get through the lobby position. Automatic waiting. Smoke off Squeaky, flash on through. Breeze to lead the charge.
Yeah, Breeze going to be aware of the CT that possibility, but dealing with Max is a different story. Breeze goes down. Now Rush trying to come in from heaven, but treaded out again. DDT, and Max will follow up. A single player left of Automatic, the highest ready for EG, but the time certainly not enough, and Automatic's just hitting shots. Unfortunately, we'll be conceding the pistol. He's trying to bring everybody down. That is so clean from Automatic, but in vain, really, because 9Z have the pistol.
Yeah, well, we talked about the aim, we talked about his individual ability. You get it on show right there, time being the qualm, and that is the first round going their way. Now, a big stuff as far as the shots go, but in terms of the timing, they were unable to make this one work. You can see here at the top of your screen, in case you missed the veto, 9Z picked the first. We have Inferno as the second, and Overpass as the third if required. We actually got to do a 9Z game the other day on Inferno.
Yeah, it was great fun.
There were a lot of flash plays over towards that B site, right? Max was a bit of a nuisance, a player to deal with. So we're back into play here. It's going to be the force play. Double scouts, one for Cirque, one for Stu. Automatic into an M4 here.
Yeah,
So
a lot of kills found. We'll see if they can crack open 9Z or going quite quickly again into this top side. Wrapping around with the back 10. Breeze not ready for it, and he will go down. Rush towards the back of the side. He's managed one out of the Deagle. And now the rifle swings out from Automatic, carrying him through, and he will find himself all of the impact, putting Max alone into the 1v4.
This is such a difficult round now for Max and Automatic with that impact immediately out the gates here in round number 2. Dinked, damage done.
9 HP somehow.
Yeah, so must have been through the cusp of the wall right there. But Max, he has so much time left on the clock, and at this point, it's hard to already be considering the save here. You're going to see what comes your way, because we know that EG have had a fumble or two, but as that bomb is down towards the top side, it is so difficult to see this one fall apart. They're fortifying the rafters with the boost on up. You can see that with the X-ray. Rush is now going to be dealing with that heaven position, but Max tagged, noted, and not long for this world. 45 seconds remaining.
Oh no. You kind of want to just find some kills here, because obviously we're going to see now a couple of AKs being carried over. If you can stop a few of those rifles getting into the next round, but not really in a position to compete now.
Yeah, Cirque has a Galil in front of him there as well that he could scoop up too. So this one is done. He is just going to sit this one out and wait here under the ladder position. If they do come out on top of him, he should be getting a kill. But why would you if you're EG? You know, the loss bonus into the next round is only 1,400 for 9Z. It's just going to be the one AK carried through with some pistols alongside it, and this is great. I'm curious if Cirque is going to come through and grab that Galil. It is a much better weapon for his hands than the Scout. You can see him here gravitating towards, just scoping on up, and there it is, scooped on through. What a fantastic round for EG to win. Now, we didn't do predictions before we got this one underway, Dinka, but if you were going to put your money where your mouth is, I know you mentioned it yesterday, but for the viewers at home, who do you think is going to be picking up both series today?
EG. I think they have to, and I'm someone who likes to go with the shoulds and most likelies, and I feel like EG absolutely should for the best of Counter-Strike, and this is a team that...
The best of Counter-Strike, yeah. All right.
Yeah, this is good for Counter-Strike. If a team like EG, who are salary, actually perform, right? They're expected to do so, and they have to, in my opinion. No, this is a team that, I don't know, if they don't make it through the Americas RMR, like, where do they stand?
Well, this is the thing. The warning bells have already been ringing regarding their early performances within this year. I mentioned earlier that they've played 29 maps as a team. They've only won 10. Meaning they've lost 19, and it hasn't been great for them at all. It has not been good for this squadron at all. But this could be the beginning of the redemption arc. Now, I agree with you that everything points to this team are the ones who should win for all of those factors. But confidence is something that can be contagious. If they are able to pick up the victory here, and then they have a couple more weeks to get in prep and ready for the major just around the corner, maybe that could activate some of these individuals, because Rush, the man on your screen right now, he was... well, up until quite recently, playing within Complexity, competing in a European roster overseas. We've seen him have moments of brilliance individually. Stewie was on that Liquid roster, right, as it was all starting to simmer out, and we get to see the emotional baggage being shed live on everybody's screens, like a little bit of a reality TV drama.
And I think because of that reality, you can actually see some of the possible ego. Let's not beat around the bush. Players do have to have an ego to compete at a high level, right? And these are players that have won a world championship and picked up a major before. To get to that point, to compete at that high level, you have to believe you're one of the best. So they are surely going to have that confidence in the back of their head in their own ability. They know they should be winning this. But Lukin's looking to bring down a few extra members here in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, it does also want to die here. I know that seems crazy with 25 seconds left on the clock, but unless he wants to grab an AK and save again so they can be threatening in the next round, because they have to start taking an eco here. This is 2 rounds handled business in a row here from the Evil Geniuses, and this is the start we're looking at. Now, I think that you can be very harsh in terms of the way that EG started and not being competitive and this, that, and the other. But at the same time, when you do consider Automatic returning from Valorant, these players getting thrown together after a while, the ego factor you were just talking about, and now being humbled. Like I said, I want to believe that this is the redemption arc. If they win both series today, I have a strong belief that they'll even win both series in 2-0 fashions, and that is hard to say, because Pain up next, we know are likely going to pick Vertigo into them too. A map where EG are currently 0-5, yet to win with this roster. I still believe that this is the turning point for the team. It has to be the turning point.
I mean, they will not lose the pistol to a Ninja Diffuse on Vertigo.
Ever again.
Never again.
No, that's the type of round that stays with you, I believe. But Lukin holding on to this AK-47 is the best they have to boast. The Deagle in the hands of David.
And actually, 1 Deagle. There we go, 3 Glock. Not the best buy at all here for 9Z. Not a buy by any means. So it should be nice and easy here for Cirque.
We could talk about this setup here as well. It's a bit of a wombo combo. You've got Automatic who won't be taking contact first if they swing wide. You can see Cirque holding off this line towards back of red. And actually, Stewie's the first to break up his head. One spotted. Let's exchanged, and that's a shot from David there. Stewie's down.
Now the AUG at range should have the scoped advantage.
Messy.
Automatic. Oh, it is messy indeed. Luckily, Cirque covering up.
Oh!
Breezy goes into the fight, but looking on the upgraded weapon, is able to find the pick back. And now it is Rush, a 1 versus 3. I noted the 3 Glocks to 1 AK and a Deeg, but now it's a 3 versus 1. Rush has to pull this back, and he's getting shot through the wall. One pick onto Max. A full minute left to play with here as the ball goes down to the B side. Rush has to make the retake work.
Vent rotation is the absolute worst. He's just going to drop into his death. Lucan just having death to right. Bullets come through, and Lucan with 4 in the round. They're going to get fired up with that one right there. Zach, bit of a smile on his face in the background. That is a huge round to win.
That is ridiculous. The Evil Geniuses, look at the frustration you can see already. That is a round you cannot afford to drop this early in the game.
Yeah, that is a rough one to swallow right there, because the setup, I was painting how good it is. Stewie pokes up his head before contact is even made. Stewie's position right there, he doesn't need to play for that info. I guess they wanted to allow the rotation of automatic to glue more towards top side. It could have swung Cirque to help out the ramp position, but by going for that pick and finding nothing, EG are down to pistols. They're the ones that won the force buy. They're the ones that won back-to-back rounds, and they're the ones who are up against the wall right here. 9Z can take back the lead in this game, and we can forget how the early rounds went. Great stuff, a huge round, and that's the impact from Lucan that we're going to be looking for.
He can do it on the rifles, Lucan. He's not just an AWP player. We see that in his ability in that last round, but EG have an opportunity. They have got the individuals to win rounds like this, so we'll see how much damage they can do to 9Z. You don't want to let them build that economy up.
Well, they've gamble stacked incorrectly. It's over towards ramp here. They have 2 players down towards the lower side of things. Mac is going to spot that out now as the rest of his troops are going to make their way into the top side and call things clear. Nobody top hut, nobody behind the bomb box, and the bomb will go down. So out of position, out of place, and out of luck are EG.
Oh, holding off. The ramp drop back, automatic goes into the hands of Rocks. He's going to continue walking forward. Oh, Breezy swings, had the angle, now an AK down.
Yeah, should be looking to save this, right? Next round, they are going to only be looking at the loss bonus of 1900. Breeze has 3.1. You got 4.4 on Stew, so the buy should be good. But going to push forward into David here. He was going to take off ahead. He spotted the barrel, and Cirque, see you later, Alligator.
David has that one nice and easy. Max now fighting towards hell, getting wrapped down by Stewie, but he's aware of that. Oh, still can't deal with it. Stewie on his blind side now has an AK. He might be able to take into the next in rush, hoping that potentially that bomb will blast the AK towards him. Trying to get towards it, and he will find it. He gets back into warehouse as well.
Okay, good stuff. We're going to hold on to 2 AKs here, so not the end of the world. AWP's been bought up, dropped across. Going to be getting that one into the hands of Cirque. And that's why the saved AKs are important, because there's a bit of residual cash. As I mentioned, Stewie had 4.4. He can buy armor, he can drop the AWP, and even get some nades alongside that saved AK-47. So good stuff, all things considered here, but a great bounce back from 9Z early on in the piece. See, Mac 10 in the hands of Rocks here, so do they want to operate with something a little bit more poppy, a little bit quicker? Squeaky blown off towards ramp. They're going to trundle 2 over here to deal with this. They're coming fast.
Well, Rush is swinging with the flash into the ramp, and he's taking down 2 with it. Nearly a third, make it 4. He's done so much damage, but 2 picks found early.
This one stalled out immediately here. 9Z trying to change the pace, trying to get in the face. They're going to be left scratching their head with 3 for a minute and 30 left on the clock, and more ramp aggression coming on through. Utility drops, more scooped up, a boost with the low HP of Rush here. They're making the most out of the individuals left on the board. And positives now for EG. Keep as many alive as you can. Make sure you don't lose too many picks. There's a lot of time here for 9Z to work and find some space. Max towards Yard will have to deal with that passive AWP position of Cirque, who can't actually spot the secret cross right now. Nice little reposition here. Smoke towards Squeaky, doing his diligence right now as the rotating player. And as the time is milked off the clock, seconds going by, we can see just exactly what 9Z's plans are. They're going to pack up their toys, they're going to take them home, and they're going to come back tomorrow for another crack or in the next round. So DGT has enough in the bank balance right now to be able to buy. He's going to get a loss bonus of 1,400, so maybe even be able to drop something on the cheap for Rocks going forward. Same for David. He has almost a full bag of nades left over, the head armor and the AK. So there's not going to be too many issues right now for a 9Z buy into the next round of play. But a great response and an easy response to deal with. You've just played heads-up Counter-Strike against EG. You haven't made them think. You haven't had them made a play out of mid-round. You've just run straight into the wall. And Rush with 2 kills and almost 2 more onto the lethal damage of Max and David has done enough here. Now, if you at home want to get involved, who do you think is going to be winning the series today? EG versus 9Z. Send us a tweet, hashtag PGL RMR. Get stuck into the conversation. We also have on the main stream, that is twitch.tv/PGL, the Asian RMR kicking off today.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. We have got Tai Lu in the building. We've got some Mongolian players that are very exciting to watch, so you guys can go and learn a bit more about them. I'm sure a lot of people have kind of forgotten about Tai Lu because they've been stuck in China playing very early in the morning. So a lot of cool games going to be over there, I think.
Yeah, they've had a couple of opportunities where they haven't been able to travel in recent times, so it's good that we can finally get them here back onto more of an international stage. And then later today we have Renegades taking on LFO, so that'll be an all-Australian matchup. Right, fast again.
Yeah, quick smokes towards outside. Only going deep here from Automatic to prevent the secret walk, and it's actually done a great job. That stalls them behind these smokes. The gap is non-existent, but Automatic nearly gets the pick.
Poor David. He's been so low on HP 2 rounds consecutively here, and he hasn't even seen the opponent that's doing the damage. So Rush is going to drop towards lower to be the safety net to deal with this. The slip of the net has come on through, and they are aware on the EG side. This is going to be even more telling. Utility now being deployed is helping paint this mental picture. A flash towards back fence space being taken, and those footsteps will be heard at this point. Now, Rush isn't under threat just yet. You can sit and wait this one out. Once a door swings open, once a window gets broken, at that point, Cirque can drop on down from ramp and try and assist his defender towards the lower site. This is either a very convincing fake or they're about to hit the site. Cirque denied vision now.
Double doors open. Cirque goes for the risk
7
play.
HP.
He goes for the absolute risk play and is able to come away with his life still. No kill found from it, but look at the top side. 35 seconds. They're coming up the vent as well. Bree's going to be tested towards the back of the site. Not yet swinging. Rocks now. Getting closer and Breezy will go wide. Stewie with a lineup gets 3, and the bomb is down. 9Z with 20 seconds left, still have to walk into the site. It's impassable because Automatic have main.
Oh, and Automatic did all the damage to David here at the start. Very, very lucky Stewie hits those 3 big kills. Right, that hard clear from Rocks, they're piecing the picture together. We played the rotation, we molled the CT event. Nobody's fighting us from top hut. They have to be behind the bomb box, heaven, or in Stewie's position. And Stewie shuts it all down, and another save on the T side here. David, again, just retaining this AK-47, and Stewie with a big smile on his face. He bows them out, he has a grin, and this is looking good now, 4-3. They need to post another consecutive round here, EG, to forget about some of those financial woes. The 4 rounds that EG have won, there has been a save on the other side. All 4 so far. 9Z are trying to keep these T-side rounds as threatening as possible, but there's the round opener and closer from Stewie. You see that spray transfer, beautiful stuff. It's going to force a timeout from 9Z and a conversation to be had. Zach, the coach, getting on the mic now.
Well, that gives you the story, really, the context behind how some of these rounds have gone. It's they're not even getting close to the side. They're not being competitive in the late round. They're just getting taken down in the initial choke point fights. Last round looks like the commitment to B. They throw it up towards the A side, and there's no real rotation being bedded out here for EG. They still had their standard setup to deal with the backside and the main setup.
Yeah, the thing is, the utility towards lower is quite threatening, especially when Cirque gets melted on down to 7 points of health, right? You may be thinking, do we cheat a player down vent? But sticking to their guns, EG waiting for the true tell of that bomb in the site before giving anything up. But David, he opened around previously with a saved Eagle. Now he's hoping to do so with a saved AK-47. Early chunk damage onto Max. He's being kept on notice towards Yard. Smoke is going to hold David's line of sight, and Max has taken even more nade damage. He's down to 23 points of health now and is just trying to dance with death.
He's having the John G experience thing at the moment, just getting taken out by utility at the start of the round. And now they're going to go back in towards Rush on the ramp. He had a big one here before. A little more passive.
Wow.
And, oh, wow. Headshot on towards David. Max turns down as well. 9Z have a couple of low players, and Rush, instead of falling back, has just changed up his position to take a wider fight. Now Circon nearly gets caught with a nade in his hand. That has allowed the access point for DGT to slide on by, and he's got an AK now.
Okay, well, they wanted to hang around. You can see there was multiple responders there from Hell, but they're thinking better than getting barraged in this choke point. They're going to give it up. They're going to drop on back, and they're going to try and help Rush towards lower from different vantage points here. With this ramp control, it's a bit of real estate to work with. Max has a smoke and a flash. Now, Max with that utility, it would be great to get him involved in this.
Oh, Rush is just angle selection to perfection right now, and he's found himself everybody on the top ball. It's now Lukin running down into the lower side, and Rush is just waiting for him. He's just holding it back of the side finally. Taking out of the round, the Deeg will not last much longer. Stewie able to remove him, and that's what you get out of Rush. Just an intelligent player, not going to put himself in too many rough positions too often, and there we go, just dropping further and further back, taking kill after kill.
Yeah, great stuff from Rush there. He was under threat indeed. He's up to 13 frags now, so having a bit of a game of things here. Got 6 on Stewie, 6 on Automatic, 3 for Cirque, and 2 for Breeze. Where did that smoke get deployed? Did Max even use it, or did they just try and walk on in?
I think he just walked on it.
Yeah, you got to use what you got at your disposal there. So
there's a few rounds now they try and challenge Rush at ramp. He's made that kind of inaccessible, so maybe they're gonna have to focus more towards outside this time around. And Utility's starting to be bombarded this way. This is quick from 9Z.
Yeah, very fast smoke wall here. Automatic can get up and over. Maybe the sound cue noted here, keeping the head tight, looking for anything he can find.
Oh, okay. I mean, that is one of the blind spots that you could be picked out from. So David aware that that could have been a possibility, and Automatic taken out.
Well, they've already got this lower control as well. You can see DGT down here patrolling this, so it's going to get much more difficult to defend this. Now, if they start to rotate multiple players down through ramp now, they can fortify the bomb site. Rush forward on the railing, just needs to tuck on in time, and Cirque is here to chip on in as well. This door's going to swing open. Rush is in a power position for this.
He's always in a power position, it feels. He's always their nightmare, but looks away upon the decon swing, and now Cirque up towards ramp instead. We'll have to chip in. He's got 1 pick, but 9Z in the site with the bomb down. They've also got the advantage of the vent being held. Ooh, this is not looking like a round win at all for EG.
Save here.
Here he goes around this corner. He's having to deal with the backside player, but Max is also pushed forward. You really have to back away.
Yeah, look at Breeze as well on the X-ray. He was already tucking over towards T-Spawn. So they're going to get this one through the keeper here, 9Z. And it felt like Rush didn't trust the sound cue.
No, he felt like he had to focus elsewhere, maybe from the control room, like he was going to be split from 2 sides at the one time. But I think at that point, you just got to commit to that decon, get one down. But
Cirque's heard from Lucan here.
Yeah, he's on the rat back, isn't he? That's a big weapon to lose. Oh, Cirque, good night. AWP not in his hands, but they do have some cash. They can throw it on over.
Yeah, that's not a problem, but it might come to be one, right?
Yes,
in future rounds. That's almost feels like it should have been a done save right there. Just not aware, EG, of how much space could have been taken by 9Z. So a good bit of punishment here as we keep it to a 1-round game. Both teams into full buys here, and this is the opener. Yeah, sitting up there like a sore thumb is Automatic, just pipped off the top. And that's the final kill of the round from Lucan. So Squeaky Door blown off again. They were able to get this lower control from DGT, which made that site take much easier. Nade deep, only going to soften him up. Chip damage.
Oh.
Big gap here.
Yeah, that's a massive gap. And it doesn't really look like it was a forced gap either, just a missed smoke perhaps. David has actually slipped his way by, and
3 of them.
Yeah, Automatic gets a lot of info as to what they've lost, but can't deal with it. Now they start to wrap towards hell. That's the bomb on David's back. So he makes his way towards heaven.
Yeah, Rush is up here right now, so he hasn't been the early responder to the lower site. He has to deal with hell and heaven.
The bomb being up there gives him a bit of anxiety. Once he goes in, you're never going to win that.
Yeah, but the protocol was we lost yard space, we need to take lobby space, but he's doing it on his own. He doesn't have any help. This is very strung out from EG right now. The idea is correct, but the team play not there, and pick your poison now, 9Z, towards the top side or down towards the lower. You've got advantages either way.
Ooh, here goes David, bomb on his back, remember, and Rush goes into the fight. Bomb now down. It's at the feet of Rush towards heaven. He's calling that, and now Rox has to come up the ladder. At the back of the site, though, Cirque removed. The kills keep coming in for 9Z, but 30 seconds. Bomb recovery needed. And now that's Rush down, unfortunately. He had the chance, palm of his hands, perhaps the round, but Stewie into the clutch. They're all low, but Max holds for the hut swing out.
And tied up 5-5, so Cirque not saving that AWP. You're really going to feel the ramifications of that now, having a rebuy in. Stewie and Rush are the 2 with the most, 5.3 and 3.6 respectively, while the rest only have 1,900 bucks to work with here. This is starting to sting for 9Z? No, not sting at all. For EG.
They're starting to sting EG right now.
Well, maybe they're allergic.
Yeah, I hope they're not a bumblebee. Can't really sting much more than once.
This is issues now for EG though. They might have to start taking some of these scenarios into their own hands. And what I mean by that is a bit more heads-up play, right? Going aggressive, taking some territory. Deciding where you want to take the fight, because right now 9Z are out positioning you across the map. A scout of Cirque does spot one cross towards T-Red. It is a force buy in plate. Stewie with an M4, a Famous for Rush. Deagles, and 5-7s for the other two.
A bit more tentative this time from 9Z, but they gather in the lobby, leaving Max towards outside. He's actually got himself very close to main, so he can split with him. They come in from two sides. He can check the top height. He can alleviate some pressure there. Now Stewie eats an nade towards CT vent, moves into it, and now Utility forced him into the fight. Rock spams him down through the smoke. Stewie out of play. The backside hold from Circle get nothing done, and EG have to concede.
Yeah, and AWP in that position from Cirque can be great because you can hit shots, you can continue to pivot around, but the Scout, it's just nowhere near as potent, and a force by falling flat here. EG are going to have to take a save, and this one is going to sting. Rush wanting to hold on to that Famous for sure. The Deagle for automatic would be nice to have in the next bar, and AK would be better. Starting to peer his head up, having a little bit of a looky-loo. See what he can find from this secret position. There are two low members, the Ds, David and DGT, both below that half HP mark. So if they overstep it, Deagle will take them down. And picking safely of things here. Looks like Max is going to scoop up whatever util he can on the way out. Head over towards T-Spawn. Save as a pack, safety in numbers. As 9Z are going to now take the lead. 6-5. Ready to jive.
You have a jive, Chad?
We used to do some dancing back in the school days. So maybe we did do the jive.
Yeah, my grandmother always tells me to learn how to jive, because jiving will never die.
Okay, all right.
So there we go.
Timeless.
Yeah, it is a timeless move, just like the worm.
The worm is very risky on the sticky Red Bull-laden floors of many a club.
And probably give you possibly chronic back pain for the rest of your life as well.
For me specifically here. But I think EG are really starting to sting right now. I've said that word a lot, but the thing is, it's like, it feels like they're getting slapped in the face a bit with how some of these rounds have gone on. They went into that force buy because Stewie and Rush had just enough, but the rest didn't. Right? Whereas if they had taken a save there, they would have had enough in this round to go for a full buy for everybody. So some decisions which are maybe a little bit outside of the box, and they've taken a timeout to discuss that. You can see here the Stream A update. That is IHC from Mongolia taking on Tai Lu from China. 6-3 is the scoreline on map number 1. You can find that at twitch.tv/PGL.
The whole world will gather here in Bucharest. It's going to be exciting to see Europe's coming soon too.
They're arriving today, a lot of them from Group A.
Well, that's going to be very exciting to see. EG looking to lock in a spot, but 9Z making that very, very difficult. Good start here. David now drops down towards main. 9Z have really got comfortable, I think. You know, we had some disruption from EG in the early gun rounds where you have the flash play in towards ramp. They haven't checked automatic this time, just the one from the Eagle. And Cirque, he's got a USP. If he had a better weapon, maybe he can cause a few problems, but
they know he's here as well.
Yeah, that's the bigger issue. Stewie's coming over to try and help him out. And ooh,
Rox is
damage
low.
player, yeah. Good setup to D. Even the USP could find a kill here, and they have pushed the putt. They've got some control.
In the trade.
The kills are coming through, and DGT lines up both.
Yeah, needed the trade there. Rush desperately required DGT in that one. So this is down to 40 points of health. Rox is low too, but it is just Stewie, and he was over towards Hell. He's lumped his way in towards the top side here and is hoping a body or two. Just falls foul to this position right now. He has fights on multiple fronts, takes the first, and is unable to connect anything lethal. Lucan will deal with that. I remember how some of these problems for EG started. It was Lucan picking up that massive round with the AK-47, right? It was the saved AK. They were able to get a lot out of that. I think he also saved a Deagle, and he dropped the Deagle across to David in that round, who got the opening kill on Stewie. So a good shot here from Automatic, biding his time on the fight, but everything else, one-way traffic. 9Z in a very good position here to pick up the win within the first half. One more round to make it 8. EG will need 3 consecutive to do the same. Warp out in the hands of Cirque. They need to have a difference maker here, and as I mentioned, dictating the flow of the play is not something that EG have been able to do. They're sitting back on their haunches, waiting to receive, and they're doing the same again as 9Z are changing things up. It's not yard centering, it's top pop. They're out.
They're walking them to the site. Now David
Look how
goes
quick
in.
it is.
It's so quick, and EG can't handle the pace. Automatic trying to shut it down, but it's just a single kill. He's incinerated inside of the site. The bomb's down B. It's just so quick from 9Z, and EG can't keep up.
They have to save. They can't go for this. They can't give away the AWP and the rifle. And the thing is, because they've been conditioning through yards so consistently, 9Z, they've been getting away with these plays to Secret, to Warehouse, to Heaven, to Main, time and time again. They played Cirque and Automatic both dealing with that. That left Stewie on the top side alongside of Breeze, extremely susceptible. That execute came so quick. Breeze extinguishes. He steps out from the smoke, expecting to be able to take a fight towards the vent or the squeaky door, and they're already on top of him. EG are being destroyed right now. This is great stuff from 9Z as they want to hunt, they want to chase. Max having a little bit of a look here, trying to find them, trying to flip over every couch cushion. These two rifles in the hands of EG would mean everything, and they're in the right place.
Definitely going towards the right spot if they want to remove these weapons, but haven't committed too deep into a CT spawn, and that will allow the carryover. EG really struggling. It looked good at the start. They had a lot of opportunities. The platform was set up for them. They were even being proactive on the CT side. And that flash play from Rush in towards the ramp. They were stopping 9Z from even getting into the site, but now they can't even stop them from just doing whatever they want, right? They're just so quick out to the site. EG not ready for it. This is a rough showing so far as 9Z now go on fire 5 rounds in a row. It's quick again towards door. They're going to blow it open. Start going for the pick, and this time gets the opening, but burns away in the fire.
That's only his 5th kill right there from Cirque. So a little bit of action in terms of an opening kill, but they need to work with that. And now returning back towards these yard plays.
Wow. Rox, that is ridiculous onto Breeze. What can you do about that?
Rox has been great in terms of these opening exchanges. I'm just looking at it now. He's been involved in 5. He's won 4 of them. Lucan's grabbed another one, and now it's on to Rush.
This is a buy round. It's falling apart for EG. They just haven't been able to do a whole lot. Stewie picking up the AWP, gets 1 back. Automatic alongside of him. Let's see if this duo can work their way back into this round.
In this opening game where EG took on 9Z within the best of ones, they won 16-5 on Mirage. They are currently looking 8-5 in the hole, maybe even 9-5, but Automatic, he's sniffing this one out. Does he know that Max is just around the corner here? The vent to top, he had a free kill. Max would have been dead to rights here, but as he heads on up, Stewie's barrel is going to be spotted. Rox, he should get this one. Stewie's down, it's a 1-on-3.
Automatic here's Max, and will recover the spray. Now they know exactly where Automatic is. They're going to be up on the top side with 2. One commits to the plant in front of Silos, and now Automatic bringing his way up. Secret reloads as he walks around the corner, and EGT ready for the headshot. 9 rounds for 9Z. EG not really getting the best of starts in these rounds. Cirque gets the opening, but he's traded out because the nades, the molly, and then the follow-on kill from Rox.
Here's the thing, right? If you're giving up a lot of opening kills on the CT side of Nuke, you have to make up with it with multi-kills. And multi-kills have been few and far between. The only players with multiple multi-kills, as funny as that sounds, is Rush with a total of 4, Automatic with 2, Stewie and Cirque only have 1 multi-kill apiece, and Breeze with 2 frags has none. This is rough right now for EG.
Automatic, the same position is used in the round. He got headshot straight away over the top of the smokes. He's trying to crack open 1 or 2 here at the start of the round. This is a pressure position where you apply some early information, you get some pressure, you get that opening, but then you drop back very quickly.
Yeah, this is going to be the long way if EG lose this map. They're then going to have to go on through win 2 consecutive just to win this best of 3 series, and then they have to take on Pain in the next game, who they've already lost to in this event so far. If you're expecting this team to come in blistering hot today, that has not the case whatsoever. There's a struggle streak.
Molly clearing out credit card. Minute left. Double setup inside of the ramp of Rush and Cirque. Rush to take the initial attention to set up the rifle in the corner of Cirque, and actually Rush is going to drop back. Spots that again. Knows there's still a second player there. Molly trying to force him out of position, but he's in a good spot.
Spreading.
Finally, it's spread. Forces him into the fight, and Rush gets away with 2. That's good, because now bomb dropped, rotation coming towards Hell, and you still have Cirque on the right side of corner. He's going to be ready for this. They're not checking him. And that's an easy kill for Cirque, and the FAMAS, another swing out through the smoke. Looking into the clutch. Now he's going to be pushed through lobby. They've doubled up through the hut plate. The AWP in this position would be so difficult to make it work, and swings into Stewie 2K. A much needed final round towards the end of the half.
Yeah, they can work with this now. 9-6, a pistol conversion, and they're back in it, but it's the T side, and this is where things are going to get a little bit harder for EG. This is where I thought the individual prowess would have been able to step up, get them the multi-kill show. Whether the more experienced and higher firepower fragging unit here today, but that hasn't been the case. If you take a look at the scores on the doors, Rox, who is one of the lowest rated players for 9Z in this event so far, is at the top with 12 kills. He's done great in that opening department. You get 11 for Lucan in play as well. Those two are on the double digits. Now, they do close this one down, but if you're an EG fan and you want to see this comeback coming on through, it needs to start right here, right now. They cannot let this pistol slip by the wayside. Bucket of utility for Automatic here. A HE, you normally see that to blow open the squeaky door. A couple of smokes to work with. Some utility being tossed across.
Yeah, Yeah, now we get to see the calling of Stewie play out on this T side. Sitting in the middle of the roster to try and drive EG forward. They're down 3 rounds at the start of the second, and now going towards ramp in the pistol to challenge down DGT.
Looks like they're going to fake top here, right? You can see the util being set up. So smoke towards heaven, a molly to land top of the hut position. See them again bounced off the beam. But nobody's there. It is towards ramp, and DGT's already skedaddling.
He's down, and now they're actually going to play for the ramp the whole way through hell. Look, and here's them coming up the ladder. He's in the smoke. Yes, this is the better position to drop back. You do not want to play still at heaven. Now goes into the fight, takes down 2, and looking with 3, shuts the pistol down. EG off to the disastrous start in the second.
Getting tricky with it there. They use their own heaven smoke to grant them passage, but Lucan uses it against them and absolutely decimates them. 3 come up, 3 go down, 10-6, 9Z looking hot.
And they come through their own heaven smoke into that. That is brilliant from Lucan.
They were expecting it to be respected. Oh, we're smoked off heaven, we'll push in towards the site, right?
Yes.
They're not expecting a player to stay up there.
It's the call in your head. When you play that theoretically, that works, right? Logically that would work, but in reality, that never really pans out that way.
And it's going to put EG in the position with, what are they thinking? Why is this the play, right? They've subverted the expectation that we expected them to go with based off the utility that we had thrown. We faked out ramp, we forced them lower, right? We've done a double pump towards the top side, and they're still ready and waiting, and now they're pushing Lucan. Not content with this one here. MP9 into lobby, 2 done. Rocks for more damage. Cirques grabs 2 with the Glock for DGT here to mop it up, and that is 11. Whew.
11 rounds to 6. Ooh, this could be a very rough day for EG. Might be ending in the best 3 with Polar Socks up now.
This would be wild, wouldn't it, right? I was citing some of those stats a little bit earlier. EG, this roster, this 5-man team, since they've come together, 29 maps of play, only 10 of those maps converted, 19 losses. This is the easiest of all the lanes that they have played so far. They played Blast earlier, they played Pro League, but this is the one that means the most. This one here means the most. This is for major qualification, for legendary names from the North American region. And right now, they are down in a massive hole. They've saved for this. They bought Stewie's aggression. It's already quick. He's already into what's main. He's been heard. Rox hasn't seen it. He isn't prepared, and he's dead. That's an opener.
That's a chance, and that was the follow-up opportunity. This time for 9Z. Lucan misses it. Stewie now moving forward towards credit card, and Lucan realizes he has to change up his position, but we now transition to the lower side. Automatic. Already pushed further down Secret, and Lucan will take an easy kill onto Stewie.
Just caught lingering right there is Stewie, and they're denied this secret access for now, so retooling, regathering, 9Z can set up a new position to deal with this.
Oh, it looked like Breezy may have had a chance, but David now goes back into the fight, and Breezy's going to lose it.
We saw Breeze go for a hard clear in that same position on the CT side, and he couldn't win it out. And this time on the T side, lying in wait for exactly that maneuver, goes on down again. Still only 3 kills for Breeze within this game. It's been a rough game for him. He's the 2nd highest rated player for them in the tournament so far, and right now, the least amount of impact on his team, and they need him.
Max
it's a bonus round.
Slithers towards double door. 30 seconds left. He could be a bit of a nuisance here. Rush is trying to stay up or to cut off rotations back down to the site, but there's still already significant forces close to the side of the map. So
he's going down the vent as
he
well.
has to come down the vent, and Cirque is going to clear. Surely he thinks about this. Max rattles away with the MP9, and Cirque, you had to get that kill. Now they cross into the site. Lucan denies the safe passage to the bomb, and it is just Rush. They're pushing it all sides, and Lucan removes him. Not even a plant for EG. 12 rounds off the bonus, 4 rounds away from map 1, and EG have no money in the bank right now.
That feels like no hope at this point. That was even with the opening kill. Right, Stewie jumps down, gets the opener onto Rox, who wasn't expecting that maneuver at all. I thought it definitely would have been heard right there on the descent off of the top of main, but not ready for that type of a maneuver, and they still draw it back. Great play here from 9Z. They are looking hot to trot on their map choice. And as mentioned, we already covered 9Z on Inferno a little bit earlier in this tournament. They have some great setups on the CT side, and that's where they'll get to start on EG's map choice. Down to the pistols, down to some pebbles worth of utility as they're setting up for a top explode here. You can see the Molotov for the back of site position lined up. Here it comes, and away they go.
Running out EG through the fire and the flames to continue the charge forward in automatic. Cracks 2 skulls, the Tech 9, putting him in the ground. Cirque denied the plant, and that buys time here. That HE comes up the top and close. Very close to removing automatic, but the bomb will go down. 9Z still very very much in a position to recover this.
Do they go for a situation like this? That's the question right now. It looks like they're just going to call it off.
Yeah.
This team is playing the percentages better than better than a team that should understand how to do it, right? So they're just going to sit on back. They're going to hold on to these guns. They know that Max has 5.2. They know that DGT has 3.4. They're going to be able to drop guns into the next 4 Rox and David. It's not the end of the world. You still have quite the lead to work with here. A good response from EG. And the automatic felt... Well, the impact felt from automatic. The automatic impact, in a way, right there, as he's just steamed on in on the back of that utility and gets them 2 big kills. The only 2 kills necessary for their 7th round.
And that's not sustainable, but it is an opportunity, right? It's a platform that you now set up for yourself to try and springboard off. But you have to now springboard off it. You cannot afford to drop this round, because if you do, you're letting 9Z go to 13 rounds. Their economy keeps growing. This is do or die now for EG's comeback.
And they know that there's an AWP in play, right? They know that Lucan's AWP was retained. He has 19 kills. You have to know that this nuisance is in the server. They're actually going to take a timeout here, 9Z, to have a discussion with Zach. The coach is going to chip on in because both teams understand the importance of this round right here. Here's the openers. The flash assist from Stewie there. He's done a great job. He also forced Rox there in the site to go over to that smoke to extinguish. He was getting hot toes playing that back of site position. But this is a moment for both teams within this game. If EG can pick this one up, they can take away all the guns from 9Z, who have, to be fair, have been doing a great job of saving and keeping themselves threatening round after round, even when they've lost. But if EG can wipe them out, it's a chance for them to start the comeback, for us to get a little bit more hope within their chances here on Nuke. You can see the round recap. The first half, it was looking good for EG early, but it's the tail end of 9Z's T half that was absolutely beautiful. You can see 6 rounds consecutive there to close things down, and 1 on the way out the door for EG to give them a little bit of something. What's the call going to be here? You can see the smoke towards the squeaky door position being lined up. Late, the smoke wall towards Yard as well to force out early rotations here from 9Z. Rox is going to get in time. Deep, Zendary, and David's pushing Hut too. This is very jarring right now, what they're going for. This is an interesting move here from 9Z.
He's just scared. Automatic is of that smoke in lobby. DGT looked like he was about to go around that corner, and on the other side of it was a hungry right foot. But EG realized, okay, let's just take a breather here. We don't know what they're doing. We need to just slow it down, figure it out.
But they used so much util towards Yard early to try and draw a rotation, but 9Z have gone the other way. That utility, that Molotov from David went in towards the radio room, right, which has allowed Lucan to push on up. It's allowed them to have a 2-man aggressive ramp stance here, and in they swing. Lucan's got the opening, rushes down.
Yeah, rush out. EG down a player. 1 minute left as we now go under. 9Z in a good position to try and close this. EG have slithered out through Squeaky Door, Automatic and Breeze to take the fight towards the back of the site. David playing some Tetris. Oh, he swings out. The element of surprise. The distraction set up towards the back of the site. It's flawless. Everybody stays up for 9Z and EG topple.
They took a timeout to discuss that exact move. You think about the utility as we see it getting thrown out. It doesn't look like it makes much sense from the CT perspective. But when you see what it does to EG, their entire maneuver was to throw Yard smokes as a fake to draw the rotation back. Well, guess what? They were coming forward. They threw deep utility in towards radio, in towards Squeaky to make sure those linchpin positions of lobby lurks were disrupted. They had to play more passive. There was a deep smoke. There was disruptive spam. It just was so awkward. EG didn't know what was going on. And now they are in so much trouble. They force ball in. Mac 10, Tech 9. They're going to try this top pop again.
Well, Breezy looks to be the first player. 3 and 15 now as he goes down early. Rox at the ready, nearly gets caught with the net in his hand.
They're kissing in the smoke.
They're right off each other in the smoke, and now Rox slips around the back. Information not passed on, and Rox gets away. Especially looking and finds that follow-up kill. It's messy, and it is EG down again.
Huge. They've defended against the top side pop. It wasn't the same type of tenacity where Automatic's able to get it with multiple kills, blocked in the smoke. Breeze just walking forward there.
I watched his cam and it looked like there was no words being spoke. It was just walking out solo. Nothing being communicated, just out the door and just walks to his death.
Yeah, trying to take a risk here. You know, when you can get into that space, then you can do a top execute behind it. It was one of the, I guess, FPX type rounds when they had Crystal on the team, right, where they would pop on through. They probably had a different name at that point in time, but that was a strategy that they like to run, and normally you get into the smoke immediately, not after the CTs have already fortified and played in front of their own utility. So this is great stuff now. EG taking their second time out here, having a discussion, having a chat, but what can you even talk about? You are getting pantsed right now. You didn't win either pistol. You won the force buy in the first half. You converted 5 rounds in the first 8 of play, but since then, it's really just been one-way traffic. This is great showing right now from 9Z. They want this, and it's showing.
I mean, we've seen the passion from these South American sides that haven't been able to go to the major before. Imagine a team like 9Z.
It's not even just a Brazilian team, right? I'm sure a lot of people tuning in who might not be familiar with South American Counter-Strike, you think, oh, is it just another Brazilian team? No, it's not. Argentinians are in the mix from Uruguay, a player from Chile, David, right? This is a big representation of a lot of different regions that we don't traditionally see competing at that type of a level. And sure, they need another best of 3 after this one, but this is a great start for the day.
Looking holds, big gap.
Huge gap in the smoke.
There is no smoke. There just isn't. There's a huge gap that allows the easy kill. It seems like they had different variations, or they're just missing a smoke completely.
I think there was a smoke on top of Silo just then. I'm not sure if that was intentionally, like if that was an unforced error or a forced error, but either way, Automatic dead. He's been the hero on these lighter rounds. They now smoke off towards the main position. They want to try and apply pressure to Heaven, but this is where Lucan is with the AWP. You're going into the Lion's Den.
He's holding. Oh, he's will swing wide. Good shot from Breezy. Kills for him. Between, but he's having a bit of a round now. He's found 2. Eventually goes down. Cirque looks up. From hell to heaven, the headshot will land. And Rox and Max now into the 2 versus 3.
Rock still has some key real estate here towards that squeaky door position. Max down towards the lower side of things could be a problem maker here for EG. They've been able to pick up the necessary kills. They've been able to get the real estate, but as they sit, as they wait, time is being sunk off that clock. 30 seconds now remaining. This is where a decision has to be made. They have to pick a bomb site here, and towards top they start to gravitate. Stewie with the bomb on his back has to get past Rox. They have to get past this player in squeaky door, or there's no way into plant.
He's holding the cross.
Bomb spotted.
And the bomb will get him past. Rush then peeks into the doorway, and Max now into the 1v3. They had a shot that stopping the bomb from going down, maybe creating a little bit of chaos for a few moments towards the end of the round.
I think just having a discussion here, right, about what went wrong. And I thought as you're trying to wrap around with pistols to fight Lucan at Heaven, you had no chance. The AWP should have been able to pick apart a couple, but after a messed up smoke wall, a free kill of Automatic gifted on Over, they keep 3 alive. They hit some absolute bangers and Breeze, that impact we've been looking for. Finally, we see it up to 5 kills now. Maybe it's not too little too late, as Max is going to deny the saves of a couple. Now, look, it was a partial investment here. They are going to get the win bonus. They will be able to buy into the next, but giving themselves over, they're going to throw everything away. Stewie has to be careful now not to take too much damage to the bomb. Loses 20 points of health, but does get the kill. Max denied the save. There is enough money right now to go around. Lucan has 10k. DGT before purchases had 8, so plenty of cash for 9Z to buy again and remain to be this threatening force. But the mental game is the biggest issue for EG at this point. They're 6 rounds off the pace. 9Z just need 2 more, and here it is. You can see the gaps within the smokes towards Yarn. Just an absolute void. Grand Canyon, and not the type the Americans love.
Great shots from Breezy, though. It's good to see him actually get a little bit of action going his way. We'll see if that can be replicated. Oh, Max, that's aggressive towards outside. It is going to cost him his life.
Yeah, it looks like they've gone for another one of these CT maneuvers to try and close it down. It worked for them before when it was the lobby play. This time around towards Yard, the AWP of Cirque just lines him on up, and you can see Automatic slinking back. He's not aware of what's around the other side. David's going to take the fight, and the AWP gets another kill. So this now is the change of tune.
Just holding. EG find 2 early kills, and now puts them in a position where they really should be taking this round. Rox plays some top putt. Unless EG make a monumental error, this should be their round. It is theirs to lose at the moment, and Rox needs to go away. Information gathering, and Breeze still turns back
Lucky.
to get the kill.
Very lucky there. Right, it felt like it was a chance for Breeze to go down there and try and level one back. And with that low HP of Cirque, then you can start have a conversation about a round win. But now it should just be another save for 9Z. I mentioned cash was good for this round. Well, it's not going to be good for the next. So just having to hold on to these rifles. There's a factor here that we need to discuss as well. We're talking about that these 2 teams need to win 2 consecutive best of 3s. Well, the quicker, the cleaner, the faster you can do that, the more energy you can conserve. If you're Pain right now, you're sitting here, you're watching, you're licking your lips, you're hoping this one goes bloody 7 overtimes. You're hoping it's 3 maps that teams are absolutely exhausted. And that's something else that you have to consider here, conserving energy. Making sure that you have enough left in the tank, because Pain, they've been looking good, and Pain are the team who actually beat EG earlier in the piece. So Counter-Strike maths, it would dictate if EG can beat 9Z and Pain can beat EG, then Pain should be the ones picking this one up regardless of their opponent into the next.
Yeah, the transitive property. I mean, you look at the fact that Pan also play a very aggressive style, right? You have to be honed in, you have to be ready to deal with that. You know, Nekez is going to be a player that's going to cause new problems, so yeah, this is definitely better done quickly rather than stretching this across 3 maps. Deep games. For EG, they finally found a bit of life here. But it is always in the back of our heads, at least 2 rounds away, but EG has to focus now and just not thinking about the score, just now pushing forward. Breeze is actually getting into the rounds. Very lucky there not to go down, but EG in a good position with a bye, going up against a chance to finally break down 9Z.
You can see how important these saved guns are again, right? So 9Z retain and they can buy, they can drop a couple across and they can make this work for what should be their final gun round in this slew. If EG break them here, they can actually open the levy, right? They can start plastering in a couple against the lighter buys, the pistols, and take control of the economy game. But they're still in a hole. They are still in a massive hole right now of rounds. So to turn this one back on its head, there's a lot more hard work to be done here. This is one of the better opportunities they've had. This is one of the lighter scenarios that they've gone up against in well, what has been their string of 2 now. Smoke wall being lined up. Deep utility coming on through. Breeze kept on notice, but only chip damage. 92 points of health remain, but off of that, David will push on up and take a deep hut position. The smoke walls in the air should bloom just after that 1 minute mark. And you can see them here cascading over the top of main. Utility over towards Secret to hold any prying eyes at bay. That's where Lucan's AWP, you can see it now with the X-ray, just below Max, who's looking for a gap. Looking for anything he can find behind this deep warehouse smoke, and it's about to fade.
As he changes his position, EG move in and they relinquish control here on the CT side, but they have moved forward into hut. They snatch that back, that's rush out.
Good trade.
Breeze needed to trade that and he does. Now look at the amount of space EG have, but
Not accounting for Max.
Max is so elusive. He's just in the
Stewie's
midst,
dead.
they have no idea. Stewie is about to go down. Max, does he reach the second player? He doesn't. Automatic at least pulls that one back, but 20 seconds left. Look at the position of Rocks, it does get checked. Breezy having a couple of good rounds now, and Lucan put in to the 1 versus 2.
Well, the bomb should get planted here, 10 seconds left. Lucan, remember the economy situation. If he goes forward, if he fights this, they don't carry anything through, but he's going to give it a crack. He's changed over to the AK-47. He fancies his chances.
Breeze is low, and he's playing from Tetris, but oh, the angle held by Cirque. If you go wide, you're into the AWP. And even if the missed shot happens, the swing out from Breeze, he should have confirmed the round.
Well, that's a pair from, I guess we'll call them the OG EG members. Look, if you want to call the OGs, we're talking more about the nothing days here. But the 2 of these boys have been
EG.
here since they changed from NRG. So putting up a necessary 2 kills. The first one from Breeze, he had to fight for. The second one was on a timing right there. You could see it on the replay. Rocks, too many positions to account for. And as I mentioned, the pistols come out. What is this from DGT? A bit of a heavy investment. He's gone into a Hero M4. There's some upgraded pistols around this. It might not be as easy as EG are thinking.
Well, he's going to try, fight door. Rocks is taking some damage. DGT, he's looking to try to open things up. The rifle with it first, the guillotine rocked out, there's 2 picked up. He might just go swing, and he will. This time, Cirque will find that kill. A couple of kills now being found for Cirque, keeping him in these rounds.
Keeping them flustered though, aren't they? DGT with that purchase. A lot of impact found right there. He's the highest rated player so far for 9Z in this tournament. And that aim right there, you can see why. Only 16 kills to his name at this juncture. But if you're frazzled right now, as EG probably are, you don't know what the rest of the players have. That M4's been scooped up. It's now in the hands of the madman Max. Sure, Rocks is low, but this round's not done just yet. There's lots of information and space for Max here. He can communicate to his team that the fight might be coming their way. Molly placed towards Hut. A sound cue gifted at least. 50 seconds remaining on the clock. A flash towards main. But ramp is where they're deciding to turn. Now Rocks, if he stays tucked in this position, it's not a common clear. Not a common clear at all.
They don't have utility to get him out of there either, right? So he's just going to be holding the back box.
If he gets a kill here, that's huge.
Oh, Stewie's going in to fight it. Stewie will check it, and Rocks goes down.
Dink at least. Down Secret, 1 player's just slipped. It's going to be Luke, and they're changing the games over. Games, guns, Bogdan's Law. But we're playing funny games here as Max is down the vent. They're going to contest this.
Oh, swing out from the double door, putting pressure, but the commitment to the plant is there. An automatic's kill. Brought down.
Oh.
Max unable to, well, find the Fury. And that is going to be 14 rounds now up against the 11 that EG have now collected.
Well, Rush had a really good showing in the first half, right? The lion's share of his 18 kills did come in that first half of play. That's where his contributions were at their most. But I want to turn a bit to Automatic. That Tech-9 round where he entries in towards the top side was great, and then towards Breeze, who's had 2 rounds with double kills, which have been essential in helping EG get to this point. 14-11. This comeback, it's doable now. There's a 3-round gap and a timeout taken. Malik, an opportunity for him to chip on in on the mic to have a conversation. But you can see a bit of a head-to-head here of the highest performers on each team. Lucan's AWP, right, he's had some good moments, but the round that he was run on down towards the heavens is how this 4-round spree has started. So on the AWP now, seeing if he can find impact across the map. He played in secret in an earlier gun round, kind of out of the play unless they come his way. If he wants to start taking this one into his own hands, maybe, just maybe, we see 9Z go for another one of those aggressive maneuvers. Now we've got the Orpus head-to-head for you here. You can see the multi-kills, 3 in Lucan's favor. Utility damage as well, a little bit higher here for Lucan, and it should continue that way now that he is on this CT side. But posting up again passively with the AWP, Cirque's been ready for these type of maneuvers, and he's ready again for any potent pushes. Smoke wall be deployed towards Yard. I've got my eyes in the sky to see if there's any fumbles here. L block again.
Looks good. But Max going to try and get into the midst of them again. Oh, Automatic will go down. The commitment to the spray, every single bullet was committed through the smoke. The stray last bullet connects onto Automatic. And now the smokes are fading away and more chances potentially there for Max. Finally removed by Cirque, but Stewie's pushed back Warehouse.
Well, Rock's right here. He's
not going to read this.
Yeah, they're ring around the rosy right now. This is all going to come down to timing here.
Stewie is aware that there should be a player still around here. He's going to be checking for that. But the utility here for 9Z and that preemptive rotation down.
But if they come back up, Rocks might get 2. They might overlook this position, Dinko.
Yeah, they might. And this could be a rough end to the round here for EG.
They're not going to consider it at all.
There's no way the AWP clears this. There's no way the AWP clears this. It's going to walk right back into Rocks. That's the bomb down, but Stewie is behind Heaven. They have no idea. He's up in this position. It's 1, but his teammates are going down towards outside. So even though he's in a power position, they aren't really able to compete. They still have to go back, relinquish that control to get the bomb back. And Rocks, the nuisance, is still over here. And finally, Stewie will take his head off. 2 players left, 20 seconds. Lucan has the cross, and now it's just down to Breeze. He's in the sight, but a clutch needed. The quietest performer to potentially the biggest round here to keep this comeback alive. Flash goes up, pinned at the back of the site. Breeze with vicious intentions needs to pull off the clutch, and he won't. DGT just goes in, straight up fight in the 1v1. And he's able to take him out.
Wow, the ball's right there on that play from Rocks. Just to slink on back in towards the Warehouse position after they know they've given up Secret. They know 2 players are down Secret, but he's playing that spoiler position. The fact that another player just appears out of nowhere. This one, when you check this one back as EG, you're going to be scratching your head. You're like, why have they done this? We take Max out of the equation. This is his position. This is his place to plug on up, and we dealt with him. But Rocks, the impact of the double right here, it is furious.
And Stewie is going to be so tilted about that, right? He gets himself into such a strong position. If you wrap Heaven and they have no idea, that so often can be the confirmation of a round win. But the fact that he loses his pillars towards outside, it has put EG in a position where they're 1 round away now from losing map 1.
Well, the buy a little bit brittle over there. See a Famus in play for Rocks right now. They do get the M4s out. There is enough. That's the opener. DGT's taken Breeze down again. Took him out in the clutch. Now take him out as the opener. They have to operate here in a 4v5 number disadvantage. EG, this is for the map. This is for your major life. There's still Inferno around the corner here, but it's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you'll have to do it in 3. And as you mentioned, another best of 3 needed throughout today. You want to get this one over and done with. Perhaps 9Z will be doing that. Stewie 2K. Front man in the charge.
Where do you go? What type of options can you look for here? You have a player down Secret, sure. You're worried about the radio push. That's a problem right here. There's 50 seconds on the clock, and DGT's here for a double. 1 and 2. Everybody's DGT's.
DGT's going to have to deal with the AWP, and oh, the molly! It burns away Cirque. He ran out of ammo, but still from the grave. Cirque is going to be kicking himself. Automatic. A 1 versus 5. There's no way. He's been good, but this would be unbelievable. 9Z. just moments away. And Max confirms it. Oh, you're not entertained. 16-11, 9Z take map 1. And they're not even that fired up, right? It was just systematic destruction. And looking, what a performance from him.
Yeah, they should be happy with themselves with some of the rounds that they were able to win right there. Right, there were some big moments with Luke, and here the man on your screen, the AWP finding some impact. DGT as well right there. You saw what he was able to do. I think with the rounds that they did lose, they lost 2 rounds to lighter pistols. So it's quite a comfortable win if you take those 2 issues out of the server right now. So this is a problem now for EG. We talk about them as the favorites. They're in the big org. They're the big names. They're the ones that everybody is expecting to get through an event like this. They've had a rough start to the year. They're not performing to the level. The pressure is all on them. And DGT and his boys over there at 9Z, you can see they're battling for their life. This is 2 best of 3s you have to win today for this final spot at the major, and they've gotten through the first. Their map choice. And look, there was a bit of a comeback mounted here. It wasn't the easiest of ways to close. They had to work hard. They had to work very hard here to get across the line. But going into Inferno next, I think they'll be feeling confident.
Absolutely, they're going to be fired up now. And looking before this, we got to hear the interview. He was saying teams should fear them. Teams should absolutely fear 9Z. This is a team that have put so much more practice in. They've boot camped. They've really developed their game. And this is a team that we thought might fall apart because they lost Try. He was really the standout player that everybody was excited about. And you wonder, okay, how are they going to fill his shoes? But they brought Lucan in. And look at the performance we've seen from this guy. It's great to see it. For EG, at least they do have that little run towards the end. That might give them a bit of confidence and spur them forward, at least keep them in it mentally. But let's not beat around the bush. The start of the game was awful, and the reason they lost this map in such a fashion towards the end is because they didn't give enough of a buffer zone.
Yeah, that CT half, right, their individuals really just not showing up. I think Breeze only had 3 kills within that first half, maybe even 2. So if on the CT side you're not winning the opening duels, then you need to get the multi-frags, and you need your anchors of the bomb sides. When we talk about a Fury, we have Caseroto and Yuri, top side anchors, and get so much impact out of them. The smoke walls towards Yard, the way that Max was working around, the pace changes into top hits, they were just being dictated to. And here's the highest performer for the boys, 26 kills in total. Now this is some issues, right? And this is not me trying to rub salt in the wound. This is me just giving you the facts. Now, 30 maps have been played for this EG roster. They have only won 10 and they have lost 20, right? So that right there, guys, that ain't good at all. And this, I'll say it again, should be the easiest out of all the lands they played this year. They played Blast. They played Pro League. This is a regional event against teams that I think most of us would be expecting EG to be every day of the week. But 9Z has shown that they should be one to be feared.
Yeah, and this is now recovery time for EG. If you want to stay alive and have a chance at coming through the Americas RMR, getting a spot at the major, and sort of trying to recover some face value, you have to pull it off now in a 3-map fashion. We'll see if they can do it. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll see if EG can bounce back into the series or if 9Z are going to head over to that last game.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Welcome back to the Americas RMR here in Bucharest. We are currently heading into map number 2. EG down a map in their survival matchup. It was their opponent's map pick. We're now heading to Inferno, which is EG's map pick. I'm trying to find some positives here because they have to pull up their socks.
I can find a positive. This is their most played map with this roster. They played it 11 times out of their 30 games total. And I was just looking at 9Z's with this roster as well. They've only played 28 maps. So when you're comparing the pair, it's not like 9Z have a team that's been together for so much longer and is so much more pracked. These teams are actually pretty comparable. And one has the opportunity to play against the best teams in the world on a consistent basis thanks to some lovely golden tickets that they have. The other has to battle from a region, and you can see that passion in the server right here, right now, today. Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile are the ones that we have being represented, as well as Zach from Brazil for this team. Now, if they go through, if they win this game today, it's still got to run the gauntlet. You still have to play Pain Gaming waiting up next. And I guess they're sitting there waiting, these teams, to hope it goes 3, to hope it goes OT, to hope that this is a close, stressful series for either component. Now, positives for EG. They, as we mentioned, this is their most played map. It's their 3rd highest win rate, so that's okay, right? And there's a reason they pick it. They're comfortable here. They have to start on the T side. 9Z get to start on that CT side. And you and I covered one of the 9Z games just the other day. We loved what we were seeing out of Max, getting flashed forward through smokes, just being an absolute nuisance. But the CT side, if you're a 9Z fan, is where you want them to pick up as many rounds as humanly possible. We're talking in double digits. I think they're going to need 10 or 11 rounds here as the bar to make sure they can close this out in 2. For EG, this is where the confidence needs to start flowing. It's do or die. It's your final chance right now to keep your major hopes and dreams alive. And it's a long time until the second major of the year. You're going to have to sit on that sideline, watch everybody else competing. It's a trophy that Stewie, Automatic, and Rush know how it feels to lift. I only imagine how it would feel to go out like this.
They just pile the pressure on. Sort of community pressure on their shoulders for good reason. And to go out in the Americas RMR, you would be in a terrible position. But Stewie with utility, it's going to send a flash up banana early. Now setting up for the apartments pop. Utility now going out towards the hay bales. It's going to be an A split and
the side.
Yeah, and now they're doubled up inside of the site. Looking place towards default. David towards the back of the site itself. Stewie clears out the site itself, and Breezy follows up, but one shot through the smoke will land, and Max stops the bomb. And this is now a little worrying. As Cirque will pull a headshot, but 2 players still standing for 9Z and a kit on the back of 1, remember. So some time to play with here into the retake. DGT moving forward. They have got 1 player into the pit. That's a strong position here for EG to hold in this post plant. And really difficult to force it out.
Rox has this flash. That should be the go signal right now, but they're just going to try and do it with bullets alone here. 2v3, it's going to get hard.
Now Flash is going forward. Rox now charging into the site. Breezy able to remove him, and DGT will hit the deck too. Good start for Breeze. I mean, he needed that. He needs a good start here, just individually speaking, and EG have the pistol.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. You can see how simple the execute was. The double site setup. They want to isolate players in pit when you're jumping out of the balcony, but if you get that full control and Moto smoked off, where else could they possibly be? So easy to focus fire into the site here. Look at all the Glocks just swarming. Exactly how you want to use them. And you're right, you're mentioning Breeze. We do need to see a big performance out of him here on Inferno to carry the boys through. Upgrading right now into a bunch of rifles. Everybody besides Rush, who'll be the only one operating with that Mac 10, can use him a little bit more aggressively. Stop utility use top banana. They're just going to throw that Molotov up to make sure that the CTs can't barrel on down. And Max is going to do his best here with the util to try and dissuade them even further. Just using the angle part of that wall to throw it safely. Will deny the top banana access for now. But if you're EG, the rinse and repeat B executes is something that you could look to be quite successful with. I don't think it should be too many qualms, too many dramas.
Well, taking apartments control, Breezy. The AK now will start to clear out multiple positions, just making sure they've got the apps control. So that's one sort of point off the checklist now, and we look over towards Banana taking control of that too. Max, smoke in hand, could delay this, make it a little bit chaotic.
Yeah, has another one there as well. You've just seen him scoop that one up. So what they've done is they have couriered over their smokes. This is obviously something very vogue in the meta right now, is with the new way to drop the utility, just make sure that the B defender has enough to deny, and you want to funnel them back towards the other side of the map here. So he has 1 more to drop and still 40 seconds on the clock. That's perfectly timed here from Max. It will force them over towards A, where this stack lies in wait, and the MP9 of DGT up towards the balcony could be huge. They also have a smoke on David here to try and divide and conquer.
25 seconds. Chaos could ensue, and David will find it first. Automatic trades him out, and couple of kills here for EG, but they still have to deal with DGT. And he's in the pit. He'll swing out for another headshot. Finally, Stewie puts him in the ground. They commit to the site. Cirque locks in the digits, and now we have to look to just Max.
Hard retake here, Dinko.
Very hard. Lack utility. A deagle. Limited time. He's got to make his way through and find some great opportunities. Has to force this fight early on the site player. And he will be spotted by Stewie out from the swing, and Cirque unneeded. 2-0 start for EG.
It looks stressful, but those rounds can be hard to win. So EG picking that up almost guarantees them the third here. 9Z should be taking a bit of a save in all of this. That MP9 did a lot of damage. You can see right now DGT has 3.7. He's actually just invested in Kevlar. And we saw him go for a Hero M4 on Nuke. I would be very curious to see if he went for a Hero M4 here. On Nuke, he was able to position himself over towards the main position, get some damage done. He's just bought Kevlar, and okay, there it is, a 5-7. Just on the way out of spawn here before the buy time transpires. Just curious how risky they wanted to take it. So a really good round for EG to win in the previous. I mentioned it's very difficult to do. I hate playing T-side anti-ecos on this map, or anti-forces. It's never fun. It's a bit more like pick your poison. And what you saw there from Max that we were highlighting, maybe you're an older Counter-Strike player returning, maybe you're a newer Counter-Strike player and you're not quite sure. But once upon a... holds up, hold the press here for a second. They've spotted 4. They should quickly try and get into A right now. It is just David on the site. If David gets another kill... Oh, he's actually peering towards long. He's been baited around to the wrong side of the map here, giving up the real estate he had, and well, that's the site overrun now.
Yeah. Recovery stations now for EG. They get in towards the site, smokes up towards Moto. But 9Z have rotated significantly. Get forces in towards top mid. Rush hold into the cross on by. David removed. And now on the boosted position of Automatic and Rush is really a difficult combo to break down there. And just DGT left now with the AK. Good save call on the other side of things.
Okay, well, before anything goes out of control again, I'm going to talk about how old Inferno used to be able to use the open skyboxes to be able to keep bottom of banana smoke consistently from the long side. As A defenders, you were able just to retain that full banana control. Now, look, what you saw Max doing is not the same. He doesn't have full banana control, but still a good way to try and lock the door or dissuade the attacking Ts from going to the other bomb site here. And now we will be getting into the gun rounds. An important save here for DGT. I think that EG are more than happy to let him sit back and save that one. But the game did start well for EG over on Nuke. They didn't win the pistol, but they won the force. In the first 8 rounds of play is where they won 5 in their first half. So we're going to see now if they're able to keep up that good form, or if 9Z are going to be able to bounce back. And I love some of the little moves that we got to see them come out with on their CT side of Nuke. We'll see if they have any in store for us right here on Inferno. Lucan's AWP in play on the first Gunny. Saved AK-47 is in the hands of Rox, and everybody else into the M4s with plenty of utility. 3 starting towards B. Molly off the skybox there to deny the half-wall presence. Nade right in the back pocket of Stewie, chunked on down, 49 points of health.
Well, he's just charging through the fire. He's going to go around the corner, and waiting for him is Lucan. Swing out this time for Max, and those are the fast flash plays we've seen the other day. And they're now coming in again towards top middle.
I'm loving this. Very dynamic, huge net onto Cirque. He's on 2 HP. David just needs to win this fight, and it should be the round.
David just holding, no problem here. Pressure's really off 9Z. If they can just get another pick here, they'd be in such a comfortable position. Starting to push up long. Automatic's found a bit of space to play with. DGT in the site, really comfortable spot to watch this long position from, and Lucan even has his short angle, so he doesn't have to even worry about getting pushed from that side.
Yeah, pretty powerful crossfire here. Still opportunities for this to go wrong, but it requires missed shots, right? And
yes.
If one misses and the other doesn't, it still should be mopped up here.
David finally boarded wide and into the crosshair of Automatic, but that allows the peek from Lucan, gives away his position, and DGT instead will back him up. It is now a round for 9Z as they get the guns out, and that's exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, good patience on the smoke there from EG to be able to flush out David from the pit position, but you can see it doesn't matter. The smokes that they used over towards Arch and Library had already faded. That had given the line of sight on through. And this south thing's opened up. Lucan ready for that Stewie push. Max doing exactly what we highlighted here with those aggressive plays over towards B with the flashes. And Max to close things down with the final frag. Now buy back in. Stewie into a Deagle. Galil for Breeze. The rest are going to have the AKs. Oh, never mind. Rush has a Tech 9.
Yeah, we remember over at Nuke, we had a good start for EG. It fizzled out pretty quickly. This is one of those opportunities for 9Z to take control of the economy in the early game.
This is very heavy, though, isn't it, through second mid? Here they've got multiple members actually. Oh, peered one back through the chicken pit. A missed shot there from Lucan. Was ready for the jump maneuver, but doesn't land.
We do see Lucan love to go for those peaks down towards mid. Will often set himself up with a smoke to get a fight in towards second. Good stuff out of EG. Maybe knowing Luken's tendency there a little bit, but here comes the utility now, forcing DG out of his position. He'll have to go to the side. They could split from long side too here.
They should go through this. Mid to B is not the right call. Luken's AWP can lock them down from library. He's aware that they've slipped.
Oh wow, he's got the angle. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to go right into his AWP, and 2 kills collected. EG now stifled. What can they pull off here in the 3 versus 5?
They had so much room, and they should have been able to note the heavy short side setup with the sound cues. But let me see, did Luken even shoot a shot over towards that short side? When he pulls out his AWP again, I'll be able to tell by a bullet shot. And he must have, because he's had 4 shots within this round, and reading the play perfectly is Luken. Over towards B to shut this down again. He's pointy AWP to the dry swing. Smoke's good, but they... Well, I was going to say they should push through. I think they've been negated here.
25 seconds.
Save?
Yeah, it has to be called off for EG. They would not be able to compete in an unlikely round win. You're going to save the AK, the Galil, the Tech 9. This is not the most ideal start to the game here for EG.
No, and in the next round, they only get 1900 as the loss bonus. So the 3 players staying alive get nothing. 1900 will go into automatics bank balance. He's going to have to prioritize utility here. And Stewie's going to have to get a pistol with some light armor to get out nades as well. You can see here, Cirque has 200 left over. He can buy a flash.
Yeah, what kind of options are available to EG in this kind of round?
I think in this type of situation with the lower weaponry, something a little bit more poppy as a team to make the most out of these weapons, because you're not going to be able to win out a utility battle, right? You have a few options in the sense that you can go quite quick and try and explode and hope that 9Z get caught off guard with their setup, or sit back for a good 45 to 50 seconds while the early util, the early aggression of that AWP is in play. But if you do something middling and you think that you can take this on even stead, you're going to get found out very quickly here. This is aggressive.
Very aggressive. Cirque trying to force the fight. DGT goes right into him, and he'll come away with the first. 9Z peel away with a man advantage, and Max, well, he wants more. He's pushed down Banana.
In here.
If he just holds this angle,
but he's on his own here. This is so aggressive. I don't understand the aggression there.
There's no need. There's no need.
They had the number advantage as well. That's a little bit of a silly one there from Max.
Yeah, but more discipline perhaps needed in that position. Does give an opening to EG to play with. Low players on either side. Automatic at 19, DGT on the save.
Yeah, and some of the bigger issues right now is the fact that not having Luken over towards top mid means it's going to be harder to retain the mid control. He's only rotated over towards Coffins, which could easily be dealt with the smoke of automatic. They also have one on Stewie, so they could smoke CT and the Coffin's position, and then they should be in towards the B bomb side. The bomb required to make this one all possible. Scooped up with 50 seconds left on the clock, but they are heading back in towards the stack on A. DGT on the balcony. David to bait him in from the pit position, and to combine as part of this, the third prong of the defense is Rocks over towards Moto, who's now just linked in towards the site. They are battening down the hatches. They're expecting an A play.
This could work wonders for 9Z. Here they come out the balcony. DGT with a first decapitation, and Rocks, well, he passes the death sentence to 2. It's now automatic. The player that took initial damage left with a Galil alone. Still has to push into the impenetrable fortress of this A site, collect the bomb. It's just a matter of time, surely, before it goes down. Had a chance for a couple of headshots there, but they do close out in the end.
Yeah, very gambly there from 9Z. So if you're EG, you're trying to make a bit of a calculated play. You're assuming they might do a bit of a 2-2 setup. You think that it's easier if you can get in towards that A site, but they continue to play off towards this pit position. It's been a consistent force, a consistent prong as part of this CT defense. And again, another opening maneuver to get them the 5v4 advantage that Max was more than happy to give back over, but it's all good in the hood. It's just down to the pistols now. EG are stomaching 4 Deagles and a Glock in play as they're waiting for this loss bonus to build up into a position for a buy. Now, they'd love to get a couple more kills here. This would be a round where we don't expect them to win, but as long as you can keep that CT economy relatively humbled, you can make sure there's some rebuys coming through of at least utility. A plant would be fantastic. A round win would be a miracle. Rock's playing a wombo combo setup here with Max. As soon as Max takes any contact, that nade will scale through the sky and detonate.
Max looks like he's just pulling back on his chains, right? He's just ready to go. He's just ready to run down Banana. He's just held back for the time being. Luken removes Cirque.
I know that this is a light buy, right? It's just pistols, that, and Kevlar behind it. So they're going to make a meal of it. No dramas there, as you would expect. But one thing I want us to try and have focus on, and not just you and I, Dinka, but the viewers at home, is let's see how many picks that Lucan is able to get away with where he's getting dry swung.
Okay.
Where there's not a piece of utility, where there's not a flash, right? Because a couple of these, they've just walked on out into the line of sight of this big green, and he's just pipped them quite easily here. So 4-3. As I mentioned, I think the bar for 9Z needs to be set in the double digits on this CT side. So 9, maybe just enough. I think 10 to start feeling a little bit safe in closing this one in 2.
Setting themselves up with a chance to win this gun round. It's going to push them forward to that intended goal. Max let loose this time. Is pushed down pretty deep in Banana. He's got a lot of control already, but eyes on this apartment setup.
Lucan's very dynamic, isn't he? We've seen him in a bunch of different places here, and that's going to mean when you are defaulting as EG, you have to consider all of these possibilities. So a jiggle, some teamwork, a bit of utility has to be expended to buy that respect. Now, a smoke towards long will deny vision for DGT. A deep nade down Banana to soften up onto Rush. Hits the peak. There's the AWP, the shot, the leg is good. David hunting and can't find the bullets, so only damage done here, no kills.
And tries to make it happen.
They're lurking through.
Yeah, DGT. He reads this, he expects it, and he's in a position to deal with it. They line up. DGT, 2 players down. Such an important gun round at the start of play here for EG. And now they're the walking wounded. Cirque, flash play, not going to connect onto him. Cirque will get that kill back.
Fortunate there. Cirque, half HP, Breeze, 16 points of health, and that perfect timing. DGT ready for the smoke gimmick on the fade. Could not have been better with the lineup there. It's given them a leg up in this one. Smoke to deny vision, goes either way, and well, Rox is going to play in front of it. 30 seconds remaining, and they're going to go again.
Rox gets close. Now alleviates position back to B. He is alone inside of the site. His closest teammate is towards CT, and he's held back behind the smoke. Max is coming back now. Flash is going to go, and that's EG charging it into the site. Max, oh, his teammate's gone down, so he can't be set up with distraction. Nearly through the smoke to remove Cirque. 2 players extremely low here for EG, and the spaz of the confidence. 5 seconds,
no
they have to plant. They have to start right now, and they won't stick to it, and they will get the bomb down. And now we're in to the 2 versus 3. EG are so damaged on the site hold, but they still stand a chance at pulling this one back. Flash is the only piece of utility available right now. They have to use that perfectly to get their way in. It's set up to charge forward. Breezy with a double. Oh, he goes into the open. Rush goes down, and Lucan giving the easiest kills. He's running towards the site. Needs to get onto the defuse, and he's going to hold that through.
What just happened with Rush there?
He just got in the open.
What just happened with Rush there? I'm bewildered by that sequence. What was he not sure where the fight was?
He kind of jumped out and was looking towards
no man's land
pool and wasn't really doing anything.
What just happened?
I really am intrigued as to what the communication sounded like. Maybe chaotic, but Breezy double kill on the whole looked good for the post plant, and then Rush just swings out into the open, not even looking anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know how that one all unfolded. This was the double up, right? A great way to start the round, and they worked very hard to get back into it. Max there denying it. Yeah, I don't know. Did he run out of ammo? Maybe he didn't have enough ammo in the gun there when he swung out. I don't know.
But he wasn't even looking.
That fight. I know. Was he trying to jump away though? Did he think he could get away after the first AWP shot? Oh, I'd be feeling a bit sweaty right now on the palms.
I need to go back and watch that one a little bit later today just to see what went down, because intriguing is an understatement. Now EG, at least they get the bomb down, right?
Because Breeze got both those kills from the swing from triple, right? From U-Box. Okay, well,
bomb down, buy is good. Lucan's front boost will not work. Gets a little peek in.
Go for it again, boys. Give it another crack. Never mind. Whoa, okay. Very defensive utility. I think that tensions that are an all-time high on both teams here. See a lot of early util being deployed. A deep nade destined for Banana. There it goes, sailing through the sky, and
it's good. It's meaty on the Rush, especially.
That's 2 players on half HP again here. Rush and Stewie really struggling in the HP department early in this, and it feels like Banana is a no-go zone. Just going to take a quick look at util damage. Nothing crazy so far. I know next round we'll have a little bit more slathered on top, but Max has the most at 133 and DGT with 63, so thought maybe there might be a bit more in terms of the chunk value, but good start early.
And we see that utility making the difference. You see the last round especially, right? The fact that the player who's playing the bomb has such limited health, just one bullet through the coffin is enough.
they've actually been able to push 9Z back into the Shroud of Darkness. And as I say that, Max is playing forward with another well-placed H. Oh, well-placed, maybe not. I'll eat my words, as they won't eat that nade. Imagine if that landed.
Yeah, that could have been a player out for sure. Or at least one barely walking. Max, he loves a good flash play, loves to get in the smokes too. 30 seconds left. If he makes this chaotic, it could be a big problem. Smoke goes down. Max in the smoke still. EG, they have to go through it. The time is so limited, they have to charge in. He's blocking him in the smoke, and now he comes out the other side. Max with a double. His teammates at the back of the site. Rocks able to get another. And EG, they've lost significant forces, and now they're on the site. They have to commit again. It's Cirque and Stewie this time into the 2v3 on the hold.
Well, they have a flash again for this retake. We've seen this once, we've seen it before, but they need to convert this time. EG. The flash on David at the ready. You can see it primed. It's going to enable DGT's peak. There it goes.
The single flash, ineffective. Stewie playing towards the left side of the fountain. It's Cirque with one. Stewie with a follow-up, and now looking. AWP pinned on Stewie's position. Stewie knows he could buy time. He needs to just draw him into the fight. Looking now switches to the AK, but the time is ticking. Looking needs the kill, and Stewie finally gets the round for EG. They needed that one. They had to pick it up, and luckily they will.
Yeah, Stewie not celebrating too much about that. A bit of a smile on his face, but I think it's more about a sigh of relief in that situation. They brute forced their way into B, and it was almost problematic again. This is the round that we were talking about with the rush jump. What?
I think he tried to continue the momentum to bunny hop off the site into pool, perhaps, but then kind of got killed in the air. His movement a little clunky.
When we see that back again, I'm kind of glad we didn't catch it at the time. That I can't put that into words. I'm having a real hard time with that one, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, DGT charging down middle has taken out Stewie. Rush trades it out again at a 4v4 equilibrium to start this round.
Thank you very much to production for getting us that replay right there. But that one, jeez, no wonder Stewie was shaking his head after that round. You just wonder what was going on in that moment. It was just time as well, because the defuse, it would have been very difficult.
That's 2 rounds now where 9Z have had to retake the B site in a player advantage situation, but they've only had 1 flash. So keep eyeing the utility here for 9Z. As EG once again go up banana.
Yeah, they were forced to expend quite a lot of it early in the previous round, and I don't even think it was by too much pressure from EG. It actually just came out liberally from 9Z, so you're right. If they can be a bit more frugal with their utility usage here, hold on to the goodies for a little bit longer, they might have themselves a couple of pieces in their back pocket for a retake. But right now, the defense is split 2-2. If EG decide to hit this side, they're looking good. Look at dry swing again. Okay, it was another dry swing, but this time they had the jump.
Yeah, they had Cirque on the quick shot. Looking just about missing that one. David inside of the pit is buying himself time with the smoke. They have to waste some utility. Now they're going to try and get on towards the site. Rocks has taken up position towards the back. Oh, nearly gets away with a second kill on Rush. But remember, David is inside of the pit. It's 1 kill onto Breezy. Max now coming up short. It's Cirque in the site, having to clutch out with the AWP. Trying to figure out, can he get an angle? Can he get a fight? And Max just removes him. Cirque down. And that was quick for Max to get him to position.
Yeah, that was a very fast flank. I wasn't accounting for that one. That kill just came on in and it opened up the round. But David, you have to give a massive thumbs up to him right there. The survivability of your pit player is integral. It was allowing Rocks to scramble into the site. It allowed Max to come for this fast flank. And it all kicked off with another opener in favor of 9Z. Dry swing, Cirque does find the opener, it gives them a way in, Rush with the trade there, but just not enough, not expecting so much pressure to come. They were still trying to have the conversation about where's David, what's he doing? Well, he's buying time and buying around right now. 9Z up to 6, plant's good, buy better right now for EG as they're still able to get these rifles through. The economy for both teams under the pump. Deep nade, more peppering damage done. Lucan now down to 50 as well. Half-wall flash to enable this rush peak. He is going to swing forward. They've had success with the B executes when they've had number disadvantages, and this time round, Max is going to give up his life.
Oh, Rocks to the headshot. Look at his quick. And EG down a few players already.
Just a couple seconds the
played.
Sequence, yeah.
Looking like another. Spotted out. Automatic knows he's there. It doesn't go down, luckily, but Cirque, look at this. He has found the gap.
Is it mid to B or is it a wrap on towards A right now? They have to know that long is open. They have to be communicating this. David's acknowledging it at least with his glance.
Cirque Trying to be the playmaker alongside Rush, but they now realize the gap at long, and it's being held by David in a very strong position, but they completely outplayed that angle. Cirque now crosses to the side, looking from the pit. Combat Opping doing so much work. And a slight vision of a flick up there.
Gap in the smoke right here. Money's not great for 9Z. Do they save or do they go for this? A lot on the line here.
Oh, Flash keeps DGT back, and that allows the reposition of Cirque into the power position of Pit. Now this is so hard to break open. You've got a player in Pit, you've got one up in the apartments. How do you win this? Got a smoke on the bomb.
There's a kit in the side.
Oh, double swing from the apartments in Pit. You really can't win that automatic. Good proactive play there. And EG recover what could have been a disaster.
Yeah, you say recover. I think that they can definitely win out this half now. This is a fantastic point for them to find themselves. Lucan with 4.5, DGT with 4K. They're at the high end. So it probably will be the force coming on through here. I can see MP9 being caught up. The flash play is not working out for Max this time round. And a great shot there from Rush. A beautiful shot right there onto David to give them that site access. But they are going to buy back in. This is desperate from 9Z now. They lose this, and EG could be quite easily winning out this T side. Deep mid smoke thrown on the fly. Playing behind this, hoping to lure them forward and aid as well. You can tell they're under pressure with just how quick they are using this utility. They don't have a whole lot left. Handful of smokes, a molly, a couple of flashes. As far as the defuse kit goes for the CTs, there's one of those in play for Rock, so something for them to operate here with if they do find themselves in a post-plant scenario.
Stewie taps towards Coffin.
I feel just execute B, right?
Yeah.
You've had a lot of
Feels
ease
like
getting into B, so why not? Call the troops back, allow Rush to entry with the Mac-10.
Bombs back down second minute, so you have to go and pick that up. That should bring us around the 40-second mark until we're ready to see a play from EG.
We've already seen 9Z take a couple of gambles here, so maybe that's playing in the back of the mind of EG as well. Remember on that round where they lost an opening, they were able to stack 3 players over towards the A site in a 4-on-4, I believe it was, and pick it up. Well, they're not gambling this time round, and if you're going to put all your eggs in the B bomb site basket, with 2 players remaining with light buys, but 35 over towards A we go again.
Yeah, that re-smoke towards B, and you could see immediately the call back to the A side of things. Smokes in for Arch, Library. Charge forward here now is David and Lucan. Lucan is the player you have to keep eyes on, and David Deeg has hit the first. Remember, 2 players still here with premium rifles. David is the player that really should be doing the least amount of work, but Lucan swings. EG toppling. That was the recovery round in the previous, but now EG down again.
Wow, what a round right there. What a round right there. I'm talking about the gamble. Yeah, they definitely gambled. I guess if it was a B hit, you save the M4s, you carry them through to the next. It doesn't even matter. David's Deagle from the mini pit over towards Moto.
The fact that he doesn't go down.
The fact that he keeps fighting is crazy, right? Because he's done his job. He was happy just to say, Staunch, check this one out. Bang! First bullet out, automatic hits the deck, continues for more, and then spring the trap. The silenced M4s step up, multiple kills. And down to the pistols now for EG. That half that was looking so good, it now comes into question. The double digits for 9Z still possible here.
Oh, this is rough. Now DGT looking down into middle. Oh, need to be careful here.
Back on off, mate.
You can't get caught by that.
They work so hard, they almost give back an advantage here, and I think that Breeze will take a risk through this. Rotation does get here in time in the 2-man variety. Lucan, he's going to join the party from Speedway as well. Well placed.
Oh, so good. Stewie's down to 21, automatic, down to 41. Stewie goes out for the boost, but falls off his opponent, or rather teammate's head, and falls right into his opponent's crosshair. Rocks happily collects the first kill of the round. Oh, David. Oh, that felt like that was going to be a nice little kill there for Breezy.
A little bit luckier than he knows. I'm surprised that we haven't seen DGT drop the rifle across to David here and give the weapon to the healthier player, but here's Lucan. Over towards B with 1. David's MP9 sings, and it is Breeze who, well, is left in a very, very difficult scenario. He goes down to Rocks, and 8 secured. Now, the half has been won by 9Z. If this is a 2-0, I will bring it up for everybody again. Back in the best-of-1 scenarios earlier within this Swiss group stage. We're out of the Swiss now, right? We're into this gauntlet of a bracket with 3 teams. EG, 9Z, and Waiting in the Wings, Pain Gaming. They played in the best-of-1. It was the second round for both of these teams. 9Z got absolutely owned 16-5 on Mirage. Absolutely owned. We've already seen EG give up the nuke pick, and now we're on their choice here of Inferno, and it has been okay. It's been going okay, right? I think the scoreline here, it's still where you'd want it to be on a T side of Inferno. I don't think this is out of control just yet. They're going to take a second time out to have some conversations because you would love to get a round or two on the way out the door. But the 5 that they have come with pistol with conversions, right?
Yeah.
So as far as the gun rounds go, if we're having conversations about that, they're lacking. This is why this timeout, that 30-second chunk, was a very important moment for Malik to have a conversation with Stewie, to set the troops straight on how they want to approach this next round. Because one of the gun rounds they got was a number disadvantage B retake scenario that they were able to close on down. I feel like they maybe should have won that one where Rush gets caught in the open on the jump. Again, we don't know what happened there, but it did look a little bit silly. Run boost this time going to stick.
Yeah, David is going to make it across the apartments quickly. They throw some utility to try and slow him, but he goes through.
They're ready.
They're absolutely ready. And yeah, David, you need to make the call to get out of there.
Yeah, way too prepared for that. They must have heard it, must have seen it. Because, yeah, there were so many eyes glued to that position. And now we can just simmer on into what should be a standard round of play. A lot more banana control is given to 9Z than I think they realize. 4 players now studying the hard press. 1 through halls, 1 boiler, and 2 top mid. As Rush on the jiggle gets destroyed by Max.
Oh my, that is so frustrating for Rush. You're just gathering info and you end up just losing your head. And now this might just force EG to make the play to A. Lovely peek out there from Breezy. David caught unaware.
Yeah, 2 players who have just been pantsed in this round on either side of the server here, regathering. Gonna grab this bomb, and you'd think back towards the B execute. It's worked for them before. In those number disadvantage situations, it can work for you again as Bree continuing to be this lurk position. Max is gonna stay over towards the B bomb site with Rocks, looking to play a 2-2 setup. Smokes exchanged either side, a nade on through for some unconfirmed damage there onto Cirque, but they are so worried about this mid to B. You can see Max having to deal with that. Another smoke deployment. Look at the time again.
It happens every single round, chat. They always have the smokes to slow down these B plays. EG are constantly coming through smokes, and because they've set the precedent that there is being players playing in these smokes, EG have to be so careful coming through the other side. This time, Stewie could for one, but Max just swings out a CT and gets a double. That's unbelievable from Max again, the impact he's finding. But they're so far removed from this, they're on the other side of the map.
Yeah, they're just having fights over towards B where EG have more numbers. And sure, the trading, it's not 1 for 1, but it's enough to get them on in. Stewie and Breeze now to lock this one down. Luke can try to contribute. Stewie's noted him, but the position is being given up either way. He's able to skedaddle over towards Emo. Breeze now smoked off, but that is a massive gap for him to work with here, and Bomb is already halfway gone. How do you win this?
If Flash is good, that's going to allow him across the gap, but it's not. He looks away. Breezy able to take the kill, and now looking left into the 1 versus 2. It's done. There's not enough time to compete for this one, and he's just hanging around.
He should be able to survive here, I think.
75 HP. Looking's comfortable anyway.
Yeah, no dramas.
Get up on top of the sandbag. So around for EG again. They find a bit of success towards this B site in terms of actually getting onto the site. Rox not getting a kill. If Rox gets a pick there and Max's double swing works out, potentially there's a better chance.
Now, this is still one of the problems that we highlight with Inferno a lot, is playing in the dark. The utility is great, right, to be able to deny the access. But if you're going to deny the access, you have to deny, right? You can't just be trading like that, because in the post-plant situations, 9Z haven't been able to retake too often. They're going to take their first time out right here. 9-6 would be a fantastic difference from that 8-7. But this is the thing. Do you change, and do you just retain banana control, right? Because right there, they got the opening pick, and then they turtled up. David got caught with his pants around his ankles right there. A bit of an embarrassing death that Breeze was able to scoop up with no dramas whatsoever. 9th kill for Breeze on that one there. But you just have to wonder, do they change their stance? Because they've been getting openings, their utility usage has been great. We couldn't sing the praises on that any more than we possibly are. So how do you adjust? Where do you make that change happen? Well, it's going to have to be with a bit more of an aggressive stance. Like, even if they played out towards sandbag late, but because David went down, Max had to deal with CT, Rox had to solo deal with B, right? They were helping each other, but they couldn't turn their attention in the right direction. So here we go, final round of play in the first half.
Well, those double figures that you talked about, Chad, are now impossible to collect in this half for 9Z. 9, possibly doable. Utility being thrown down, Banana. David getting boosted up on Porch.
It's a different look, and an important look. It means that retaining mid-control is going to be a little bit easier here. You're more confident standing in a bit more of an up-down setup with the guy under Porch, you on top of the Porch. We know that EG have thrown the utility under the Porch before with the molly off the skybox to flush a player out. But with the man on top, it means that you're less likely to be denied vision. This is the molly I was talking about. See, it's going to force DGT out. Yeah, he has to scamper back here.
He will.
They can retake this position perfectly. This is exactly by the book stuff. They've got full mid control, so the B defenders have to have a very good idea that they might be under an onslaught.
They have taken Banana quite efficiently there, EG. They've run around, again confirming control of top Banana. And these B executes, they've been good. Yes, they lose a few players, but the majority of the time they got on the site. But
what a
look
nade.
at that.
What a nade from Max.
That is great. That's fantastic, in fact. Rush down to 7 HP. It's weakened up EG entirely. Let's see if they can be more on the same page on this B hold.
But it doesn't matter, right? They've been able to brute force their way, and Stewie's coming again.
Well, Max is applying for first oranges. Dark setup as well. Oh, first swing from Max is good, but David down elsewhere. Now Max needs to hold, and he will get cleared out. His teammate from the back of the site, though, Lukin, has done a lot of work. He's under a lot of pressure, but he can just stay alive. He can go out and take the fight. EG starting to topple in this B play. 9 rounds looking good for 9Z. As Cirque now down alongside the bomb. It is Breeze now coming around from CT side. 15 seconds.
Site on A.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. Breeze is looking for the site play. 10 seconds, not really enough time to compete here. Now you just have to hide towards the back of the site. You've got the round. You've got it.
Plan.
You've absolutely got it. You have to just peek, look it straight away to the headshot. 9-6 at the half for 9Z.
Well, Lucan's taken this B bomb site into his own hands. There he gets 3 kills. It's all good in the hood with Rox over there with Max, but Lucan, the big man on campus, steps on up, grabs them 3 necessary kills and gets them that 3-round lead going into the second half of play. It's not going to be easy for 9Z to close this one out.
I love those shots from Lucan. They're just...
Here's this nade again.
Bang! That is perfect.
Right on the dome right there. Beautiful stuff.
Just so quick. He's really flashy looking, isn't he? It's just quite accurate, but quick. And great to see him. He had a bit of a slow start into this competition, and that's when you bring up the point of their absolute drubbing where they lost very convincingly, but they've warmed up into it, and Lucan, I think, has got very comfortable.
Yeah, he's had 2 good back-to-back maps here. Looking forward to see if they can carry this one on through against EG. If not, you can see that Overpass is the decider map for EG. One of the biggest names we have here at the Americas RMR are under the pump right now. 3 rounds to the good, and it's just going to be a B rush. They're up, they've got control, they're coming fast. The only man here is Stewie. The bomb site should be given over if they disrespect this, and they're just going to walk off in. The Glock to fake it, and they flash, they go, they're in. Stewie gets 1. Lucan's down.
Mid push now coming in for EG. Rox tries to fend it off for the time being, but he can't really hold it for long. And now the onslaught of EG, slowed in Banana by the molly.
Rush has flashes here. He can try and flash to set this one up.
He's going to line that up. Flash going over the top, the peek into top Banana, but there has been a bit of a play towards Stewie's position.
They need to deal with him now.
Max are going to try and take him down, but Stewie, he's strong in this one. DGT towards first oranges. It's first kill for him. And damage done into the pool. Starting to run out of ammo, but his teammate David is holding on.
This is
and
labored.
somehow they're holding on to the site. It's just David towards the back of the site in 2 plays, running him down.
Is that time?
I don't know. I don't think so. Stewie's got the kid. He's going to hold it, but the time is going to be close. Stewie holding it.
They got it.
Oh,
they
just
got it.
about. They pull it through.
Wow. If they didn't win that round right there, I don't know how much more Stewie has to do. The solo anchor on the site gets a kill through the smoke. He's already done his job. He stays alive. He buys so much time for that rotation to come through, and it's so difficult still. This fight towards the bottom of Banana,
Whoa.
great to trade on out. On the way back in, Stewie finding the frag. Cirque's going to find the final, and just in time gets to the bomb for the defuse. Stressful, but again, barely even a smile on Stewie. Oh, there he goes. He changed the tune. That Stewie, you ruined it.
Yes.
It's meant to be more hype, mate. Come on, Stu.
The most decorated North American player in history now, right? He's got the major, the Grand Slam under his belt. He's done a lot.
I think Twist is definitely going
Gotta
to
take that soon,
for that, isn't he? If FaZe are able to pick up that major, maybe even grab themselves a second Grand Slam.
At least North American playing in North America.
There you go.
There we go. Covered all my bases.
Well, it is going to be a buy on in here from 9C. An AK, they got 1. Some SMGs, pretty good too, and some pistols around that, so just waiting out the early utility. Automatic is very committed to this position. They can molly him out of play. If they go for the hard clear, he needs to get at least 1 here, Automatic.
Surely gets 1. Automatic. MP9 rattles away. It is 1, just 1. Rock shows it out.
You see the way that they took that fight, right? Ducking down to try and draw the crosshairs. So they did good. Automatic did what he had to do in that position. If it was an eco, you're expecting him to get multiple kills, but because it's against this force, was always going to be a difficult task. Now up towards Banana they go. The boost towards CT spawn. The smoke's now starting to ring on over, but they shouldn't just rush into this. They have this AK. Allow it to work. Allow it to take some fights. There's only 1 M4 on the other side. The other 2 big guns are Famas in the mix here.
Smokes, flashes, being deployed as we now hit the 30-second mark. 9Z charged into the site. Rush's boost, he's blinded and so ineffective. Stewie now gets aggressive. 1 damage deployed onto a second, but not able to pick up the kill. And DGT, 2 blistering kills. The second through the smoke on Rush. And now Cirque and Breeze, the OGs of EG, have to try and pull this one back.
They're going to give this one a crack here. Flash on Breeze to enable Cirque's peak. They have to find 3 players. Rox is low. Luke and also half HP in the site. It's really on DGT towards Banana to close this one down. Yeah,
the Banana position is so strong. Even if they send 1 player out of Dark, maybe they neglect to check for the second. There's a couple of options here for 9Z. They go into the fight. That's Rox down. They're not going to check Dark, and that sets up looking for the immediate peek out. Finally traded, but Breeze the time, and DGT's aggressive stance forward. It is the reply for 9Z.
Perfect there. They knew exactly what that AK had to do. He was the last man in. He was the one setting the pistols, and those SMGs up for space. They do the job, and DGT comes on with the smoke spam. That kill that he gets as the second is absolutely massive here, and EG, they are broken. 1,400 is the loss. They have no choice. They have to force buy in here. Deagles, 5.7s, P250s, utility, a kit coming into play. They don't have much to work with here. 9Z, perfect. This is even, well, potentially better than winning the pistol if they can convert right now. This could propel them forward to 12 rounds of play. It's less of a potent force buy they have to deal with if it was the pistol that they were able to win. So this is looking good for them now as they turn their attention back towards B one more time.
Smoke should render Stewie useless at this point. He's going to throw his own out, or utility to try and deploy, but yeah, they're so close, they can just run right through it. And that now puts pressure on Automatic, playing from Coffin. He's now forced back behind the smoke screen as well, and 9Z doing a good job of methodically forcing them further and further back. They go through the smoke. Automatic gets into the play. That's going to be the ball down and loose. And now, well, 9Z might have to walk into a bit of a stack as they play to front of the smoke here, EG. They're creating chaos, and in the midst of the chaos, they find their way through the ladder. A couple of players now damaged up. Cirque in particular down on 12, but 9Z, this should have been far more comfortable. And now it's mission impossible to try and get that bomb back.
CT Smoke has a gap in it here. I don't think they're accounting for this. Luke must know that there's a problem here, and he just has to step on out into CZ. It's going to be rushed with the AK. DGT's gotten one back. This would be some clutch.
It has to. At this point, EG, a miracle lies in front of them. DGT hoping he can maneuver his way into positions where he can get a couple of these frags individually in 1v1s. Soundkume confirms his position once more. New box, the position of the high health Rush. He's got the AK picked up as well here, Rush, and DGT's down on 27, so a body shot would be enough. And the swing out to the headshot. That's a weird round for 9Z. They were in front of the smoke, Chad. You pointed it out, but they didn't go through it. They sat behind it.
Yeah, doubted themselves there, and that is really going to start to sting because I said it's going to set themselves up in a better position than if they won the pistol. Well, now back in the doldrums, and they won't be able to buy an AK here to put into the hands of anybody whatsoever. They're going to force again, and the force buy wars are on, but I think the one to break so first should be EG. Look at their buy, 2 AKs, an M4A1S, a FAMAS in the mix, the SMG in the hands, but boatload of utility to corral these pistols and keep them at bay.
Well, Max is running up. We'll check the half wall. Good bit of control established early, but the flash play can set Stewie out. He actually dry peeks into the Tech 9.
It's going to plonk right on the head right there. A Max down to 61 points of health, but they do have this banana control early. U2 is the biggest issue, so they need to find frags. More nade damage done. David's going to take the lion's share of that. DGT just a lick to the dome as he's going to find himself still pretty healthy. But with this light U2, there's very few options, right? Right now they could go for a long smoke, they could go for a moto smoke and try and explode on towards A, but that's going to be the territory of Breeze. He's going to lock down this pit position every day of the week. Oh, Library and Archsway, they're going to wrap. It's not the best for the pistols.
Oh, just the util damage coming out right now for EG, softening them up. Cirque has taken 1, David down. There's some damage deployed through that smoke as well. 50 seconds as Automatic now drags himself back into CT spawn. He wants to stop this push forward.
Mid to B with only pistols here. You have to hope that the rotation's lazy.
Automatic's got the timing as well, just as they were holding. They look away. Automatic goes in, sweeps up 3, and Stewie has the extremity. 9 rounds now for EG, ready to tie things up.
Okay, well handled there. And I thought it was an arch and a library smoke. It was just the mid-long smoke right there to try and force those rotations into an awkward position. Made it a little bit awkward, but it's just the pistols. And unless you're quick, right, what you want to happen there is when you do that is that the B rotator is already in speedway. So when you're coming through arch, you get a fight. If you don't get a fight and you find yourself here, well, the rivals are going to have all the advantage in the world. So easily handled right there, and it's just a one-round ball game right now as EG will definitely be able to secure that. This would be one of the worst rounds of Counter-Strike you could ever lose, just against 5 Glocks on the other side, so I don't see that one happening. A couple of chunky nades over to the feet of David as he wants to mantle on up, and starting to steady the ship now, EG. This is where they should do their best work. The CT side, Inferno, their map choice, Overpass waiting in the wings. And Automatic's even got the opener.
I think 9Z's chance in the second half was that gun round they were able to find, and the fact that they lost to the Eagles probably threw away a significant chance here for 9Z.
Well, it was never going to be easy for this T-half, and now it's just gotten infinitely harder, right? Because of that, they could have likely gotten themselves up to 12 rounds.
Yeah.
Which would have meant still have to find 4 gun rounds, or maybe a couple of gun rounds and a couple of low buys from EG, but it would have still been difficult. Now, it feels like almost the impossible. And I know the scoreline's tied at 10-10, but it isn't going to be easy for 9Z here whatsoever.
Once EG get onto the CT side, this is where you kind of get split up into 2 little teams, right?
Exactly.
You got the B players, the A players. You become 2 rosters in a way. You communicate together. It just becomes a hive mind of 2 teams rather than just the one.
And they have Cirque and Breeze as like Cirque will be the long player, and then they have Breeze as the pit player. Rush gets to be a little bit more flex, right? He gets to go help out B early and then come back and bolster any of the A defense. You can actually see him on the radar right now, rotating over towards long. And Cirque is retaining this mid control. So I'll flash forward, swing, and nothing spotted. So it's information at least, but very early info coming on through. They will play behind the mid smoke. They're not worried about any impending doom of a fast A play. Automatic can set Stewie up here for a flash and go. Retake utility, and this is the deepest set. See the halfway molly drop the flash as well, and Stewie retaining a lot of control, but the MP9 not really the weapon for the job. Burnt forward, flashback, fight good, and well, Stewie and Automatic combined for 2.
Yeah, that's a great start to the round here for EG. Rifle going through for Lucan. It's just 1 as Automatic trades it out. And this is the draw that's going to be scary to try and crack open in this B side. Automatic and Stu playing together. Good synergy that.
I'm just curious as to where these openings in space are going to come from for 9Z, because Lucan, as the AWP player, right, if he brings out a rifle and has to do more gritty work in that fashion, fair enough. If he tries to do it on the AWP, I think he'll just get stifled with utility time and time again. You can turn your attention to DGT, who had a good first half as well. He's got 19 kills to his name. But this would be a great time for the likes of David and Rox, 2 of the lower fraggers on the team, to start coming alive here if they wanted to get this one done in 2. David walking into B.
The people with CT dry, and Cirque will happily collect his skull. Now just DGT left the banana. 10 seconds here to save.
And this is something they did a lot on Nuke, was retaining weaponry. So there was a round on Nuke within the early stages where they saved an AK and a Deagle on Lucan. Lucan dropped the Deagle across, David got a big headshot, and then Lucan killed the final 4 against a buy from EG. So this is potentially something they can try and operate with here, but it's not going to be as easy for them to get that space. They really need to hope that when they push through a smoke with a flash, or they set each other up for a bit of a combo, that they're able to get a couple of openings, because otherwise I feel this point for EG is where their fundamentals will come into play.
I don't know how Stewie's playing with sleeves, man. I don't know how anybody does that.
Maybe he's used to it.
Yeah, it's crazy. It always feels...
he likes the drag.
Yeah, it just feels uncomfortable, but impressive. But 9Z, AK out, investment here. Nades again from EG. This has been a detail that's just been so good since they got over in the second half. These nades have been incredible.
Yeah, looking for any early damage they possibly can. Another silent adjustment here up in towards the window room. At least that's something to work with. No smoke top mid. Long is now denied as far as vision goes. Up short very quickly here.
This is explosive.
Very quickly.
9Z running into the side, Rush holding, and boy, his teammates have gone down, and so is he. Now Cirque pushes forward. He's trying to get something done, but Rox is on the flank, and now Automatic chipping in. That's a quick rotation from him, but still 9Z with a bomb down. 2v2, Stewie and Automatic making that rotation back. Certainly should still have a chance at this, but just a flash to get back in.
This has to be more on David here. DGT is too low, and they're doubling up.
Oh, they're doubling up indeed, but now they need to be careful because they're slipping on by. Stewie just creeps on by, head down, and oh, so well played. Stewie takes down 2, and just creeping below that box. They've been caught by that a couple of times now.
The thing is right there, the conversation that they had was, I am the low player, let me take the first traction. So then you change in the middle of the site in a 2-on-2 when you know that both players are close. That right there is inexperience from 9Z showing, right? It's the right call to make, but not at that moment, right?
Yes.
What are you expecting them just to give you time to set on up and allow you to establish into the bomb site here? Like, Stewie catches that back pedal at multiple moments there, so really easy on the retake, and a timeout now called for 9Z. I think the biggest positive there was it was merely the saved AK with some light upgrades, right? So if you're going to be looking at 9Z for anything, it was a good attempt with a lower buy. But now they need to turn that lower buy into a big buy and around, most likely. Here you can see it's almost one-way traffic here on the CT side of things for EG, almost complete blue.
And that happens off
round,
that Deagle round, right, where we've seen 9Z have an opportunity, but EG have snatched control of this. A little quicker play there. I've seen some weaknesses.
Yeah, and EG, if you take a quick look at the right-hand side as far as the finances go, we can take a bit of inventory right here. It's 7.7 for Cirque, the AWPer. That's great. Everybody else with over the 5K mark. There is a buy in the next round no matter what happens to EG here. There's no dramas right now in that department.
A lot of utility deployed early here for EG to establish some control down Banana. So coming back now for 9Z, but Stewie's just holding car. He's just happily taking those fights for the meantime.
Yeah, well, they're through. Ooh, Max is spotted here. It's enough of a presence shown to make them drop all the way back. Automatic will be rounding the corner over towards Coffin. Stewie staying over towards CT for now. Still worried about any aggressions of 9Z. You can see that confirmed by the type of spam. There is the deeper smoke towards the logs position and the half wall. Oh, never mind. It's the half wall smoke with the close incendiary. That's a nifty little lineup there from Automatic. And they think that's enough. It's enough to send them towards A, is the belief of EG here. DGT lurking through the apartments. We'll have a fight on the other side against Breeze as he sets up this lurk smoke. And this is something that Breeze has played around with more than enough. He plays this role on the T side, so he should be prepared for what is coming their way. It's a 4-man A-Lean right now at EG. They have the Dukes in the right place to shut this down.
Cirque goes out, quick peek, takes down Max. Rush elsewhere, happily collecting the second kill of play, and now we're down to 28 seconds, and 9Z trying to lose significant forces and far too quickly at that. Rush is going to be forced into the open, swing out from David, it's good. Oh, gets back, it's actually looking and hits that shot, but now they charge forward into the site. They still have to clear out Automatic, and remember, Breeze up on the balcony, and it is easy for Breezy.
Beautiful stuff, and as we expect now, the game has just changed, right? The flow of the game has changed. I think there was an intense period. We can only highlight it so much. It was that third round of this second half, and now I think EG will close with ease. This is the confidence they should be looking for to go into Overpass, the third map of play here. And good stuff from Cirque. You can see Rush there finding out the frags with the low smoke. You know that that's the most likely play possible, so just with some shots through to confirm it. And Breeze the safety net to finish things off. Back down to the low buy here from 9Z. Pistols, MAC-10s. Really not a whole lot for them to operate with, and doesn't get any easier from this point forward. This time playing more passively over towards the B bomb site. Stewie and Automatic are retaining their utility. If an execute does come in, they'll deploy it defensively. And they also have Cirque, who seems like he wants to be on a quick rotation, is playing from the library position. Double nades towards Coffins wouldn't be too bad, would it?
Yeah, nade stack going forward.
You need them to land.
Yes, you do need those nades to land. That certainly would have helped matters out here. Automatic going over the Coffins. One kill for him. Rock's able to reply on his teammate is Stewie. Now the smoke fades away. Cirque is ready. Misses the shot. Could get a little rough here for EG. Automatic still somewhat of a strong position. Rox is trying to peer over the top, and that smoke can start to fade away. Automatic now caught in the open, and the Tech-9 to the kill. Bomb down, EG in a bit of a rough spot.
So much utility for the retake here. If they take their time and talk this one through, they can smoke top Banana, they can Molotov towards the back of the site, the flashes, and then the go. Cirque needs to set his riflers up here to skirmish on in, and then he can come to play. Bomb now almost halfway tick. The conversation needs to come together now.
Well, Rush is going to be setting up utility, right? Molly going through, Flash is about to come on in. Rox is just rocking the world. A couple from the Tech-9, and elsewhere Max finds the follow-up. 11 rounds for 9Z, and it comes out of nowhere. That was the half point. They were saving to buy in this one.
That's insane as well that they decided to retake through Coffins. Was CT smoked there at all?
Yeah, it was, yes.
Okay, so that probably plays into it a lot. It forces them through the one choke point. They must have found that smoke somewhere on one of the bodies.
Yes, so they smoke it down. I was expecting EG to potentially try and send a player up over the boost, but the call was to go through Coffins, everybody, through the ruins. And you can see here, Rock's just having a great time with Tech-9. intelligent play just to wait for bit of the smoke. All final for him, then just drops down and with a distraction from the site. He's easily taking a few more.
There, that smoke must have been from Stewie's body in the back of the site. It had to
be, right?
Because it felt like they'd already used all their utility on the way on in. So, wow, okay. Another round here for 9Z and another one done with light weaponry over towards B. So the only 2 rounds so far that 9Z have won on this T side have been the B bomb site. They need to be able to get it done with the rifles now. The conversation doesn't change for me. That's just another fumble from EG. It doesn't feel like it's the end of the world just yet.
And those are the kind of rounds that if 9Z hadn't dropped the ball, maybe you can force a few mistakes out of EG. Maybe that's enough to get you over, but there is still a lot of buffer zone here for EG to recover with.
Deep smoke, deep nade, light damage. The rally of utility continues over towards Banana here. The deep one here from Stu, and Rox is just copping a lot of it. He even is going to risk his way through the smoke. So he has the space, but he's so low on HP, and he really wants this control here in Banana. They are forcing out so much Banana utility here, and if they go towards A quickly, they know there's 2 feet planted.
And they're running up, Cirque. Goes for the beat down short. Has been good at finding some openings towards the start of the map. Automatic has pushed down Banana. That's really a lot of info.
Mid to B would be nice now, right? And that smoke that they were lining up right there, that could actually enable exactly this. This would be a good time for a mid to B call.
Rush is holding long. They're gonna have to deal with him.
I think they missed their smoke here.
Rush now walks forward.
Yeah,
he gets
they
more
did miss
aggressive.
their smoke.
Rush needs to be careful. They're about to come around the corner. Rush rattling a few bullets. They line up! 3 down. Oh, that is heartbreaking here for 9Z. Rush in one foul swoop removes 3 of the play, and Automatic pushes down to confirm control of the map. It is now done for 9Z in this round.
Under pressure, just not remembering the lineups. It was the same with the execute on towards B they did, where they missed the double nades over towards the Coffin's position, and this is when utility does come back to bite you here. If the plan was to smoke library and then on the fly smoke off towards arch, well, you fumble that completely. If it was to land the smoke mid-long, that one doesn't land either. So either way, a difficult one to stomach here. But if you're 9Z, just turn your attentions back towards B. See if you can win out that fight. See if you can force Stu and Automatic to play passive again and execute, because that has been your only way to success here. 14 now for EG, just 2 more rounds as the North American side looking to recover here. A lot of pressure on this team on your screen. The expectation of the world is on them, right? This is a team of notable names. This is a project right now that I think was touted as saying it was going to save North American Counter-Strike. But right now, they need to save themselves here in the Americas RMR. Beautiful little lineup here. Lines them up, knocks them down. You don't get easier than that for Rush.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking for 9Z there, but we'll see how they find their way back in. Rifles out again. Zerk. Oh, that's the way to open up the round.
Yeah, well, you want to get cheeky behind it and keep dropping those deep nades. One way to deal with that, smokes aren't shields.
Yeah, they're not walls. You can just get tapped through it immediately. All right, some utility going down with Banana. Stewie, a couple of shots here. Not doing a good job, I think, right now. Stewie and Automatic applying too much pressure on the Banana. We'll see how 9Z deal with that. Still leaning mainly towards A.
A is kind of open right now. You can see it's 2 players long, and on the rotate back in will be Automatic. He's being told to get towards the site or the pit right now because we're not watching that at all. And he will do. He tucks himself in over towards Graveyard, so he could play safety net here. He could actually stay completely hidden, Automatic, and allow them to execute. Let the other players take contact first, because we know that teams, when they do their prep, they're looking for names. And Automatic, he's a B holder. You wouldn't expect him here so quickly. So that flash, that's great. Automatic traded out. Nice shot from David. They need to find Breeze.
Oh, Rox follows that. Oh, they do find Breeze. They find him in quick fashion. And just like that, it is Rush alone. 9Z have the site. They have the round.
Should be a save here from Rush.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's the first gun round from 9Z. There's the first, and that right there was unfortunately a death for Cirque through the top mid smoke. He's gotten away with it a bunch, right? He's actually doing the late top mid deep, well, it's the deep top mid smoke, doing it late, not from spawn. He's manufacturing that himself, and then he's trying to nade through to be cheeky with damage. There was also a lot of damage going up Banana, right, through the spam on through. So if EG continue to use these smokes and just stand behind them, and 9Z continue this fashion of spamming on through, then the damage is going to go one way and not the other. But is this part of the recovery right now? It's still difficult to believe in 9Z bringing this back. They're going to need 2 more rounds to just tie things up. right now, residual cash for Breeze, 5.6. Rush will be able to drop if necessary. I think everybody's in a position to buy. Maybe Automatic is the only one who will require a weapon.
He can even get a drop, no problem. So, yeah, it's looking pretty healthy over on the EG side of things money-wise. Even Automatic, he's still over 4K. So, likely get a drop from the teammates by extra nades, have a little bit of residual cash left over. But for 9Z, starting to find a few ways into these rounds. You can see over on the A stream, it looks like Tyler about to be 2-0'd. So that's going to be very intriguing to see how that one pans out.
Sorry, say that again one more time.
Tyler, did they win map 1?
I don't know. I didn't believe what I just heard. There's a very high likelihood that you bang on there, Tinko.
It looked like they were down.
You are bang on.
Yeah,
they lost the first map 16-13. That is insane. Tyloo, what's going on?
Well, the Mongolians, man. They are underrated for sure. But here we are, back into this matchup for the Americas. EG challenging inside of Banana and Stewie this time. We'll open up the round with a kill through the smoke.
See the tilt of the head of Luke in there? I feel like the conversation when these smokes come up and the spam is going both ways is, boys, just let him spam. Like, what are we gaining from standing behind the smokes?
We're just risking it,
Exactly. It's so silly. It's a fundamental flaw that both of these teams have shown so far within this matchup, and now a 4v5 number disadvantage for 9Z to operate within. They're going back towards A. I know they won the last gun round here, but that was fortunate. Very fortunate.
Automatic and Breeze sitting back in the pit. Breeze
7
under a
HP.
lot of damage, barely alive, but still alive. And that could be the difference maker here. You still have to worry about the pit with the site setup. There should be enough distraction. There should be strong enough. And Automatic, he does not crack. He finds 3, and Breeze will close for EG.
That has to be the last opportunity that 9Z had in this map, Overpass Destin now. And yeah, just getting confirmation for production. It is indeed. The first map went down to IHC. They picked that one up over Tyloo, and the second is 13-10. So a real opportunity. It is the T side of Ancient going on that mainstream. If you want to check the action, twitch.tv/PGL to follow all the goodies. You can also check it out on YouTube if you wanted to watch in 4K. But yeah, that one right there is a bit of an upset. And that what that does is it puts IHC one best of 3 away from qualifying for the major,
yes,
right? They will play the winner of Renegades versus LFO tomorrow. So that right there will be our first team from the Asias locked on in. And then today, the loser of Renegades versus LFO will play the loser of IHC versus Tyloo to be eliminated.
A 4-team tournament where Tyloo doesn't make it to the major, that would seem a little unreasonable.
Bucking the trend. It almost feels like the longest time that it was Tyloo and Renegades making it through the minors and that kind of system. There was once upon a time it was the Mongols and
we got them back.
And Renegades. Yeah, well, we did lose to them. That was a
horrible.
Look, we'd already qualified for the major, mate. You know, it was a matchup for prize money.
Well, Rock swings into top Banana, but Automatic removes him with the HE, so start here for EG looking good.
Yeah, here's the thing as well. I feel like I'm already starting to rap, but for a good reason. 9Z have had opportunities in this game. If you didn't say they had, you haven't been paying attention. The second round, the fact that they convert that and then go forward and fumble, that might haunt them, especially if they end up losing this series. But this is great now if you're Pain. You want this to go 3. You want this to go the distance. You want both of these teams to sweat and struggle their way through. And that's exactly what's happening here as Cirque repositioning now up short. Well, likely to find a couple here as that looks super ready for his position. The dry swing, almost a double there. And we should call this one done.
Yes, absolutely. Looking and Max, I think too many mistakes made throughout this T side for 9Z. Let's see if Looking can get some style points on the way out the door. First kill onto Breeze.
Have a little bit of a boost here. So Monacy with a nice highlight on the interwebs from this position.
Oh,
and,
they fumbled it.
Monacy made the jump. That was the difference, I suppose.
Rush, that Molly's not going to really stress him out too much.
They play that position a lot, haven't they, Graveyard?
Yeah, they have. And with the distraction of Cirque, it's easy to close it up. And so EG will battle back. They will take map 2 and force us to a 3rd, and their major dream's still alive.
Well, either team has a long day ahead of them here, right? Whoever wins this next map of Overpass does go forward to play Pain. And I think right now, if you're 9Z, it's about making sure you keep that front and center. You know you had your opportunities, but you need to put that out the back of your mind now. It's a best of 1 on Overpass for all the marbles. And it's hard to call this one now. I think after map 1, I was still thinking that there was an opportunity for 9Z to get the 2-0 on Inferno just to have that mental game ahead of EG. Yep. But now that EG have bounced back into things, this is where they should go back, as we started map number 1, to the favorite, right? This is the shift again that should come on in. We've been talking plenty about what this means for both of the teams and what it's going to mean at the end of the day. But this one here, if we're going to look at the details, it really, for me, still comes down to that that third round of the second half, right? That's what it really comes down to here. So just not sticking to their guns, because in the first half, it was a 9-6. It was highly contested. It was a back and forth affair. It was a real opportunity. That one there was a little bit awkward. But there were great moments for both teams and an entertaining game at the end of the day. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, look at 9Z. This is a team that have never really been in a position like this before, right? And they're now in a situation where you can see the nerves, you can see the mistakes, a couple of missed lineups, maybe forgetting a few moments, communication. There's a few details that you can definitely see that would translate into nerves. And 9Z now we're heading on to third map, where at the end of the day, one of these teams is going to have a chance to try and go to the major, the other is just out. So a lot of pressure for 9Z. EG, much more experienced roster.
Still baffling that Automatic is the best player
it's crazy, isn't
for
it?
EG. Like that is something that I don't think can be stated enough here. This guy continues to have big performances for the team. Tim Ta, a major winner in his own right, a Valorant player who's come on back to the greener pastures of Counter-Strike here, and he's showing that he's still got that ability.
Yeah, he's doing great, and I love that CT side with him and Stewie, a lot of assertive control down with Banana.
True.
It was great to see out of Automatic, and it's fantastic to see him back to this level. We've seen a couple of days ago even just how clutches he was winning as well for EG, keeping them in it. So definitely good to see that. But now we head over to our final map, Chad. You've set up the context. You know, this is EG. They should be taking the series. In fact, they should have been taking a spot a long time ago, but this is their opportunity now.
Yeah, and they're back in with another crack. So we're going to head to an ad break. We'll be back in no time to bring you Overpass, the third and decider of this series.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
We're heading into the final map, a survival map between 9Z and Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses obviously the anticipated favorite for this one, but 9Z have been putting up a great fight. You've got your notepad out, Chad. What have you got for us?
I got a couple little things here for you. So Overpass is a map that both these teams are okay-ish at.
Okay.
I think when you look at the stats, now this is a bit of a problem because some of the losses that EG have had on this map have been against Na'Vi and Astralis, so they're going to be kind of inflated or underinflated. Breeze is still the second highest rated player for the squad on this map, specifically with Automatic still being the highest. But Breeze right now is at the bottom of the table over the two maps combined. Now, Nuke was rough. Inferno was better. He had his impact there. He needs to step up in a big way here to close this out. And I have some positives. If you are an EG fan, now we were talking about obviously that all the pressure is on them and they should be the favorites to pick up this little gauntlet of a bracket today to grab this 6th spot. They get to start on the CT side of Overpass as the third and final map of play. So they get to try and shut things down on the defense, which is nice. I think that it should be a little bit easier for them to operate there. And I think the other side of things is the rounds that they were losing in the tail end of this game were just the pistols, right? Which it's kind of a positive and a negative at the same time, right? Because as we talk about, it's hard to replicate those type of rounds. So in terms of just the general gun rounds, this is where they were starting to look a little bit better. And this is what we want, right? If EG are just a slow burn, they need the confidence of these type of wins to get themselves back into the mix and being a good team within international Counter-Strike. This is a good place to start. And the conversation that we're trying to have today is about the redemption arc, right?
Yes.
I guess that is the what we can attach. The label of this, if we're doing an anime, if we're making a story, this is the redemption arc. It's not the Ant arc. It's nothing silly like that. But this is a real opportunity now for EG to get the individuals in this team who we know still have the ability. They're not old, right? They're not old. They're not. They need to get back to their form, and they're up against a 9Z who are fighting for their lives here.
I mean, Automatic has just been pretty consistent. I think he's just been incredible so far at this event, farming them. So if you see Breeze return to some consistency, if you get Cirque online being just proficient, this is a good team. This is a solid team, but the problem is you go missing sometimes. And we head into Overpass. We have got the T-sided start for 9Z. They struggled here, but we've got some utility available for this pistol. We've got Rox with a smoke and molly, and for Max it is a smoke and a flash. We'll see what they've got up their sleeve heading into the first round of play.
Yeah, opening kills are a bit of an issue for them, or at least it felt that way. They were getting spammed down through smokes quite consistently there. So the last 3 rounds that they have won here on the T side, which was Inferno, was 1 gun round and 2 low-buy rounds, right? One was the second round force. So a pretty 50-50 round as all things are considered. Now, Automatic out towards long. Let's see how gnarly this USP can be. He's had a couple of bangers.
He did have a ridiculous pistol that they lost on Nuke on the CT side, I remember, but we'll see if Automatic's headshots will land. As 9Z make noise, he now alerted to the bench play. They peek into the open. Automatic immediately to the headshot and goes out again. Spots out a lot of info, but now under a bit of pressure. You want to remove Automatic from the pistol as quickly as possible. You don't want him to be around for the flash. They're waiting for it, but Stewie's helping him out.
Okay, well, the savior here. This combo on B on Inferno continuing to do work. Stewie's grabbed another, and I think this one is falling apart at the seams here. DGT and Max have got a couple back, but Rush will finish him off, and now it is just DGT up close and personal to the front of the side. The Goosh is good. 2 players low now.
DGT definitely competitive with the Glock in the smoke. Rush evading the bullets, dodging, weaving left and right. And Rush is going to drop all the way back to safety, knowing that he can't really afford to get caught. So we can play alongside Cirque. The shoot confirm it. Peek out from Rush. Cirque does the initial damage, softened up, taken out, and the pistol is Evil Geniuses.
The biggest issue right there was the first kill that Automatic gets was onto Rox, who had 2 pieces of utility. You can only get one of those back. And that's if you can even get it back. So whatever strategy they had in mind gets unraveled out the gates here, and not the start that 9-0 were looking for. These T-sided woes set to continue. No plant means most likely no force. 2K across the board here as we do see them go for the save. The monster smoke lined up from Rush here, looking to keep that denied round after round. Very common smoke and a very common molly lands. This will dissuade any early team maneuvers without a smoke, and that's a nice little nade there too. So good protocols early for EG. We want to see them continue to build on this as the game does flush forward. And speaking of flush, Stewie into sewer. Gets a bit mucky around here.
See if he can cover his opponent in some stink. He's going to drop back just as DGT comes out the tunnel.
This really is quite an intense matchup, right? I think that if you look at it from start to finish, the amount of... this is not a format that we've done before, especially in this fashion, right? With only so many slots being available from this region, 6 of which in total. We've already recapped those. Furia first, MIBR second, then you have Complexity, Liquid, and Imperial bringing up those 3 to make it 5. And then the winner of this gauntlet, this little 3-team bracket that we have, It means that 2 best-of-3s have to be played in a day, and that's going to be to the winner of this series. So there's a lot of... But this is it. This is like the last chance qualifier.
You get a lot of chances, I think.
Precisely.
In this format.
Especially with Swiss, right?
So it actually makes it more disappointing if like PG don't make it. You have so many opportunities to do so.
Yeah, and I think the way that they're playing right now, like the tail end there of Inferno and now the start here of Overpass is exactly what you want to expect from this team. Now, I'm going to put it this way, and it might sound a little bit harsh. It's not meant to sound too harsh. People need to make sure they put the correct framing on this. But if you can't be beating teams at this level, then how are we expecting them to be beating some of the best teams in the world, right? And that's no disrespect to 9Z, who are obviously showing glimmers, but they don't have the same level of support. They don't get the free tickets to the Blast events and the ESL events like EG do.
Might just be a good 0-3 for the Pick'ems.
Well, look, I think if EG are able to qualify and then they can start, like they still have a couple of weeks to lead into the challenger stage, right? And as I said, confidence can be contagious. So if they're able to work out what their issues are, if some of their players are having confidence issues, we all have that sometimes.
Especially with the community pressure, but here we are, quite down in the sewer itself. Max
double up!
Yeah, well, he's going to go in for the 1-for-1. Stewie removed, Automatic pulls it back. Oh, that head is meaty. Automatic has to turn though and fight Connector, and he's not going to win the battle against Rocks.
Maybe Shell shocked a little there, because that was a team nade that also tickled him on down. So number advantage now lies for 9Z. DGT and Luke are the two who are going to look to the fragging force on this side of the server. They have plenty of time to work with here and enough space too. 1 minute and 10 on the clock, regathering now. Trading out efficiently can be name of the game. Lucan trying to hold a bit of real estate, making sure that the jump peaks will go punished. Rush now scoops himself up and it's end area. That's a nice $600 little goodie to carry on through in this one. And Malserk leering forward towards the bathrooms. Needs a kill definitely if this round was to continue. Pushing further and further. Might actually catch them on a bit of a timing here, Cirque. Nobody's looking for this right now.
Oh, Cirque, eventually, they will look for the position, but dealing with him is another
So
factor.
much
Rush immediately peeks out, softened up opponent, and now DGT and Lucan into the 2v2. Problem is, 30 seconds. They still have to make their way to the site. Given the position of Rush, he might be able to just get away with one here. Now set up the 1v1. Rush. Oh, starts to look back. The step actually drew his attention back, and they just line up.
Was he getting ready to rotate? Was he trying to play anti-flash? I don't think it matters, really, does it?
No, not really. Maybe he's trying to reposition back to Van or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
But as soon as he went to do that, the step came through and it lured his attention to go back to the angle. But this is that early fight. Automatic getting down and dirty. And a couple of chances here for 9Z, but this, let's be real, this is a bonus for EG, and they picked it up.
Yeah, I really like the re-aggress there from Cirque. When you're that A bathroom defender, if you can find a window to play in, you don't need to stop them from getting into the site completely. You just need to do some damage. So Cirque with great stuff there as they barrel towards the B bomb site. A Heaven smoke lines up here from Max. Getting ready to charge through the monster position. Now Breeze might get caught on a timing here. The smoke deployed, the nose flash ready. They're going to double up on that. Bang, bang, and in they go.
Shot me down, bang, bang, as they continue to run forward is Stewie. The initial kill, stopping the attack forward. You need to, in this kind of play, you need to keep that pace up. You need to try and keep the momentum to get you into the site to put the bomb down. And they might actually be able to do that. There's no one really playing in a position to cancel it out. A couple of spam balls maybe, but the site box is actually covered off the plant. Now look at the smoke. Player inside of it, it's David.
Should be ready for this. They've acknowledged it, yeah.
I mean, you see a smoke down like that, you have to consider the pistol might be inside of it. Now DGT, well, left towards short. EG, not yet on the defuse. A couple of bullets now rattling through, and someone should get on that defuse in just a moment.
He's trying to reposition to come around and take the fight from elsewhere here, but the round is over. No way back in. Bomb defused, 4-0 star. An easy stuff, right? They play a bit more of a passive stance. They don't want to lose out to those pistols who are cascading through the monster position. Trying to run them on down and scoop up those rifles to go for a bit of aim map. So well handled there from EG. No dramas as we continue to see this team piece it together right in front of our very eyes. This is good stuff here from Stewie. The biggest problem right there was obviously the losing of the bomb site, which gave over the plant. But it's not the end of the world. The buy back out from 9Z and the AWP into the hands of Lucan. So big greens on either side of the server. What's the approach going to be? You can see the molly towards the short position to hold anybody at bay. That lovely little move again there from Cirque. No incendiary this time. They're pushing fast.
I love that. David goes up in towards party. Max gonna smoke front bath the old-fashioned way.
Nothing but net on that type of a nade from Cirque, isn't it?
It's just beautiful, isn't it? That takes a lot of practice. I probably couldn't master it.
They make it look very easy.
It's not.
That looks like to get it right on the cusp and everything that it could clip on right there. But making their way up through the underpass, so calling this clear if they do want to pivot back. Now, Cirque, he was on his lonesome. Automatic coming to join the party, coming to back this up. Shadow spotted, Cirque gets the kill onto Max, and now he just needs to get on out. He's got the Usher, the bodyguard of Automatic, to guide the light back into the site. And a great looking setup here for EG. This is looking very good now. This is what we're hoping the team were able to put on down, and they have to do this again in another series, even if they pick this one up here today. Pain will likely pick Vertigo into them again.
Yeah, I think so. And Pain are a difficult team to play against. But I think once you've played them once,
yeah,
I think you start to see some of the gimmicks that worked. And if you do a little bit of a review, maybe you can cancel out Nightdawn, who seemed pretty linear in some of his positions. So we'll see how that pans out. But oh my god, okay. Roxen looking just like that. 2 kills to open up the round. Rush now looking in to sweep up Rox. He will get taken out because of the wide swing, and Looking will happily collect that kill. Now Stewie rushing his way back out, but it's him and Breeze left with 15 seconds left. Actually, that bomb needs to go down. And DGT deployed Atlantic. Stewie now moves forward from Bank. Breeze making no secret about where he's coming from to set up distraction. And they're finding kills. It's just one left. It's DGT in the 1 versus 2. He's taken down Stewie, but now he still needs Breeze. He holds in the dice box. Shot will land. It's DGT down to 23. The rifle switched out to DGT is just biding his time, and Breeze comes in to sweep it up. That looked like a round. It was a lock-in for 9Z, but somehow, someway, Breeze and Stewie make it happen.
And finally, some smiles on all the faces over there for EG. A great little retake, a great 2-on-3 scenario. And you can see their rush. You're going to get it back from Lucan's POV, I'm sure. He's stepping out in a flash for this, right? So he's actually trying to do the right play. He's waiting for the util to come through. So it's not like a terrible peak by any means. Another key factor there, the kill onto Lucan, who was on the truck. He was the one initially softened up by that Cirque nade. You can see that in the kill feed there with the assist. So it was the Famous against that player. If it was the M4, right, then yeah, no dramas. But the Famous, you never know where some of those bullets land. So that softened up damage actually paying dividends late round. Back into the buy for 9Z. The plan good, the max loss bonus better. Bullets through to try and stall them out for a monster play. And you need to play anti-flashes, Breeze. These pop and goes can come at any moment. It's hard to read when you're on the other side, but a powerful position to be retained on the right-hand side. Crawling for a little bit of space over towards A is Rox. He has David not too far behind, who's been dealt with dealing with long. And Stewie loves the push on out in towards the sewer. It's not too common these days, right? Especially with Gambit, who are one of the best teams on Overpass for a while. They would always just lock down Monster, right? Nafany would play in Swing. He'd play over towards Graffiti a little bit more. But Stewie likes to be this more aggressive player over towards the sewer position when some players might not be expecting exactly that. Now, Rush is playing as a helper. He can help either Stewie with a flash over towards sewer or Breeze if he needs it towards Monster. Flashing forward enables a peek and has more utility to dispense. Blinded. Oh, problems.
Oh, that is beautiful from DGT, but Stewie's actually traded that position back, so he can watch the cross and follow-up players. They still need to regain control of Monster as they go forward. Stewie,
I don't think they're going to clear this.
Oh yeah, he has a chance here to maybe drop one. Yeah, he will. Second chance, maybe. Orp will miss. Now Rush tested in the sight, bomb down and loose damage done onto the second, and Stewie is falling back very quickly.
DGT!
He's having an absolute brilliant round, isn't he? He's just killing everybody.
3 kills so far. Bomb will get planted. It's another retake situation. We've already seen the 2-on-3 go against that of 9Z. Will EG try again? They will. Automatic takes down the hero of the round. 2-on-2.
Rox is ready for a potential flank around the other side, but Automatic and Cirque taking up position.
They're going to boost you on the sandbag. You can see the conversation already starting to wear on through.
Automatic clears down below. Boost has come in. Now 2 players need to cross to the side. Rox is in a good position. Actually gets the lineup of both. Cirque and Automatic locked out, and finally around on the board for 9Z.
Okay, well, they're able to grab one back here, and it's done enough here to shatter the economy of most of the players on the EG side of things. Stewie, Automatic, and Rush outside of the position to buy, but Cirque definitely can, and Breeze the same. So I think a timeout will be called here. A DGT with a couple of absolute scorches of shots there to make this one interesting, and Rox with a double up over the top. Well done, well handled, and getting fired up. They've got their first here on this T side. Now Breeze has enough money to get himself Kevlar, drop a Famous, buy an M4 as well. Cirque can get out the AWP, and Rush and Automatic are going to have to operate with something a little bit on the lighter side, but it will be a buy nonetheless. So the economic warfare between both teams is about to heat on up. And you can see over there, 19-16, a 2-0. IHC taking down Tai Lu.
Incredible. And I was sitting in the green room in the middle of this, and I went into Blood, and I said, you know, it's the classic Tai Lu story, because they were beginning to pull that comeback, and they did not close it. So the Mongolians taking down Tai Lu, maybe a bit of usurp of the crown over there on the Asian side of things.
Yeah, they do have Renegades taking on LFO coming up next. That's two Aussie teams going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, Renegades have had a bit of time here in Europe as well, so that's going to be interesting to see that one pan out. But back here in the Americas, EG needs to try and reply. It's not the best buy here, Chad. Look at that.
No, it's definitely a little bit brittle. MP9 for automatic and two Famouses alongside this. Yuta was also a little bit light on with some of the names, but they do have a kit, so that's going to go a long way if they want to continue with these retake scenarios here. But more of a passive stance on the B-bomb site. I think Breeze is thinking better of playing right side Monster. It's already come back to bite him in the ass once. As I mentioned, a very powerful position, but if you can get isolated like that where you don't have a player playing close wood, it becomes extremely difficult. So they're going to call that clear again, and this means a lot more pressure can be applied. The bullets come through, they rattle on off, they now know that the space was taken, and they're turning their attentions to try a boost. So
oh, no one's looking for it.
This is good comms right now. They're understanding where the players were set up.
Oh! Lucan nearly gets to the chance, but now DGT goes over the boost and will eventually find his reward from it. Stewie 2K taken out, and now we have to look to 43 seconds on that timer. 9Z have the advantage, but I like the setup we've got in mid here for EG.
As long as Cirque doesn't rotate back, it's going to be a dry swing. The shot just missed.
He hits the shot, but not enough damage done to take the kill. It was through the clipping of the divider, and now Automatic starts to wrap around the back here. The utility
Great weapon for the job.
But they turn. The trigger discipline perhaps could have come around for a couple more, but just taking that one, Cirque eventually will get his kill. It's Max that goes down, and Cirque now drops back because they've got Breeze in the flank. They've also got one inside of the site. The damage is being done, and Rush is set up with the easy kills. Not enough time to win the round. Lucan has to save the AWP.
Wow, that one really got out of control there, didn't it? And it felt like Automatic, as you were mentioning, should have been good for a couple of more. One, apparently enough here, as damage was done from Cirque. Breeze there gets a dink, and Rush actually picks up both of them. So the assists are coming through in buckets and spades. But that B-bomb site feels so small, right? You understand how all this all works on through. So they walk through Monster, they call close right clear, which already limits the amount of positions the CTs can be in. They then have one player come on the boost like this, as well as the pressure from Lucan's AWP coming up short, right? So if they're not playing aggressively behind that pillar, they're not playing towards barrel, then you would have known it was a passive setup on towards the site. And you feel that they have enough to make this one work, but 9Z, bit of a red face after that one. They can buy back in, but for how much longer? The max loss zone is sure. The plants need to continue coming their way. No secret of Breeze's position as he spams on through.
9Z have been getting a lot of control towards B, right? There hasn't really been too many challenges in towards water here for EG.
They're playing a retake setup here, Dinko.
Yeah, they're letting them come towards the site.
They did this against pistols before and it was nice, but rifles are out. Here we go.
They're charging up short. Rush can be held back still. While blinded, able to take a headshot. Rocks removed. So advantage sides of EG. Now flash play again. Allows maybe a boost and some re-aggression as Breeze has actually got himself down into the water pit. Rush with the elevated position can watch the smoke walk. And David might just go down to Rush, but Lucan actually got the angle. Oh, the second is perfect. Lucan removes the head of Cirque, and now, well, we're looking at 9Z in the favorable position. Breeze and Stewie now moving forward, but it's Automatic with a danger play. He goes through, and Connector will not result in the kill. Stewie now alone.
Here.
He just holds it. He just sticks it.
Wait, he has a kid. He has a kid.
Around. Lucan's gone in.
Oh my God!
He misses the shot. It's a disaster. Stewie just holds it. And the shot goes over the top of his head.
Oh my Lord.
Oh, that is such a nightmare, Chad. That should have been a kill. That was the round. Stewie just gets on the defuse and 9Z.
Ouch.
That's a round where you just kick yourself, but you have to somewhat just forget about it.
Oh, I looked at the HUD, I didn't see the kid, then I took a second glance, and I'm like, wait, hold up, and the miss as well. Oh, no. You can't be too happy about that one if you're EG, because you got through by the skin of your teeth, but you'll take it. You'll definitely take it. Oh, in such a pressure game, in such an important round. Oh dear.
Stewie the diffuse criminal on that one.
That one really, really sucks. Oh, you can just feel that it's going to hurt because we know how hard it was for them to find opportunities in Inferno's T-half, right? Yeah. Well, that's a nice one there from Max.
Oh, he's aware that the possible setup could be the second player long. He does take a peek, but Automatic is actually playing behind the stone, so we'll pop his head up.
Should take this fight. Oh, he's
this is a bit... Oh, this might get more than that, though, Chad, if he gets
could
around the back.
It's a timing situation here.
Risk versus reward here for Automatic. Oh, he spotted him looking the wrong way. It's 1, it's 2, and Automatic's play will work out for a double.
Rush has gone down on the site here, so they know that they're locked in right now. 9Z need to continue forward. They have this space. You can see the bank smoke, the drop-down smoke in play. The molly is great too. The truck plant coming on through. And now there's 2 on the flank. It's high alert right here for 9Z. They need this one. They can break EG right here.
And Breeze coming up again from this position. Has often been able to find one. It comes down to timing, whether or not looking. It's going to be at the right position to deal with Breeze, who's now coming up in towards his cross. And the ops looking the wrong way, but Flicks still takes down Breeze. And now Max holding for the back extension. And now Automatic left in the 1 versus 2. Rattling shots past him. Time starting to tick here. Automatic tries to force the fight onto the stairway, and Max hits the headshot. So, yes, a disaster in the last round, a bit of a nightmare, but they pull it back again. And you can see the money was in such a bad spot for EG.
Yeah, well, because everybody went down in the round that Stu won, they're now bankrupt. So that one is actually going to have echoes into the future rounds here because they will force off the back of this. Now, the issue I have with this is having Breeze come up behind as well. They already knew that Automatic was in the backline. So if you know that Automatic is in the backline, let him play first. But I think the fact that Automatic made it all the way up long and didn't find any traction, at that point, Breeze is like, well, I need to get stuck into this, right? I think it was time that was the biggest issue as part of that. Because if he had waited for Automatic to take contact first, then maybe they don't consider a second man. They start looking to the different choke points, and everything could have fallen into place right there. But 7-2.
Okay,
that's a lovely shot. He's even going to, I was going to say stand and deliver a second right there, but understanding that the number advantage in a low buy situation means an awful lot, he will get on out of dodge.
He's got Automatic in bathrooms as well here, playing from long side. Deagle in hand of Automatic. Well, this could certainly find some success, and it will. Looking the wrong way, Max doesn't even think about the bathrooms.
Yeah, curious there not to even consider that. He might
get another chance here for Automatic. Double up, and he will. Body shot this time.
If they just win this one back as easily as you like, right? Automatic's hard work in the previous will come to fruition, but these are the 2 you want alive, Lucan and DGT. Breeze going to push forward here, cut off any potential rotations the long way round. Have the swing back on over. Stu making sure he doesn't give up any sound cues. They don't know how far forward on A they can be right now. And still, with the kills that have come on through, none of the guns have been scooped up. The only player who'll be able to get their hands on it is this man right here, Breeze. If he comes around the back lines, he can find them something. Jump peak spotted, 30 seconds.
Cirque can draw attention away from the car players, so this could work out again for Cirque. He set up the distraction long before. If he can just get that early info onto him, he can lock him in on his sight. Now that softens them up and allows Rush to be the element of surprise. Not only that, but puts P250 in a point of contest. It's 1 for Rush. Now looking moves on the other side of Dice, and he has separated the fight, but 9 seconds. 9 seconds to look at it. He's found the look back. Now goes for the clutch, but Stewie will best him on the pistol.
Oh, jeez, it's getting tight out here. What a close round. It started fantastically well. It started so well for EG, and it comes down to a one-on-one. Wow.
It's getting messy.
Whoa, this is the type of Counter-Strike you want to see in play right here. Timeout called for 9Z. They're first in this 3rd map of play, and this is how it kicked off. A nice easy one, untradeable. Automatic getting away with so much here. 2 one-on-one fights with a Deagle, 1 where nobody was looking his way. Tag comes in. They go for the fake plant. Lucan really trying to draw them forward. He does, right? A great kill here from Rush, but then it starts to fall apart. It starts to fall apart at the seams right here. Frag comes in for Lucan. He's able to get this push on. Breeze coming around the corner, and then Stewie, the final man standing, the in-game leader of this one, has to get him across the line. Well, staying alive for EG. Remember, that was a very heavy investment. The money is still teetering. Seesaw, back and forth we go. Neither team being able to force the other down to a breaking point.
Oh, the boost being assembled, and it's quickly disassembled. You don't want to commit to that if you flush your lines early. You kind of missed that opportunity. lose a lot of map control committing to that, so they have to disperse.
At least with the positive side is they didn't give up that they were in that setup. Like when you do that setup and you take the AWP shot and it misses, and they now know, then the CTs can either get some spring in their step, understanding exactly what you're throwing their way. So this isn't the end of the world. They still get to operate here with quite a B-heavy lean early. A barrel molly deployed, a flash on through, and that just draws out another smoke here. So the utility game is what 9Z are playing here. They still have a bucket load left over on Lucan. Smoke, 2 flashes, a molly. Another smoke in the hands of Rox and Max.
Seems to be a battle going on.
Is someone dying outside right
Chad,
now?
I'm so glad we have an airlocked room because there might actually be an invasion of the
Zombie
studio.
apocalypse out there or something going on.
I wonder who that is.
I think it could be Harry getting murdered.
Either that or Maui.
R.I.P. Harry.
Oh, we're gonna get an update on that and see who's
dead.
Yeah, who's dead. Hopefully no one. Hopefully just seriously maimed, injured, or whatever. But hopefully everything's all good. But 30 seconds left. DGT came through with a headshot. Breeze out of play.
Well, 4v5 retake on the B bomb site, and the CTs are, well, under the pump. How do you get these 2 players out, even if you wanted to save?
Helicopter extraction.
Maybe we need some form of teleportation, because they're taking the fight, they're taking the swing. Stewie now trying to go forward. Rush has gotten a kill. They're into this one.
Yeah, well, all for looking close to the shot.
Late.
Won't land. DGT holds down, and now Stewie swinging wide. The mass is good for 1. Automatic follows up.
He's defusing.
He's so quick, and the defuse being held. He's holding it, and sticking it, and off he comes. Rush. Not enough time. Surely not.
Oh my God.
So close. And that is so close again, chat. These rounds. You see Max at the celebration. These rounds are coming so damn close, but you said it. It's lit.
Wow, that retake. I didn't think it was coming in at all. That is insanity. I thought they were just going to hang those 2 players out to try and go, look, we'll hold on to the guns we have, but they do battle back in. And the defuse is getting stuck. Rush is only on 7 HP, I think, while defusing this bomb. So he's the only one with the kit. He's already the one on low HP. Protect the president. Sure, they do it. He has to get off it to keep himself alive. And oh my God. Jeez, so close right there. Well, the issue with the T rounds, have they done enough work? They do take another timeout. They do try and have a conversation about this. It's likely EG forced buy in again, and the buy is reflecting exactly that. But if these rounds continue like this, then 9-0 are actually going to walk away with a pretty respectable half. I think if they get 5 rounds off of this, it's not bad. It is not bad for their tournament life, for their major life. Wow, EG. You feel like they've done enough work on the force, and then the guns come out, and they just can't hold on. No AWP for Lucan now. Neither team with an AWP. It's a scout. It's the only scope.
Automatic. It's got the 5-7. Stewie moving his way in towards water with the P250. We have got now 9Z walking up connected. Rock's task is swinging open that door. Stewie knows that now. Will he be able to get away with a passive play down here? No one yet peeking, no one extending.
One of the issues is a lot of these rounds have been quite late for 9Z, and against pistols, if they can stay alive or grab a couple of scout tags here, then it is going to be problematic, right? It is going to be very problematic.
Money's not that great either, so you kind of want to keep this as clean as possible.
Yeah, and that's why I think that these force buy wars might just continue for a little while longer. So we are in the sub 1 minute mark, and they've at least made a couple of steps noted over towards A, but take a look at the stance from EG. It's passive. Cirque's in the site, he's jump spotting, he's looking for any info. County has the buddy system of automatic with that snapping turtle. Stewie noted if he gets away with his life here, this could be miraculous. Stewie with 1, 4 coming his way. He goes on down. David's taken down Rush, and into B they go.
Yeah, well, Breeze holding towards short 5-7, swings and looking will beat him out. So 30 seconds remain. It's 9Z now make their way to the side. Automatic quickly replied to after his initial kill, and Cirque not really in a position to contest.
He has to consider the save here, and it's not a weapon that you necessarily want to be holding on to, but it's better than having nothing into the next round of play. Remember, they force sport in to try and contest against 9Z, and well, you said they want to keep it pretty clean. I think that they'll be happy to walk away with 3 rifles here. Cirque would love to get his hands on something a little bit more potent, but they would have to push on in and give up their life for him to scoop up an extra rifle. The scout might be the best that EG have to boast in the next round of play. So 4 rounds now. There's still an opportunity to get an 8-7 half. It would be very unlikely. It would mean that we need the rest consecutively for 9Z, but it is possible.
With how messy it's been, it really feels like that would be very difficult, right? But absolutely possible. And I'm loving Lukin's performance right now. If he can get the AWP in his hands again at some point, that could be great. The amount of impact he's finding, even in those post plants, right? There's 2 kills that he gets into that round that's barely lost by EG. Those shots he's finding are just incredibly quick. So I want to see some impact with that, but he is a proficient player on the rifle.
Yeah, and once we get him onto the CT side, right?
That's where he does his best work,
and
right?
he's had 2 really good maps in a row, and if he continues the performance here, you know, he might take over DG as the highest rated player for the team so far in the tournament in one of their most important games. Now, whoever wins this, if you are just joining us, has the most important game coming up next against Pain. The loser of this will be sent packing and will not be in attendance at the PGL Antwerp Major, and that's a tag. This is what we need more of. Cirque needs to right now show some confidence, show some pizzazz, keep on picking, keep on fighting, and he's dead.
Yeah. Nice shot from David. Right to the skull. Breeze has a little go on the scout himself, but David is really not having it this round. He's decided it's done. He takes 3 kills to his long side. Lukin is holding the connector extension from automatic, and that will happen. Rush now going up the ladder.
And that's 5. That is actually quite a good...
Clean 5.
Yeah, a good clean T-half so far. Anything that they can add on top of this will be fantastic work. And executing again. Now, they're in a really good position to get 6 because the buy from EG, it's everybody at just over that 4K mark. Right, and that's going to mean M4 sure AWP will not be seen in this round of play.
This could be a very good round for a quick round, right? They don't have a lot of utility available here for Evil Geniuses, so we'll see how many mollies they can get out.
Yeah, one of the keys, right, when you know that you're, well, I don't think they know that they're not up against an AWP, but if they can identify that early, it's going to make the scaling up towards A much easier, right? You don't need as many flashes to push the AWPers off those cheeky lines. There's that A-Stream update again, in case you guys were worried about it. It was actually IHC picking up the game over Tyloo. That was a 2-0. But this is the 3rd time out here from 9Z on this T-half. And I respect it, because the more T-rounds they can get, the easier it's going to be to have that CT shutout. We do have Renegades versus LFO going on shortly. I believe that they're kicking off soon. I can give you the maps in play. Nuke, Vertigo, and Dust 2. Nuke was picked by LFO, Vertigo was picked by Renegades, and Dust 2 is the 3rd and Decider. So make sure you catch all that action if you're interested in how the Asian RMR will be unfolding. And here we go, here we go. And here's the thing as well, if they grab this round, EG's loss bonus into the next is going to only be at the 2900 mark. So it could be that 8-7.
Absolutely could. And EG, you're going out of that half, not with a lot of momentum on your side mentally. Automatic now in towards top mid. He's aware of Lukin's position. His teammates drop back. Good discipline to allow that first kill.
Yeah, some of the problems for EG in the rounds that they were losing was just a bit too passive in the stance, so they didn't have any info. A great trade back from David here to make things level. The 4-on-4 as Rush goes for a little bit of a look down towards Connector. Has the timing on rocks here because he's not considering the push at this juncture.
Yeah, he's not going to extend too far forward. Now it's actually the play through short side. DGT has been impeccable. We'll see if he's able to get something done here. Stewie's head no longer attached, and the double to bring down Breeze.
Great smoke here, defensive.
Rush gets aggressive, opens the doorway. Now it's the play into B.
They know where he is.
Certain needed something. Now Rush on the swing. It's Max and Rocks to bring him down. 6 rounds for 9Z. You said they were in a good position for 6. Well, they've got it. Now they're in an even better position for 7 at the half.
Wow, because nothing's saved from EG. So if one player stayed alive, it could have dropped a rifle across at least. I don't think anybody can get an M4 into their hands without a donation coming on through. 2.9, 3.2. The cash is strapped right now for EG. And what a great start. What a great start, but a wobbly middle patch where force buy after force buy, back and forth the rounds when EG not being able to string 2 together. And 9Z steaming for the 7th here. The pit stop of the 4-man not going to land, but it's not going to be a huge issue. They have advantages across the board. The AKs, the utility, their buy is so much better than EG's now, and this can't be it for them, surely. I know we have a whole nother half of play, but imagine 9Z picking this one up. They won out on Nuke. They lost out on Inferno. They had their chances. They are putting EG under the pump. A household name in North American Counter-Strike are feeling the sting of 9Z here today. Representing Uruguay, Argentina, Chile, the coach from Brazil.
Automatic gets cleared. Absolutely destroyed, in fact, by Max.
What pathing as well, right? He goes around the line of sight from that exact position, then doubles back to peer on real close. The opener has come on through. Just need to find themselves 4 more kills for an 8-7 half. A remarkable Overpass T-half here.
45 seconds still to play with for 9Z. Advantage collected. Drop by onto the right side for DGT as Stewie 2K now peeks for info. His weapon's not good enough to compete at the range that Lucan's about to peek him from, so Stewie now dropping back, not playing from that position, instead setting himself up for the flash. The explosion with the flash would allow maybe that MP9 to rattle away with rapid fire. And there it goes. Stewie swings and ends up with 2. So EG pull it back. Now Rox charging up through short. Catches Stewie, looked the wrong way, but his teammate has kept him in it. 2 versus 2. Softened up opponents here for 9Z. 60 HP on Lucan. 35 for Max. 9 seconds left. Lucan is baked and he's pulled him into the fight. Now Cirque, who he knows is down the time. Oh, Cirque hits the shot of the flick up. 9 secured for EG at the half. And at least that 7 will be evaded.
Okay, well, they get it across the line right there. This is a close game. The pistol around the conversion. 9Z are going to level this one up real quick. But EG, they have this buffer. They have to know what this means right now. But this is where the nerves and the frustration and the moment might get the better of a team like 9Z. This is not somewhere that they often find themselves, and they're going up against this team of seasoned veterans. This was the hard clear from Max. It was beautiful. Then it got real chaotic on the side with time being the issue. The Stewie double, the Cirque double, and the round confirmed.
That was the moment, really. Stewie's double kill. I mean, that just ends it all. The fact that he's able to get away with 2 with the MP9 is incredible. EG now, 9-6.
Breeze needs to find his form here on this tier half.
He does.
He's really struggling again. He had a rough game on Nuke, and it wasn't enough for EG. He's having a rough game here again on Overpass, and he's one of these players who we know how good he can be. Mechanically, a bit of a beast.
We'll see if he can get into it here. Lucan peeking down into mid early, spots a couple.
At least 2 or 3 there, right, have been noted. So that's a lot of information out early. There's a 3-man defense right now on the A site for 9Z. Lucan towards divider, players in the upper bathrooms, Max and DGT. A potent combo to lock this one down. If they come into upper bathrooms here, it's going to be a real biff. It's going to be a real brawl for control.
Flash to peek. That's going to blind Max. It won't blind DGT though. He comes away with 1. Max still under pressure and Breeze. That's more like it. A double kill on the pistol. Lucan still pulling it back, but automatic sweeps on in.
Yeah, not flustered right here. That is great from Breeze. We called his name and he immediately delivers. And it's David and Rox, 2 of the weaker performers at the moment for 9Z.
We've seen some big performances from the earlier, so we know they're capable, but this position still utility. There's so much of it left for EG.
Yeah, if they cross their T's and dot their I's, they're going to smoke off the site, but that's not the problem. The problem's bathrooms.
Yeah, bathroom, the flank also coming from connectors, so David playing from the flower bed, going for a peek on out, hasn't been able to line up anything. Now Rox's turn. Spots 1 going to bank.
For this.
They're not thinking about it. Rox is now on the wrap around. Eventually will hit the headshot. Get a little scary for a moment. He knows 1's gone into bank. It's an automatic. He's the player that they have to try and deal with. Cirque peeks out from bank. Automatic still undetected.
Have a kit for this.
Swings now. The headshot for Rox. He can just hold it. He's sticking it through. It doesn't even matter. Rox has hit the headshots. A massive recovery in the pistol for 9Z.
Oh my god, we finally get the impact out of Breeze we're looking for, and then they pull that off. They're not ready for the flank. They're not ready for the around the world maneuver. All the utility was perfect. Bank was smoked. Drop down was smoked. It was everything they wanted. They planted safe side. And they're just not ready for all the leaky holes in this defense of A. That is a huge round for 9Z now.
And this is where 9Z are going to be much more comfortable. On this CT side, this is where we're going to see Lucan start to see what he can do on this CT side. Overpass with the AWP. EG, they've bought back into this. They've got a Galil, they've got AKs. And they've left the bomb in spawn, so they're going back to get that one.
Yeah, they're in no rush here. As you mentioned, those rifles are out. So you want to allow this CT utility to already be deployed, right? The Molotovs, the smokes, the nades, just to get lobbed on out early. Try to sustain as little damage as possible, because as far as the rifle department goes, you compare the pair, it's quite even. Galil, the AKs, they're going to be out on these MP9s if you can avoid the close corridors, right? You send your pistols of Rush and Cirque in first to find that traction. You make sure that you trade efficiently here and you get yourself in for what could be a very important round here for EG. They lose this, it's almost certainly going to be 9Z getting up to a 9-9 scoreline, and they're on the easier side here of the defense. Flash towards long. That sound cue will be noted from range, but look at the setup on your radar. You can see 1 player playing out the divider position. It will be Max. And caretaking right now. Oh, actually floating over towards B. They're actually having Lucan just cheat on over towards B in case it would be an execute that have 4 players there, but it's the wrong call right now. Everybody from EG over towards long. All 5 of them are creeping forward. Rush, the late player through the bathrooms. The other 4 trying to find contact through long here. And this is a great way to enable avoiding those SMGs. A long corridor, lots of fights, and they're in the same avenue of access back-to-back rounds.
Max, no! Turns around and finds Rush. That should have been an easy kill for Rush. That was set up, but Max turns, now looking to find Automatic. Walks right into him. They continue their spray. Nearly walked away with Breezy. And he'll stay up, but now he'll drop back. His teammate doubled up alongside him. DGT goes to the swing, and Cirque and Stewie getting picks, but it's a 1v1. Stewie looking to hold it out. Tap on the defuse. Pressure put up, but David, he's wrapped, he's come off of it. Stewie now confirms that, just about blind time. Just about playing with his foot. Stewie to the headshot. The reply for EG.
Wow, a clutch again from Stewie. He's been good in these dying moments for the team. He's picked up crucial rounds, and that one was a biff, a back and forth affair, stalling them out at bank. Well, no checkings today. Huge stuff right there as EG get up to those double digits. And 9Z, this is the worst place to find yourself in. We had the conversation about this on Inferno when the shoe was on the other foot. And now 9Z have a choice. Do we force buy back in? Do we take a save? Oh dear, they've gone for the save. EG are going to be able to stretch their legs here. They need to keep this one as clean as possible.
There really shouldn't be too many chances here for 9Z, right? You don't even have a P250, so this should be EG taking 11 without really dropping a player.
They're stacked out towards long. You can see 3 through the X-ray on the other side of this wall. Cirque has the buddy system of Breeze.
Flash surely goes around the corner.
Cirque has the bomb, so as long as he doesn't leer out on his lonesome, it should be all right. Some shots on through, and they're starting to push up closer and closer from long here. If they can find the timing, if they can isolate a fight, this might do exactly that. Some damage done, peppering away, chipping towards connector. Here comes the push, Cirque. Not wincing, but can't hit the shot. Should be traded out. Bomb's loose.
How has that happened? How is this happening? We're down into the 2v2. Upgraded weapons. Bomb in their possession. Not like this, EG surely. Rush pulls the kill back. He's now just looking left. He still hasn't upgraded from the USP. Spots one again, now spotted himself and trying his best to get a pick here. Down to 18 HP, he'll stay alive.
Well, Rush gets away. Very fortunate there to do so. A couple of USP shots as he dances through the sky, but still a very costly round. Right now, Automatic doesn't want to move too far away from these dropped rifles, wants to make sure that they can keep everything at least in their possession. As Lucan comes up, they look away. Time is his biggest issue right now, and obviously the HP, so he's not going to be able to win out this round, I don't think.
Yes, walks back into Automatic, but that is a win in the eyes of 9Z, really. I mean, you get 3 kills with nothing, literally nothing invested.
You're going to feel very... Look, I think for 9Z, because of the nature of this game and the situation that unfolds, we can sit here and say, yeah, you know, look, they didn't invest a lot. It was a really good attempt. But they're going to feel like that's a chance that's gone missing.
Fair enough,
right?
Yeah.
So, like, for them at this moment of the game, knowing that they've already had a couple of fumbles, that might just feel like another one. Now, they need to shake themselves out of that. Remember, they used 3 timeouts in the first half. Zach will only have 1 more opportunity to chip on here in the defense. So, if they're unable to convert this round right now, 9Z, this half may quickly slink away. Aggro long, 2 of them just wide swinging.
Yeah, Max is charging down. DGT follows up.
Dry wide swing.
Yeah,
not ready for that
it's mental. It is absolutely mental at EG. They've lost 2 players. Frustrating, I'm sure, for Breeze and Stewie. Automatic looking to pull back some control. Goes through tunnel into water.
Well, the financial ramifications, those USPs will compound now, right? The fact that they took away so many guns in the last round of play. If EG get blanked on this, 9Z keep everybody alive. They get those SMGs and Famas upgraded into something a little bit nicer. That one will have issues rattling forward now. Good weapon for the job here for Lucan.
Oh, peek out. Okay. Good weapon. Automatic looking to pull back. A couple of kills he has. In fact, found one of the edge. He will exactly land where it's intended to.
GT's low. This is doable now.
Yes, it's absolutely doable. Automatic's play forward has gained him some control back into the round, and he's even taking control for the post plan. This is hard now. Max is the player that has to do the heavy lifting.
It's not spreading.
It's not spreading at all. How has Cirque found that? Some divine intervention, creating a safe passage for him to stand in the same spot. DGT comes over the top, an automatic checked shot from Cirque. Now knows exactly where the last player is. Flash out to the right side, and Cirque swings. Double kill for 12.
Wow, what a round to turn away. That was a double kill out long with early aggression right there to set up a 3-on-5 situation. And EG battled back. I mentioned the USPs that compound into the next round to play, assuming 9Z could win, but they can't. They can't. And this is how it kicks off. Immediately, your team gets you 2 big kills. 2 massive frags, and Lucan grabs this one too, and it still falls apart.
Well, you said the USP round maybe felt like a lost opportunity. This one, there's no question. This should have been their round. Automatic pulls it back with a proactive play through the tunnel. Was able to gain so much space and Cirque to close. Great stuff here from EG. 4 rounds away now from victory.
This is their game to lose now. They've done the hard work to get to this point. They've set themselves up for a rematch with Pain. They lost to Pain in the best of ones of the Swiss stage. 16-12 on Vertigo.
And now it's a chance for EG to just put up 13. This is the perfect opportunity to do that. You cannot go down to pistols. They have to be close to doing so, and that will be in the back of their head. Methodical in clearing out these cubbies. They don't want to be caught by any gimmicks.
Yeah, good string of utility here. The double Molotovs and well-timed as well. Will usher them forward for a bit of space. The Cirque and Breeze combo are currently tasked with holding down towards A, and you mentioned not taking any risks. You can see how safe that flash is, the back pedal to grab a different angle. And as they apply all this pressure towards A, they've actually seen enough. They're hoping that it's enough to keep the defense split of 9Z. 3 players currently residing over towards B, and they're all playing around this pillar area. One towards barrel, one on the jiggle of the pillar, and one playing wood. They're walking in. It's about to become an A map here.
Molly going deep. Automatic gets caught, and the 5-7 delivers 2. This has given 9Z an absolute miracle chance. A puncher's chance, perhaps, in round 20, but Stewie looks to try and knock them out. Yeah, it's his way forward up short. Reload on the cross.
20
out
seconds.
Stewie, but he couldn't do anything about it. Now Stewie swinging into the bridge fight. Max and Rocks, it's clean. Not a single kill for EG. And 9Z, there's no celebration because they know it's just an opportunity. It's just a platform back, but that is a round that keeps them within touching distance.
The amount of low buys in this game,
it's ridiculous.
The amount of low buys.
It's ridiculous.
It's so crazy. We had so many out of EG in the first half. The economy game was never able to get leveled on out here. DGT massive max, that was great. Another one through the smoke right there. But this chopping and changing of the finances, EG are the ones in the doldrums right now. They have to take a timeout. Malik needs to chip in because what they found themselves in problematic situation in the middle of the first half was they had those force buys. And remember, that led them down the dark path. It led them down to a path where the first half was very competitive for 9Z. And you want to work out right now what the best decision is. So you have this timeout. You allow Malik to chip in. You have the conversation. Next round, 1900 loss bonus. But you're thinking 9Z's finances aren't there either. If we force here, if we can break them again on a low buy, then we are still in the power position to close this map. But you force here and you lose this, it chops and changes again. The conversation, the dialogue, it's completely different. How will they keep doing this? Whew.
Or EG rather, going to be feeling rough about that. AK's now on every player for 9Z, bar Lucan, who has his big green in hand. Can't say that they haven't had opportunities here, EG. They could have made that life a lot easier for themselves. And now potentially the comeback set for 9Z. This is slow from EG.
It's a bathroom smoke in the hand of Breeze here. He has the Molotov as well to do the combo towards Divider. Run, throw, jump, and away she goes. Last round they threw out this utility and then they went back in towards the stack. This time it looks like they might stick to their guns. A nice little trickle through nade onto the hero AK that's been dropped into the hands of Stu. The in-game leader leading the charge is going to use Rush as that bait. Forward, they accelerate fast, quick, straight into Max. He's got one and done.
Studio will be somewhat happy with that, taking the bathroom's control. It's now EG with just under a minute left.
Shui should give that AK over. He's so low on HP, only 4 points of health, and he wants to do this on his own. He's been good in the clutch, but this is to get them into the bomb site.
Yeah, a little tickle, and Stewie's out. Leading by example. 40 seconds left now. EG, another piece of utility comes in to slow further. Looking, just jump spotting. Looking towards long, considering it. Now rotation. Ooh, it was about to come for David. hasn't been committed to just yet, but 25 seconds. Here come EG. They're heading in towards this A site. Lucan will take down Breeze. Remember, AK's still in the hat of Stewie. Goes to the tap up, and now they're ready for him. That's blinded. It is DG2 happily collecting the kill on Stewie. Swings out, the rifle's good for another, and as you would expect with a weaker buy, EG do topple, and 9Z keep it clean.
Was that a team flash there onto Stu as well?
I think it was, right? It felt like there was nothing came up in the kill feed, so Stewie a little rough. That.
Yeah, okay, well, I don't know where this game's going to go. You try and predict any of these buys, any of these moments, and you're apparently just plastering that caster curse time and time again. You might get to see it here on the way in, so Luca gets this one. And there was a flash that was thrown on now. I noticed that because of the assist of Max, maybe, just maybe, we're getting fooled. Regardless, it doesn't change the fact that likely to see the double digits now, and it looks like we're getting a bit of a French timeout taken here. You can see Stewie doesn't even have his hand on the mouse. They're just
meditating
down, yeah. Maybe just trying to work out what he wants to call next. If this one is clean from 9Z, then they are going to have a bank going forward to have at least back-to-back buys, even in case of a loss, and just jumping around like a bunch of jackrabbits here. EG are hoping that they can force 9Z by time alone to rinse through some of this utility.
Money's good here for 9Z anyway. We'll see if EG can slither the way through potentially a bomb plant out of this round. They are playing the retake setup, so
they're in.
Might get away with the bomb plant. Charge into the side. David and Rox, the bomb now loose, and everybody toppling.
All 5 alive.
Yeah, that's much more like it. Well, 9Z have been pretty good against the pistols.
That's good from Rox and David as well. After that first half, they were the two who were kind of trickling behind the rest of the pack as far as the score went. And then they won that big retake. They won that massive retake, remember, on the pistol round in a 3-on-2 situation. So big thumbs up to them so far within this second half of play. It is DGT and Lucan who are the heroes of this team, continuing to lead the scoreboard. But handled and no plant facilitated here. So that's going to be no AWP for Cirque. A little bit light on in the util department here as well. Secondary drop, that's going to deny any pipe access early. It's a bit of a 2-1-2 as far as the split of the forces go. And Automatic has been good. He's going to quickly slide on in, get himself in this sewer control position for any late scenarios. And Max doesn't find any contact early, but he will momentarily.
Just so easy for Cirque. Max completely overexposed.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting that to be possible, but all it takes is a simple smoke to remove Lucan, who was meant to be your safety net. So
there's no reaction either.
No, a little bit overzealous to stick to your guns in that type of a setup. Now, Incendiary, you did just see it fall off the ledge. I don't know if that one's disappeared for good. If it falls down into that hole...
I think it has. It's
yeah,
gone. It's
you're
gone
not going to
for
get
good.
it back.
Into the void. Big piece of utility to lose.
I'm trying to find it right here.
Maybe he's just gone entirely, Chad.
Did he just get it back, DGT?
Yeah, I think he's got it on his back now.
Okay. Oh, I couldn't find it. Thank
There
God
we go.
he did.
Didn't go into the void and the black hole and into another dimension.
Well, if they stick to this gambly 3-1 setup right now, with 20 seconds left, they have to finish B.
Well, 23 seconds. That's not a lot of time here. Automatic swing into the open. DGT and Rox and David. He's even chiming in. Rush a couple needed, but unfortunately won't be able to do so. And now bomb down. Breeze running back. What can he really hope to pull off here with 10 seconds? Maybe the clutch. Rox now. He's in the fire and he runs right into it. Rox to the headshot. Clotheslines Breeze. And there was a chance there for EG's 13th. That started with the advantage, but ends in a 9-0 round.
And that's crazy, right? Breeze is up on A, trying to sell a fake at 26 seconds. And as he shoots on A, they're already taking contact on B. So the rotation, even if they wanted it to come in, it wasn't possible based off of the timing of that B hit. And by virtue of the loss bonus, by virtue of lack of a plan, it's back down to just these pistols here for EG. The scoreline almost tied up and likely should be after this one unless EG can pull a miracle out of this round. Fast down towards Connector is going to be Rush. Pushing the tempo, pushing the pace, a deep molly through. He's going to secure this quickly. Close corners cleared and it can usher forward his teammates to back him on up. Over towards Spawn. Cirque grabbing something late here. Has a bit of utility remaining and lots for Stewie too. So if they can position themselves perfectly and execute is plausible. The full buy of 9Z. Over towards Long. He will find Max on the jiggle. Lucan posted with that AWP. So A great demonstration here of how passive this setup is, thanks to the observers, allowing you to live in the shoes of 9Z. Now, if this comes Poppy, the fastest rotation point will be that of DGT. He will need to skyrocket over. He has a HE and an incendiary that he just burnt over towards B. If this execute comes now, they need to hold the wolf for the door, otherwise EG can scoop up a couple of guns. That rotation coming back, it might be perfectly timed. The nades are primed, the push not too far off.
Looking, just holding towards the back of the side, smoke fits away in front bathrooms. Max now sent out with a flash. It's going to be good. It's one onto Breeze. Automatic, the second victim of the round. And now these pistols rattling away, trying to find their way into the sights. Stewie Cats landed another. But David trying to catch the cross, stops the plant from coming in. And now just Stewie with a P250 descends into death. 12-12, we're tied up. And that's 5 in a row for 9Z as they now go on fire. This is now looking very rough for EG. They have run out of ideas, it feels. They can't find the answer.
Well, this is where it heats up, right? I think bringing Cirque out onto the AWP is almost a must. Allow your AWP to work if you want to go into the defaults. A timeout called here is going to give both coaches an opportunity to chip on in for this. And I think the questions that you're asking of ideas, this is where Malik needs to be instrumental in this, because you can't just keep running the same plays. I think that if the AWP does come out, it's going to give them a little bit more leeway on how they want to approach their rounds early. They can set Cirque up on a line. They can have him even go to find a fight against Lucan. Because look at the money situation over there on the other side. I'm not reading this incorrectly here. Rox has $13,000. That is a lot of money for him to have. And David also with almost 8K after the full buy coming on through. The rest of the teammates, not the same amount of cash left over. So they need to make sure that if these rounds are close, they're either going to save a couple, make sure that they're in that buy environment, because you don't want to get broken on the CT side this late within a game. But we're about to heat up. There's no more saving out rounds as retakes are about to kick on off, but everything to be left on the line. Survival, a chance to play pain, a chance to grab that major stock is available, but Automatic's down early. A little boost takes down Tim as he pushes through the sewer position, and a 5-on-4 early within this round. If Lucan stays here as well, this hurts even more because he has an AWP. He's going to be less scared to take these fights. He's going to actually be incentivized to push on forward. He's alleviating so much A pressure right now. That will free Max up to rotate over towards B. And speaking of B, there's 3 players set up here ready and raring to go. Anti-Flash. They have a bit of utility left over to help defend against this. Rox has a smoke. Here they come.
The charging through. Oh, this time Stewie and Breeze crack open the initial defense, and that third player finally chips in. But it's not enough. It's absolutely not enough here for 9Z just yet. They go soaring into the side. Yet to plant REG, and this is giving time now for the play up short. Keep eyes on that, because Max has got into position. Held back by the smoke for the time being, so that should allow Cirque to drop back, no problem. And Lucan holding for the overextension. Nothing coming his way. Stewie plays beneath heaven. Cirque deep outside the monster. In the water pit, Rush will be found. And Molly is making things a little uncomfortable. He was burning down to 18. We'll reposition. And now the time is starting to tick. Not a lot of time for this 9Z. They have to go. They have to start going. And Stewie and Cirque, they've shut it out. Lucan can't win this one. Finally, EG have got around on the board. 13-12, they once again take that lead.
I spoke about the finances here. Rox is going to be able to drop a couple, and David's going to be able to do the same. So the buy will come back in here, but that one right there could have gone wrong at so many moments. The fact that they're able to brute force their way in through Monster, it all comes down to timing. It all comes down to timing there. 13-12, so back into those winning ways. 9Z will get one more buy after this, just. As everything is being purchased on up, it looks like we're going to... Oh, maybe not. I thought maybe there would be enough cash in the coffers to go forward here, but the only player with a lot retained is going to be Rox. It's about to get very grim for 9Z. They've done a great job to battle back into this, but EG now just 3 rounds away from securing this rematch, and they're going to take their final timeout. Their final timeout here called, and you can see that slew of 5 consecutive rounds has finally been broken by a bomb set. And by the bomb detonation right there. So that is a difference maker as well in terms of the finances for EG2. Consecutive rounds necessary here for the North American side.
See how they engineer that opportunity. They did lose the first player in the previous round. See if they can stop that from happening this time. Looking going aggressive. into the mid-fight. Doesn't want to commit too far into that angle. If you're too deep, you can often be taken out. Potential boost here on the automatic, but he has got deep enough, so that boost will be rendered ineffective.
Yeah, and he would have heard the spam over the top of him there as well, so at least a bit of an understanding that a boost likely can help piece this puzzle together as far as the setup goes. He needs to be so careful here. There's a flash available for him. That's a good little highlight.
Yeah, it's going to be flash from the lower side to set him up for the peak. But Stewie still gets the kill. Lovely reply from Lukin, but automatic needs to be careful here. David was in a position to potentially take him out, but now it's the call to go. Through Monster they run. Breeze trying to crack open the initial defenders, but hasn't been able to see an opportunity. Automatic also from short. Utility now being set up for EG to allow that safe plant to come in for Cirque. Breeze pushes deeper, using the smoke to give him a wider fight and isolate it into a 1v1. Rox hits the deck, but David's in the same position. Will he fall foul? It is David who gets aggressive, taking matters into his own hands. Breeze and Rush locked out. And now a 2 versus 3. Automatic. Cirque caught by the flash, and now it's just automatic left. David and DGT with the shots. And to the defuse they go to hold it. 13-13, your second consecutive rounds, with EG unable to piece it together.
Wow, that is massive stuff right there. I think as soon as they've realized that Lucan is over towards this A site and they've just taken down Max, the other A defender, they just try and go in towards B, hoping it's drawn a rotation. It hasn't at all. They're still passive. This is a great little combo we saw set up, but Stewie was ahead of the flash, so really good from him. An immediate trade from Lucan here. You think Breeze has done enough with a position like this, but just not accounting for the custom smoke again. David with some massive impact over towards B. And we continue to go back and forth. The plant, EG can buy again. The AWP is out one more time for Cirque. Who's going to buck the trend? We're going all the way.
Quick flash to disallow the early information from Max. They've actually got to cross the playground, no problem here, EG. Might go for the boost over the slide, perhaps.
Well, Max needs to be so careful. Look at the radar. He's on an island. They assume that this barragement of B is going to continue to come their way, right? And it has been the affectionate bomb site for EG. They've liked their chances over there. They've had a crack or two. But this is where the AWP of Cirque could come into play. Because there's no AWP on the other side of that long position, he can post on up, can secure this position and allow the likes of Breeze to work forward with Stewie. Silence then fall rattles through. Forward flash. Upper bathrooms now being taken onto the real estate. Still a minute left on the clock, so plenty of time and plenty of space. Connector under their control. B backyard hasn't been pushed either. Lucan out of the picture. Forces the rotation of DGT back over. It's just 2 rifles to defend on A. But by doing all of this, there's still so much utility left over for Lucan. If he gets into the right position at the right time and a smoke drop towards front bathrooms, 45 seconds.
Oh, Max, he loves to be let off the leash. Goes closer to Divider. He could disrupt this. As soon as they start to throw the smokes, Max is at the ready. Swings! Absolutely swings and gets 1. I thought he was going to go down without a single kill there, but 1 makes the difference. 25. Now the long play for Breeze. It opens up a bit of space, now goes back in for a bit more. Now just dropping back and relying upon the rest of the rifles, but Breeze realizes he needs to do it. Goes forward to the fight. Now the swing up for Rox in the stairway as automatic battles back. Arms shot and Lukin unable to get the kill, but they haven't committed to the plant yet. Lukin, he's under pressure, and automatic fights him, wins it, and 14 for EG.
Wow, stressful scenarios here, time and time again. Nail-biting moments, and Malik, the coach in the background, I don't think he can bloody believe it. This is as close as it's going to get right here.
If EG close this will be the most heartbreaking way for 9Z to go out.
I can't believe Max is he's just stepped out. He's just stepped out in a moment of madness.
He's guaranteed to kill. Surely it's Divider. They run past him. He's peek into the open, man. That's just wild.
Wow. Okay. Well, it's heating up here. 1 round game again by possible to get back in here. Only just is the key. And 9Z, as you mentioned, it would be heartbreak after these maps, after we got Nuke, Inferno, the chances that both of these teams have had. They are able to strap something together. They are able to get that AWP in Lucan's hands, but he gambled incorrectly there. Took it over towards B, and they didn't head back towards that site. So right now, chasing their tail. We got an A-Stream update for you as part of the Asian RMR. It's 2 Aussie teams going toe-to-toe on Nuke, the first map of play, Vertigo, and Dust 2 if required. Renegades versus LFO, you know where to find that one. But we need to finish this one off first. We still have Pain versus the winner of this up next.
Remember the amount of timeouts that have been used up. Overtime a possibility as well.
I think that's everything. All the timeouts have been used now, haven't they?
I believe so.
So, this one, if we do get into the OT that you're
mental.
prefacing here, yeah, it all starts to go a little bit nuts.
I they're going to go for this boost. You mentioned you don't really see this outside of the Americas right now.
We see it almost every game when we do Overpass here, don't we?
Here it is again. Peering down. Could work out here if Automatic is to overstep his mark.
Well, it's going to be very telling that it won't be B, and, well, they've already dismantled it. So, A, the same play. Cirque gets to post up long. Breeze and Stewie work forward into upper bathrooms. They set up, they execute onto the site. And with no... Oh, I was about to say no push. There's 2 players push onto the backyard here. DGT is going to go through T-spawn. He's going to call it clear. They can play 3 players on the A site immediately. The only issue is connector back down. And if Max makes it over quick as you like, there's 45 seconds. This push right here from DGT could be a massive round to level things up again.
We need his teammates to hold, and Lukin can be the reliable player to at least get 1 in the bathrooms, and this will stifle them. This will slow the EG play and make them more susceptible to this flank.
30 seconds, it has to be A now. The bomb's committed to long here. DGT is still coming.
He is still moving forward. Lukin still advanced as well. He can slow further, remove numbers, but it is the long attack from EG. The majority of players going that way as DGT was actually decided to go to the long side of things with the utility being used up, leaving Lukin to deal with the 1 player in bathrooms. Now they force their way forward. Breeze, they all line up. It's a single kill. That is unbelievably strong in the hold for 9Z.
Oh, wow. DGT, we're talking about the impact he could have. The impact was information. The information allowed them to gamble stack that site. It's what also thrust Lukin forward, right? He knows that he has the rest of the team behind him. By his aggression, it might bait them into the site quicker, but time. EG, so late on all of these plays. They're not giving themselves any room for error here. No margin for error at all.
Look at this buy. Look at the money we're going to have to see in just a moment here for EG.
They haven't forced.
They have not invested into this. Just the AK out for rush.
This is like almost handing 15 over right now. This is 9Z's chance to grab 15 first, and then we're destined to play this one out in overtime. All the eggs in the next round basket, unless a miracle moment possible.
Rush leads the charge with the AK in hand. He has to be the hero here for EG. Looking. Position taken is short, spots out Rush, down to 17.
Ooh, he needs to throw that over, give it to Automatic, allow that Kevlar to work on Automatic here as again, Stewie taking space, taking a lot of room right now. He's threaded the needle, he slipped the net, he's made his way up close and personal towards A. A 2-man rotation coming back may have been noted. Lukin on absolute high alert. Stewie's call, Stewie's play here could be absolutely everything for the round. It's so much room that they're not accounting for just yet.
The bomb's coming back. It's coming back up towards A. There's a player in bathrooms that separates them from Stewie. And it's Max. Often can be caught in positions that are compromising. Long big time. Peeks out, immediate headshot, Automatic down.
That's the AK as well. They need to scoop that up. Get that back in the hand speed. Threatening. Max has grabbed another make it 3 for Max. He's shutting this down. 15 now for 9Z as Lukin's taken down Stewie. It's just Cirque.
A single player and of course dead. Max, what a massive round. Just takes everybody down at long. 15-14, 9Z, a single round away from taking evil geniuses out of contention for the major in Antwerp.
And that's crazy. We're just starting to say in contention. EG now need to convert this. They need to do it in overtime. And no matter what happens here, there's still a whole nother best of 3 for both of these teams to play this last round. EG, you're up against the ropes. You're under the pump right now. The pressure was already on. You were the favorites, and now it's just 1 round for 9Z to get this one done, to get this one dusted.
It's quick through water. They're taking some short control of Automatic and Stewie, often the duo that can find some success. Max is let off the leash. He's rapidly racing through connector. Stewie waiting for the overextension. That molly eventually will fade away with a boost.
It's not going to find them anything. They're not in the line of sight right now.
Automatic might go into it, and now EGT under pressure, take it down low. You do not want to fight for this.
Okay, peppering both ways here. DGT on 12, David on 58. The attack towards B, it has to be coming. It has to be coming, and they've read the play. They've got Max here. Stewie's down first.
Stewie out of play. 9Z have the advantage. 15-14. 4 more kills away from taking victory and eliminating EG. Automatic holds for extension. Nothing yet found. Coming back is Breezy. He was positioned towards A, but is now congregating with the rest of his forces.
Max has rotated away here.
Now it's Rocks. The monster play. Rush to the headshot. Down the swing from David. It's worked out for 1. Nearly the second. Finally removed. Rush having a great round here. He has taken a lot of damage, but DGT, he's so low. He's absolutely low, but through the smoke, the kill on Rush. Breeze moving forward, has to deal with DGT, but he's being shot up. He will remove Max. Back to the 2v2 with 24 seconds left. Breeze goes into the site, commits to the plan. DGT's moving forward. DGT's done it! EG are not going to the major. It is 9Z whose dream is still alive.
Oh, the celebration. You can see what that means. It's just one series, but they've taken EG out. They keep their dreams alive. 9Z have done it in 3, 16, 14.
A team that had barely any expectations coming into this event have taken down a side that have so many. The experience. Evil Genius is the team that should be taking this the easiest path perhaps in this competition they've had so far, but their woes will continue. And 9Z, they lost their star player. They lost the player that really made this team exciting with Try, but they bring in Lukin. What a revelation he's been. And 9Z showing us why people should fear them.
They've done it the hard way right there, haven't they? And I talked about, conserving energy, making it a quick series. Just have one more to go. Well, they just expended so much energy in that bloody celebration.
Yes.
You can see what it means to this team, and they get a chance to take on Pain, a chance to go toe-to-toe for the final Americas RMR spot. What a game. What
Absolutely.
a series.
And EG, right, the team that everybody was maybe thinking on paper, right, coming into today, we obviously see they could slip up, but they haven't had the best results. But
look at the score.
Yeah, they had the 5-0 start. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
It's not just that, though. I think it was like 8-2 at one point. It was the middle patch of this Overpass game where 4 Spies came back to bite them in the ass, right? They were keeping it level. They were going toe-to-toe, but it allowed a 9-6 half. And then you go to the pistol round in the second half, a bloody 2-on-3 retake of the A bomb site where they didn't have bank control, they didn't have drop-down control. They're both coming on the flank. So a crazy game of Counter-Strike here. Insane stuff, this game, this match. A lot of decisions, a lot of low buys that were absolutely mental. This is Cirque winning out in a clutch situation there to grab them the 9th round for EG. He's won another clutch here as well. What a game. What a game.
Had everything, really. And for EG now, disappointment for sure, but for 9Z, we now focus their next matchup versus Pain Gaming. A long affair, a very long affair here for 9Z, but they will have 60 minutes. So we have an entire hour to try and reset, focus up, get some refreshments, and rest a little bit before they head into that one.
Massive performance from DGT here as well. He was on low HP from that spam in that final round. He takes that fight against Automatic on the boost, and then he finishes it off.
He gets the kill through the smoke, pushes forward, cleans up the last 2. What an impressive player DGT is, standing tall as the top performer for 9Z.
And David and Rox as well. They had a pretty quiet first half of things, but they turned it around in that second half. They had that 2-on-3 retake on the A site, and then they were under bombardment round after round on that B site. So great stuff from them. A really good team showing here. And if they're able to go up against Pain, who we know have been looking good in patches, right? Other than that 16-1 loss they had on Mirage to Liquid, it's been pretty good for them. So a matchup here for the South Americans. No more North Americans in contention for this one. They are out. The only 2 representations that you're going to have, well, is maybe Twist if FaZe make it through, but obviously Complexity and Liquid. The other ones there, Bad News Bears didn't get through, Party Astronauts and EG. Those 3 names will not be seeing them at the major.
Yeah, disappointment for North America, but South America might have a lot of representatives. They have an opportunity now, 9Z, as they go up against Pain. That'll be coming in an hour's time, so you don't want to miss it. So go get some refreshments, get ready, but we're going to break. And when we come back, in about an hour's time, we'll have that matchup ready for you.
battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Here with the PGL RMR, and we're going to see who from the Americas region is the best at juggling a football. We're playing kick-ups, and we're going to see what Neck is from Pain Gaming is able to do, how much damage.
Okay, let me see. I don't know.
Write in chat how many you think he's going to get. Write in chat. Let's do it. Okay, that was...
Oh, just one chance.
Just one chance, that's it.
Oh,
just
man.
one chance, just one chance. Better luck next time, better luck next time.
Man, I'm sad. I'm really sad.
The pressure was on, the pressure was on.
It's all good, it's all good.
It's okay, next time,
gamer.
next time. All right. I am with Safe from Furia, and we're gonna play
Some embaixadinhas, guys, so let's go.
Oh, 30. That was 30. That was 30. All right, dude. I felt like you could have kept going. I felt like okay. All right, 30. That's where he's setting the bar right now. But that was excellent. Thanks for playing. Appreciate it. All right. Cold's era, and we're gonna be playing keep ups. So we're gonna see how many Cold's able to do. So on you. Oh, okay. Okay. That was, I think you have the record right now. That was like 38. Even some flair too. This guy. Round of applause for this guy. I think that was like 38 or something like that. But thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I am with Dinoco of Sao Caetano. So, all right. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Let's get it. Eight. All right. Good game. Good stuff. You didn't come in last. So. All right. Good stuff. All right. I'm here with Jota from MIBR, and so Jota, let's see how many you can do. I think that was 39, but yeah, good job. Fallen, let's see how many you can do.
Let's go, guys.
One attempt. Here you go. Oh, nine. Not bad. Thanks for playing. All right. Yeah, not bad. I'm here with DJ of Party Astronauts. So far, the lone NA representative here for kick-ups. Let's see how many you can do, DJ.
All right, let's see how many I can do.
Oh, it's okay. Four, right there, 4.
All right,
What do you?
I'm able to keep a par with some of the Brazilians.
Yes, exactly. All right, there we go. NA, baby. We saw how the Americas were able to do with keep-ups. We'll see how they're able to perform in the server on top of that. But stay tuned to the PGL RMR to see how Europe's able to do with the football.
Furia, MIBR, Imperial, Liquid, and Complexity. Those are the 5 teams already at the Antwerp Major thanks to this Americas RMR, and now one last best of 3 for one last spot. It is either 9Z, the first Argentinian core to make a major, or Pain with the repeat if they can actually pick up this BO3, but Evil Geniuses no longer in it. This is it, man. The end of the Americas Minor.
It is. This is a very serious match. You know, stickers are on the line, and the word stickers just sounds so silly, but it's such a big deal to be immortalized in the game. And for these two teams, you know, they might not even know if the next major will offer them that opportunity as this unit. Most of the time, changes will occur. But we've got Pain on your screen right now, and they have looked very well seasoned. Now, of course, this is the final match, so there are some losses for both 9Z and Pain, but they also had to beat some pretty damn good teams to get to this point.
Exactly that. You know, 9Z, what's crazy about them is I think the fact that they went down 0-2, right? We always talk about the teams that are on the brink of elimination to then kind of ride that roller coaster of emotion and success all the way back to the top. They're not at the top just yet, but they are kind of on that, you know, that final up and down, the final curve. We don't know what's around the turn for them, but we do know who's standing in their way. Pain Gaming, a team that has, I think, you know, definitely seen themselves, like, in terms of expectations, starting the Americas RMR as a team that a lot of people would have considered to be at the major, right? And that's why a lot of people are going to be looking at them here as the team to lock in that final spot.
The interesting thing that they both have in common is they both lost their best player.
Yeah.
Right? We had Safe get removed, or get the move up, I guess, over to Furia, and for 9Z, it was Try who actually maybe got demoted because the rest of his team were able to get to this point a little bit farther ahead in the RMR over 0-0 Nation, and they have looked awesome. And we know that Try wasn't alone in this fight at all. I think his right hand was definitely Max from my perspective, and this roster has shown that they can outlive just 1 star.
Yep, not only the 1 star, let's not give, you know, too little credit to 9Z, also replacing their in-game leader from the previous, you know, kind of stint that we saw alongside them. So David coming in and offering us, I wouldn't say the best of performances, but clearly some solid strategies and composure too, right? He just led these troops to a best of 3 victory over top of Evil Geniuses. You said right before we went live on this that the 9Z versus Pain game should be better than that of what we saw versus EG?
No, I said unfortunately.
Oh, unfortunately.
You know, because we were holding out for hope for EG, of course. It can be the bias, of course, that we're from North America. We've been rooting for these guys, but it's also just that universal idea that you kind of want a team to play to their level.
Yep.
And EG, of course, had to underperform to lose to basically anyone here. I mean, for the players that they have, for the expectations they set for themselves. And in all of their interviews, everything they've talked about, how hard they've worked, how they've not posted anything on social media, Rush talking about how he's not gone to the gym, you know, and all that work is admirable. But of course, for them as competitors and for everybody who's a fan of EG or wants these players to succeed, none of that actually matters besides winning. In fact, even if you don't try and you won, everyone would choose that result.
Sure.
Right? So it doesn't really matter how hard you work or don't. It's simply if you win or not, and they know that better than anyone. But what we do have here are 2 winners that have survived all the way to this last stage and have a last chance of actually playing. And oh wow, this is kind of, well, it's sort of interesting. I mean, we do have Pain get Dust 2, which is a map that might be even a freebie for them versus 9Z. They really love the map. They have almost a 90% win rate right now on it. And for 9Z, they have an edge on Mirage for sure in terms of just their overall success rate, but these teams aren't playing the best teams in general, so we don't know who can win. But I'd say in the veto, Pain had the edge before it even started, just because of the extra Dust 2 pick that they love and that 9Z couldn't afford to ban because they had to take out Vertigo.
I think Nuke is an interesting decider just because we've seen the 9Z versus EG Nuke earlier today, and some shortcomings on the individual players of EG definitely opened that door for the map win. But if we do go the distance here, both these teams 60% win rate within Nuke on its own. That's curious, very curious. But I'm right there with you. I think Pain's Dust 2 should be problematic for 9Z. This could be another burner of a series for them, which means this is going to be a really long day. But we already saw how much it meant to them to even get this chance at a best of 3. Right?
Yeah.
That victory over EG felt as though they qualified for the major right then and there.
Yes.
That's the halfway point in terms of their workload today.
Yes.
So now this is the match that truly matters. 10 times more. I mean, not even 10 times. You can't quantify how much more it means to actually get to that major.
Yeah. You know, the cool part is, though, teams at this level are used to grinding a lot more. So even though it is brutal to play 2 best-of-3s, like, you have to understand it's not just you show up and you frag. You have to be focused for every single round, and you can lose to the team who's more focused than you. So they definitely expelled a lot of energy in that last series. Of course, they had the full hour break coming into this, but they're also used to on the come up, trying to be way better than they are currently, right? They aren't resting on their laurels. They're not #1 team in the world that can just coast and fly to a land and play that and probably win versus some teams. They have to play and practice every single day really hard. So they're ready for this, and we'll see if they can actually bring it to pain because, again, it seems like off the veto, what we know from these 2 teams, it's either 2-0 pain or 2-1 9C.
We'll see how it all unfolds. It begins with a Rocks entry towards the B site. Big Uzera, very good job at just stopping what looked like a pain train into the B site. Immediate rotate as well from Nithon. They're just going to be facing these windows. The Van player tries to get back into this engagement, and for as quick as those initial 2 kills come through, there's then this kind of lapse in impact from everyone. But it's not as though 9Z have gone all the way back into apartments and hid. They are still right there, right on the windowsills themselves. Finally disengaging from this, and as they should. We had 3 of the 4 remaining players from Pain still stacked up on that B site.
Yeah, that was a little bit awkward when you have to cancel a rush like that, but getting away with 3 is not so bad, especially when you have so much health left over and still a full minute. But now the natural rotations will come back from the CT side, and they'll look to cut off the next potential threat, which is the A site. This is a very key outpost position for Max. If he can afford to stay here, then they have a way to plant as long as they're covering Cat. The dangerous part here is just not getting shot by the CT guy, getting across the triple. So now you can put the bomb down safely. It's really hard for the pistols to do anything about this, but they will actually push in a little bit. And with that, they get info on all 3.
DGT jumps up on triple. CT start to flood outwards. He loses Max close to him. And that Glock's not good for... Oh, Jesus. Not nearly enough. Hearts out. Double downs. 2 clean USPs. Pain with the retake pistol win.
Yeah, that was very nice to just take that small peek, right? The bomb gets planted. That's such an understood position from both sides. And the one small edge that Pain got was that guy from CT spawn just went to double check. Who's covering the bomb plant? And can I see both? And he actually does see the one in connector, which sets up this shot from Hardzao and the player in the back. And that's just enough stress for 9Z to crumble.
Site yet again. Not spotted this time. And enough pieces of utility to make things awkward for Hardzao because Zera. Ooh, shot's gonna get away from him, and that opened the door for Max to push up close. He saw the rotate through the market, and if they can kill Hardzao, then they know it's just a player nearby. All 3! Wow. 9Z. They just eviscerate the bomb site. They find all the kills as that pandemonium sinking in. PGL and Nekis, they could still make this happen. 31 health between Max and David. Oh, but with DGT hitting that headshot, this one's over. PKL, that M4 is going to be way too valuable. The 9C burst on that B site.
That's a real failure of a hold, isn't it? Can't miss that many bullets, especially when you have a silenced M4. On the upside, you get a little bit more accuracy, and probably can mow down a couple of pistols guaranteed. In this situation, he shot nearly half his mag on that first guy, and then was just stuck out in the open. And of course, the key part to the B holds is literally stopping them as they're coming out of the window. You don't want to let them escape, because then they can spread out, and then it's way harder to aim at them. So from that point on, I think he knew he was in jeopardy, and the rotations were nearly there, but they also did have a market window smoke on this exec as an extra layer of insurance. So really well done here from 9Z. They'll take that every day of the week.
No easy round wins thus far.
Wow, the odds are very close. Slight favor towards Pain. I think that's very fair.
Two map wins away. 2 map wins away from a major.
Yeah.
And that's an experience that Pain have already kind of gone through. They've experienced those emotions.
Yeah. They've
participated in the event. And for them to get to do it again would really just start to solidify, I don't want to use the word legacy, but like their careers, let's put it, right? As challengers from this region. 9Z, they want a taste of that. They want to know what it's like. Hearts out, 5-7 damage, no 5-7 kill, and no CT nearby. Very similar to the previous round. Up close, again, market smoke, denying any lines of vision from the rotators, but there are none there whatsoever.
Yeah, they've clearly got a prerogative here with the B site hits coming in over and over again. And we can see that Pain were set up to deal with any kind of cat split that would come down, double up in window, 2 players still on the A site. So there might have been a bit more tenuous if they tried that route. So very smart actually to trim the fat, just go for the full exec, and anything can work. Ending B is really good on anti. It goes too hard to retake, really hard to hold in the first place. So why not? 9Z 2-1 now, and the guns will be saved at least, like Nithon's M4 carried forward. He will be looking to have an op, and Mirage is of course a map where 2 ops might come out for the CT side at one point in the half or another.
I got a side question.
Oh, cool.
How do you feel about the AUG?
It's the best gun in the game.
The best gun in the game?
I think so.
Okay. Better than the AWP?
Better than the AWP. Because it has to be pound for pound, right?
Sure.
If we're going to talk best and best, because you can say, I'd say value for the money.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Assuming you can use it.
That's the thing, though.
That's
such
the hard
an
part.
easy spray.
Yeah.
Such
Well,
like it's just straight down, right?
Let's see.
That's part of it. Like the Creek, for example, it's that weird 7 spray.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of wild.
Got an AUG in the hands of the T side.
That's money.
A1S as well for DGT, so some of that economy from Pain offered back to 9Z. Happily, they will hold it. Volley of utility. T's smoke out the window, CT's smoke out connectors, so they kind of cancel one another out, and that's going to allow for Nithon to just keep posturing up close.
Yeah, it looks like they're flirting with the idea of like trying to find a CT, but at the same time you can tell they're leaning slightly towards B at this moment. So, oh, that's a big gap. Max doesn't wait for that smoke to come up, and they lose a player in the process. Still a huge advantage, and they have picked the correct site once again. So Nithon will try to make his way in, and hey, he's got the one good gun of the round.
Timing's there. Oh, that's clean!
Wow. Now they're scared a bit, and they start to walk up into connector.
Which is where the pistols were stacked, but they also started to move and scramble towards the B side. Still, 3 of them are here. We've got Big Guzera with the Deagle inside of Sandwich. He's gonna make his play. Swings out slightly. Turned on by David. That AUG tears out too, but Neck is, oh, they go past.
14
they don't
seconds.
seem to expect this whatsoever. The bomb plant's gonna be right ahead of him. All he has to do is cancel that. Weapons being swapped. DGT's damaged. And they'll take the victory.
Oh, he didn't have an extra player.
It was there.
He had to fight it. Honestly, could have waited a little bit longer, but at the same time, still had to kill both. I mean, there was basically no way to get away with not taking both of those players down. So, close call. Nice try.
Nithon, so fast.
Amazing. Yeah, with that M4, and we'll see him pick up the op as well. And he's the guy who's replacing Safe, who
Big shoes.
A lot of people thought would be really hard to replace, and maybe it was, but they've done some great scouting. They've really integrated him into the team perfectly, and he looks like he's been playing with the team for well over 6 months at this point, which actually might not be far from the truth. I'm not sure how long Safe at this point has been on Furia, or when they found Nithon, but either way.
Long enough for them to lock in a major spot.
True.
And a legend spot. Big Guzera drops smoke in front of him, but the fire on his feet, that's going to cost him. Oh, if only. If only those smokes and Molotovs had crossed paths, then maybe he'd still be standing. But the frag was good, the pressure was there. 9Z, an affinity for this B site and gun rounds?
Yeah, the game plan is very clear at this point. So the great part about this is if you are constantly copying and pasting the same strat, if this, the next time they play against each other, Pain are not going to let this happen. But for the time being, they won't have to look back at Mirage when it's over. So they got away already with 4 rounds doing this, and they haven't worked anything else. So there are huge options open for the rest of this half. This is a very strugglesome point to be at for Pain, because you don't want to keep betting on black and assume that they're going to go B again. But at the same time, they haven't really lost trying it. So you have to be able to be ready for that hit. So all the power right now is in 9Z's hands. The game plan has been perfect. The execution has been fantastic behind it. And they've done as much as to literally overcome the better guns in the B side on the second round. So even when there was a significant rifle advantage, they still were able to take it on these simple attacks. What a position for 9Z to find themselves in.
Excellent
I
start.
didn't expect this at all.
No?
Definitely thought that Pain would have an edge. It would look like slightly better in all these rounds. And 9Z would have to work very hard to get close. But right now it looks very one-sided, which is pretty impressive.
For the first 5, 9Z's name's on them. AKA1S, what's your favorite 2-rifle CT setup? A round like this, Launders still, he's got 5 seconds to call. What's he say?
2-rifle CT setup?
Yeah, this round right here.
Oh, I would still play sights. I don't actually think you need to do anything too aggressive in this situation, just because you still have some sets of armor. So, all right, they're stacked up in window. They're going to boost into Cat and just chill. That's one of the rifles in a really good spot.
The other over towards Ticket.
Yeah, so it's relatively vanilla, but they put at least one rifle in a strong position. It's not aggressive, but it has so much utility, right? You can hold under window. You can actually drop out onto the bricks, watch the back of connector. You can hold the Cat, and you hear everything under pass. You hear everything under window. You hear everything on Cat. Any utility that comes out, you get some early warning signs, and you get a roof over your head, so you don't actually have to worry about getting flashed as much.
See if that flex spot comes into play. Take to the bottom of middle. Nithon just staring at his shoes. Oh, rocks. Makes sure to clears it. Nekiz drops out of his position. Just trying to pinch with these 2 rifles. The player top mid's not watching this. Oh, Nekiz, perfectly timed. Great damage, 2 kills. Top mid.
Wait.
Top mid still hasn't moved. Finally, Lucan's gonna come and activate, but that could still prime the other rifle. No, PKL's gone down. The pistol, is it enough? Just the sidearm for Biguzera. Max's attention peels between 2 sides, and he shuts down Hard Zhao's peak. Biguzera back towards mid. That's where Lucan body bags him, and a 5th for 9Z. That could have been problematic.
Very strange window there where Lucan was set in a position specifically to watch that. I mean, that was his only job. That smoke came up in window, a rifler jumps out and makes a ton of noise behind him. Don't know why I didn't hear that and why I didn't clear it. They definitely could have won a bit more decisively, but I will say timings are solid. They get up connector as that window smoke is coming up exactly then. And Lucan, if he was not sleeping at the wheel, he would have just instantly saw somebody trying to flank connector, and that would have been over in a flash. So overall, really like what we're seeing from 9Z once again. And this time they work mid towards A, showing off their range a little bit. And not too much still. I mean, it's just come back to a lot of mid control. A lot of rounds where they end in B. They seem to only go A if it's an emergency. Apart from that last round. See the heavy lead once again. And Painter not taking advantage of all the empty map control that's here. It's easy for us to say, but oh my god.
Shot. Luckily PKL's there to recover, but even his position gets traded out immediately. David dinked, not dead.
That's a nasty shot from Max. He almost could have escaped if it wasn't an instant first bullet headshot.
What's Hard Zhao have to offer? Rotator already coming outwards. Wastes 0 time. Just coming right to the doorway. Rocky tries to follow, but because Biguzera's on the market, it's a solid hold. Meanwhile, Nekiz shuts down the play towards mid. It's DGT and Lucan inside sight. There's the first and second. Big moment from DGT. And that's a bomb plant right back with the man disadvantage into the 2v1. And DGT, longest standing player of 9Z. You know, watched his Opper and Try get plucked back by 00 Nation. His in-game leader in Bit departs to MIBR. And now here he is, performing when it matters, but he does get hit by the side. And now Nekiz just needs to find this last player. What if Lucan misses a shot? What if he gives a chance to the automatic rifle?
No, this is free. This is free. Yeah, he's in such a good position, actually. Even not stuck behind the bench, but to the right as well, which allows you to get back behind empty pillar. And he knows that Nekiz is going to think about Van, Halls, the push into market. That might be the last spot that he tries to clear. So, yeah, unless Lucan was, I guess, like he was on the top of mid, just a little bit unaware, then that would have been an issue, but wasn't the case right now. Some nice trades, and this is a DGT, as you highlighted. His 2 kills are what swings the momentum back in the favor of 9Z in this disadvantaged situation, but just bomb plants on bomb plants, successful B hits over and over again.
Phenomenal T side so far.
Yeah, it feels like things are getting slightly more complicated and still look just as stable. We've seen pretty much all but one mistake so far from 9Z where Max died to the window guy trying to cross cat. Apart from that, the default has been on point.
Stacking these layers on top of each other, but still just in full control. Now another favored round. We've got a boosted player inside B site.
So this should kind of exemplify why stacking B doesn't even always work, because yes, they are here, but you have to be, you have to be really, really poor about your awareness to not clear all these angles. The guy within the site might be able to get 1 kill. Van gets spotted, he gets traded, and now Nython has.
That's one. Like you said.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. You need your other teammates to get kills, then you can actually win from there. But apart from that,
you a big fan of that site boost?
It definitely. I think it shows how few spots there are to play that it is warranted if you have extra people on the site. But if you put one behind bench, one on fence, one on get right, and then all these different spots, they can all just get isolated so easily. Cat guy, the mollies, just to jump out of the window to clear both things. So I think it is important to try to use ninja spots, especially if they're running into your stack. Then maybe for a second they forget about you. But ultimately, again, this is why a lot of anti-ecos in CSGO NP, because it's just kind of crummy to sit on and hold. Now, on the pistoling rounds, how they could have reinforced was having something on cat, because if they shut down the cat portion of the split, which one side's always going to be weaker, right? There's 5 players, so it's either 2 cat or 1 cat and 4 or 3 up in the palace or in the B apartments. You kill the cat guy, then things get very interesting.
We have seen that, right? Nekis throwing that 1 rifle in there when they had 2 rifle rounds. Looked like a super powerful position. But then that's one of those moments, one of the very few occurrences where 9Z actually head to A. So I'm keeping my eyes on Catwalk. I do feel like these B splits have been, enabled by some pretty solid mid play from 9Z. Whether that gets turned upside down, facilitates the B hold, we'll see. Right now it's just 1 player apartments. Initial mid stack. Held for the potential of pressure, but nothing so far. CT side just going to keep that 3A lean and wait.
Incredibly vanilla here from Pain right now. I mean, even with the amount of rounds that we've seen, if you look at a heat map of this, you see lots of mid control, lots of B ends. But on the A side, there's no deep ramp control, never pushed into Palace a single time. If they had done this a number of times, they would have just been able to have free roam. Rotators could have come out to help the B players if they needed it, because that's where their weaknesses are. But in this situation, now we fast forward 8 rounds, and 9Z are starting to play Palace, and now it even gets even harder potentially for the A guys who feel like they missed their opportunity to get space.
Hefty nade damage. David dropped to 60. DGT's Palace timing could be everything, because you can see that Nekis, his attention keeps turning towards ramp, and Nython's taking an angle that's going to be so exposed to Palace, so that smoke goes down. Oh, and Nython finds his kill. That's Max removed. Finish off. DGT, his Molotov lands right on top of Nekis. That's perfect for Rocks to trade that. That's so isolating. But then the jungle peek. Big moves from PKL. Can't manage to get a second kill. 15 seconds. Op shot misses on the box bang. Nython looking for another. David goes for the fight. And then DGT activates, dropping both players off CT.
Come on.
No clutch, no kills. The CTs in the 3v3 go down 3-0.
David just, with the bomb on his back, with 10 seconds after crossing,
pulls his sleeves up and starts throwing.
Oh, I didn't know you were over here. Let's fight.
That Molotov was so good.
He literally could have planted and instead swung on CT spawn. And his teammate behind him on triple did with it. Zach, no reaction.
Just a sly little smile.
Yeah, Zach actually, former coach of Immortals. He's been bouncing around. And he's been coaching 9Z for actually a long time at this point. So I'm not surprised that they have some really good, solid structure with a guy like Zach. Super smart, super chill. coach for this team. You know, David definitely could have died there. I mean, he could have just got opt. I will say it seems so crazy that he went for that peak, so that in and of itself is why the offer might not have been ready. But hey, at this point, it feels like they just can't do anything wrong. They are brimming with confidence. Trades look extraordinary. Buy save situation. Pain have only won a pistol in this match so far.
8 in a row. $749 days, in fact. Zach has been coaching for 9Z. Slightly over 2 years.
It's good.
And that means
good sign.
That means he's been their coach throughout, you know, the biggest like stages we've seen 9Z on, the Blast Showdowns back to back.
Yes.
So he was there with them this entire time. Means he also worked with Tri and the previous in-game leader. Now, David and Lucan are very susceptible to just getting iced out by a pistol kill.
Good mollies this round.
Nython tucks behind Ticket. But as he goes for the peek, David gives great cover.
I got like 8 dudes covering that.
Yeah. The CT push, though,
Smoke.
gives away a gun. Now 2 rifles and the aforementioned tagged players, but
no kit.
Yeah, no kit, and Big Uzera's on the other side of the map, so it looks like 9Z are going to do it. A 9th consecutive terrorist round win.
Can say as well, yeah, great mollies, first of all, from Palace. Even though his vision was completely obscured by the smoke that landed, he landed the stairs molly to make sure no peek came down there. And they were very careful not to waste anything. Second molly and CT spawn. And yeah, covered all these different potential options. I mean, there were lots of prying eyes from the CT side. None of them actually got an opportunity. Don't know how to put this, but Pain have to try something new. And I think that it's probably worrisome for them that 9Z are moving at quite a tempo. Like, they're not waiting so long, so if Pain go and take a ramp control or work on a very long flank, it might be a little late. So I think they also need to bring that CT aggression in quite quickly. I mean, if they could rely on the B hold, it'd be no problem. But right now, they're getting outgunned. Entries are too strong.
Here we go. Come on. Nython versus Lucan. Op v op.
Ain't no way he's going into that.
He knows better. So the riflers will take ahead of the op. Bomb included. First one falls. No contest. We do have a terrorist in ladder room. Even he has support from David at the bottom of mid.
Okay, Palace control here for Pain, so they're feeling quite good, actually. And anything that ends towards A won't be too terrifying for them.
Max versus Big Uzera. This could be a very crucial kill for mid control. Cracks open jungle. Suddenly A site looks that much weaker. And like you said, right, A is kind of the target when 9Z are in trouble. When they need a solution to the problem. Oh, but the vents. Awkward. Player on the stairs also able to lock this down. A very convincing hold here from Pain so far. 3 kills, no deaths. 35 seconds left. Bomb jumping through window. How does it get back into the equation here? A kill versus Big Uzera is great, but it also comes with a dink. So DGT, very much damaged.
I like that 9Z. We're still trying their hardest there in those few moments. They got into all these different positions that required a few small risks, but then they didn't overextend. Waited for kind of a nice raw duel between Cat and Window Room, and that could have been the equalizing one. I think that was the right risk to take. It doesn't work out today, and we can also say that from Pain's perspective, they get in the Palace. They're a bit more comfortable here on CT side, and they go just aggressive enough in the B halls to not get opt and lose the round in a new way, but instead get a kill off the back of some good patience.
Playing both extremities of the map.
It is definitely ideas that are holding Pain back, of course. We know they have the individual skill to stand up to 9Z, but they're falling behind on the concepts and ideas at the moment. I think on a round like this, 9Z, I kind of reestablish. I could go, you could go into a full A exec, honestly, but I would either go between that or just establishing on mid in a default once again, just to let Pain know. No snowballing for you, no free round. Aggressive mid control will get destroyed. We will win the first 40 seconds of the round, which are slightly T-favored anyways, and then we'll go from there and we'll try again, and we'll show you that, your default, yeah, you made some improvements, but it won't be good enough.
A turning point here in round number 12. It's either Pain's resurgence in this CT side.
Oh, that's a great nade.
Yes, it is. Even on the fallback, Big Uzera loses a quarter of his health. So there will be no full-blown A exec, but we do have 2 players chilling outside of it. We saw that Palace presence from Pain last round. It's not there this time. Nekez instead just plays at the exit.
This is really cool because it looks like now they're going to end A. Even though the bomb's over on this side of the map, they're holding for these pushes. But Big Uzera is the one with the op.
DGT walking into the scope.
Max has the bomb, so I think he would love to be able to show it, but he also has to try to do it without getting opt.
Right. If he had been there right with that first contact, maybe they
go back now to him.
We'll see. Smokes over top. Trying to move Lucan into the B apartments. Rock's looking to maybe sell this fake. He's got David with him as well, but nobody cleared above. Oh! That could have been big. Instead, Hardzao finds that contact versus the bomb. So they've shown the bomb, but they've also shown their hand. And a leg shot from Lucan, just a stroke of bad luck. He could peek into Catwalk, but that's held by the counter rock, and he's not even going to get out to the van. Here comes David, able to find something. Better than nothing, but it is in fact Pain with their 3rd round win. And again, crucial kills coming in from this B apartment setup. 2 rounds back to back.
Yeah, different opper this time, up in the same position as Nithon was. Found an easy op kill, and yeah, gave a lot of confidence to his team now. 9Z tried to turn that up a little bit, and it's unclear if they decided to go off the original game plan in that round after they lost their first kill, because it was hard to tell, even with all that map information, whether or not they were going to end A or just throw the fake on A. But it wasn't as clean as they like, and their entry out of A actually was almost gifted a kill. We needed something like that to come through for 9Z to have any chance of scaring the CT rotations. And here it is, the full A with the smokes.
Counter utility thrown immediately. Molotovs all over the place, and Nekez with just a bit of an angle over gets tagged. That forces him to fall off the spot. Everybody from 9Z just trying to flood into this bomb site, get that plant while the smokes are still in position. Good damage, but it's still Hardzao to survive that. 5 health. Very close to dying. DGT doubles back from Palace. This is going to be a very strong ramp post plant. They swap out Lucan, so trying to throw the AWP player instead. We get this by either shuffling of weapons or shuffling of positions from both sides before the retake really gets going. But the bomb's well beyond that halfway point, and Rox dies immediately. They think maybe there's a second and sandwich. Not the case. Max exits, and he has just a little bit of an edge. With that mid control, this could be huge. Max catching them off guard, but 3 immediate kills. Pain. Flawless.
Damn, they've come alive. Those were some excellent retake nades and some great fragging as well. Small thing for 9Z in that position. They were readying a flash for CT spawn, and their player jumped up into CT spawn to take that fight early. He was kind of like transposing through that smoke, and if he had waited an extra moment with that flash, there would have been 2 CTs blind, maybe a 2K with CT controlled, and that would have stopped the retake before it even started. But they maybe got a little bit antsy, even though they had that kind of big adjustment to go through mid control with 1 A player.
Fast one. All right, little change of tempo here. Already at the top of connector. Nithon doesn't feel comfortable enough to stick around, but that's jungle control.
Oh man, that's window. I don't know, is Great broken? It is. Great is open. That's a huge timing for David, and they're pressuring A. Man, they are just way farther out than Pain are actually comfortable for, but now they get the kill in window, and the lurks are getting a little bit too frisky.
Max dies before bomb can be planted. 5 versus 3 advantage for Pain on the retake. Starting to piece together a little bit of a CT side. This flash could be big. It goes in deep, they dodge it. Not a problem whatsoever. Nithon now trying to clear up close, missing his shot as his teammate takes some damage, but it is a good trade in the background. Oh, Lucan! 2 kills on CT, but he knows that Opera's still there. And we have PKL coming in from jungle. It boils down to a matter of timing, and Big Uzera's timing's better. He peeks and sidelines Lucan for Payne's 5th CT win.
With only a P2K in his hands as well. If he had died there, Lucan V4 would have been on the menu for sure. Payne win another retake. They dealt with that really well. 9Z, they released the tension too early in this position. Pushing through the cat smoke was maybe overextending. They had a window player. That guy could have relaxed at the point of crossing into the jungle and spotting that no one was there. They could have punished the fact that the CTs had left window before a minute in that spot, and they had just gained so much ground and thought, why don't we take more? And they really didn't need to. So Payne will claw back another one. And it seems like now they're starting to wake up. I mean, you can see why they're here in the first place, whereas just a few rounds ago, it looked like 9Z are in a completely different league, which is of course not the case.
That was just that, you know, we just beat EG type confidence from 9Z at the start of it. Cool them off a bit. Payne, welcome to the server, but 4 in a row. This goes from like a blowout half to still a successful T-side, no doubt, no matter what. But a little nervousness for 9Z. Why isn't this as easy as it was?
The vibes have been put in check.
Yeah. Double op setup between Big Uzera and Nithon to finish off the first 15. Got Nekis tucked in sandwich. A execute being primed. And with so many mid players seeing that there isn't really any pressure, that fast A rotate could be in the cards. We'll see whether Nekis can offer us anything before his teammates come over. Big wrap back around from PKL towards Ticket. Nekis eats a flashbang, doesn't get checked, and that's the end of DGT. But Rox will trade it as fast as he can, and a Lucan Octool gets picked up. PKL extends out from Ticket, and David now attacking from Underpass. So those flank players, those late individuals, definitely coming through from 9Z this time around. Hartzawa being given a clutch chance to close out this half, but it will be just one more. And that one more will give them 10. Double digits for the T side of 9Z.
Yeah, that's a nice way to wrap it up, considering how well this half had went for them from the beginning. And even in the rounds that Payne won, it had to be in situations where it was like retakes or it came down to the wire a little bit. They didn't really crush their souls on that comeback. It was still them working hard. Just looking more alive was the main takeaway, I think, for Payne in terms of their confidence. To go into half number 2, it's pretty much a brand new game, I think. 9Z can look back on this fondly, but ultimately they're going to have to show that they can keep up, be a two-way team as they switch to CT. And you could see that in that first half. In that second half of it, 9Z really didn't NB as much anymore. You know, they did evolve their game plan as much as they could, but now we find out why they had to try all those B hits. They had an idea there that worked, and to their full credit, maybe they could have worked on the other part of their game plan, but they executed the first part to perfection.
Yep. They milked it for all they could. Now it's a matter of holding off versus the offensive Payne. Max dead instantly towards mid. David also going to fall empty-handed. Lucan here on a recovery mission. Plays on Ticket as 2 Ts will cross. Can't do anything about Hartzau's plant. Rox locked into the 1v1 on Catwalk will die, and Lucan is offering everything here. He actually just denied the bomb plant. Felt like he must have killed him in the final half a second. Lucan, what more do you have? He gets gushed, so it's him and DGT 2v3. Now just the clutch is on. Worried about the flank, but there's nobody there. It's just this jungle and connector support for Hartzau. He'll play contact and play cover. DGT has to cross before he can get his hands back on him. Hartzau knows it, loses one of his support players, and now DGT's pieced together the picture. He knows exactly where these players are, but I love that from Hartzau. Don't hide too much. You know, crank the dial back up, catch him off, and give Payne number 6.
Definitely about, like, with these SA teams, I think what's actually taught North America as a region a lot is like where you can be aggressive. I think that's what Luminosity and the SK lineup and then all the amazing South American players and teams that have come out of that region have shared with the world, really, is how aggressively you can play Counter-Strike. And even if it's a situation like this, it's not really macro aggression and it's not really overt aggression. It's just a small thing that you can do. Take a peek to reclaim space, call out people every once in a while, and that's when you can really just suck the life out of your opponent. And we see this lead dissipate now. It's 6-10, and Payne have the chance to set the stage with their T-side attacks.
No playthrough connector, utility on window. You know, it's got the makings of a B split.
I want this to be an example of why even 5 guys here, it won't be enough sometimes, but they might steal the stack. Let's see. Okay, this is a huge commitment from Neckis to have this back 10. All right.
Now we start to get PKL going up the stairs, pushing out onto the A site, and gathering the information in the open door. Biguzera.
Everyone's getting dinged.
Yeah, that's the bomb carrier now dead. Nightthought very locked into this. Hardzao just spams through smoke, gets the Mac 10 headshot they need, but Rox, he gives chase. Now, he doesn't know about, or now he does, the cat player. You know, a little, that's how that feels.
Yeah, not enough ammo. Buff the Mac 10.
Bro, it ain't a Bison.
Yeah, that's, I mean, do you think they should buff the Bison?
Sure, why not?
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm all
people don't use it enough.
I am all in on this. Maybe, see, I'm all in on this idea of, like, making more weapons viable. Like a weapon for every situation.
Mm-hmm.
Don't break it.
The weird part is it used to be actually bought.
Yeah.
Commonly. It's just that now that everybody force buys, it's so bad versus armor.
It's so bad.
So I mean, you have 64 bullets, and you almost need all of them to kill one guy.
You know, I put it in the pile with the MP5. Lucan, good entry. Shuts down PKL. He's stuck inside of the window. But the caged animal bites back and decides to stay in its cage. He's still just tucked to the right side of it all. This is a good look for 9Z. First rifle round of the CT side. Wild Pain kind of have this re-emergence into the game. But now man advantage needs to be enough.
Slow playing it with ladder. You know, I think ironically sometimes ladder can actually be really useful for the A split, even over the B split. Catching the cat guy is easier. Peeking into window to kill the A guy is really nice. But coming out of ladder to help with the split, that can be very dangerous.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny how that works. But no matter what, if his team can get the entries, he's in a good spot. Now they're down a player, so pretty good situation for 9Z. Oh, but he does sneak out of ladder. Neckis, opportunity for him, and the flashes are beautiful.
Tries for a second. He knows, they know that there are more players here. Everything's going well for the T side. Lucan's gonna offer us something as Max gets burned forward. Neckis just taking everybody down with Biguzera by his side. David dead. Neckis, big activation on the catwalk.
Yeah.
And unfortunate for the Arch player who you saw just so split between either holding the window drop or dealing with Neckis on the walk up. Gets blinded in the process. A layer of uncertainty.
Yeah, that spot in Get Right is not the most fabulous place to be. I think in almost all situations, it's people jumping out of the window or specifically trying to clear this. It's prone to flashes, and it's behind the wall splits or the wall smokes if there is going to be a full B attack. And for Cat, it's a nice fight. So, I mean, there with Pain, it was beautiful because they had great flashes to pair with that Cat split. And Neckis, you got to appreciate how fast he came out of ladder room to help with that attack.
Wasted no time.
Very easily could have come out a little bit slower. We wouldn't have batted an eyelash, but the player on Get Right wouldn't have been blind, and then they lose that trade, and things fall down because 9Z's rotations were super quick.
Pain can take a little bit of time here.
Yeah, they can relax. It kind of feels like they're suddenly back in the power position in just the whole map at this point. You know, T-side's gone all right so far. They've got 9Z in a buy save, and this lead again has all but evaporated in a matter of 15 minutes or so.
Game on.
Definitely a very fun map, though. Both teams showing a lot.
Some ferocious moments. Oh, like that. David hoping he can get a second with the deagle, but will one be enough? Oh!
Okay, DGT. Okay.
Rox will fall empty-handed, but they don't know about Max, and he does great damage, but DGT just got his hands on the AWP. And that jump, that costs Neckis. Now, okay, he is low, so be it. But we've got an armored AK in a 1 versus 2. from what is one of the most impactful players of 9Z. And if he only knew that he had an individual fight on site right now, as PKL just hides behind Firebox, peeks out, and gets that frag. Crucial kill.
So risky from PKL there. They could have been slow to Palace. Actually, the Palace rotation in the post plant was the real smart move because, of course, the bomb's planted default. So not only that, but he was just spotted A ramp, or at least that would be called. So that would just kill time in and of itself. But then PKL peeks out early, and luckily for Payne still gets the kill. What a frag from Nithon to kick things off.
Look at this. See ya.
Pure filth. One round separates Payne and 9Z on map 1 here.
So full-blown A exec. Molotov goes behind Nekiz. He runs outwards super fast. Catches the guy on default. David will take him with him.
Yeah.
Not bad by David, considering the pressure that he's under in that situation. Max sees the cross of Hard Zao. 2 CTs to try and clear this. Hard Zao is going to take the fight to them, while Max, he will kill PKL. So we've got this 4v2 looking very good for 9Z as they just swarm the T side, stuck on this bomb site. They begin to fight right back. Nithon looking towards Khan, sees the player that he needs to drop, but Lucan hits the op. And we've got 9Z back to winning ways. They don't lose their lead just yet.
Pretty enormous gap there on the jungle smoke. That was an issue. They missed that one. I think it was also a bit more rushed than they would like. So the idea there was just try to cheat with the baton, basically. Guys up front on the top of ramp, get ahead of the smoke, but the molly comes down really well timed. That was some good intuition from 9Z to feel that something could occur. And that Molotov, I think, separated the front guys from the back guys. They either had to use an extra smoke to deal with that or run through and take some damage. And the contact almost works, but David gets his, right? David almost gets caught on the side of default, but not quite, and goes 1-for-1 with the trade. So I think we've seen some very nice kind of entry work from both of these squads so far. But of course, now that Payne are on the giving end of it, it's scary for 9Z, but that's well handled, and they keep a meter stick between them and Payne. 2-round lead as we round out map number 1, and it doesn't look like there's that much money on the T side, but they are going to surmise a buy, maybe. Maybe just a couple of AKs.
Maybe just the one.
No, they're spending. So Nithon's just saving for his op. That's the only thing.
All right. 3 armored Tech 9s.
It's the very last second. Oh, okay.
All right.
Now, okay.
Dude, I saw him shooting the Deagle towards ramp, and I'm like, okay, yeah, he's going to use the Tech 9, and then he'll swap to the Deagle, and then they'll think there's 2 players on ramp because he uses different guns. No, it's just a tech issue.
Yeah. Why can't you hold 2 pistols, you know?
You should. I mean, why? Let's go for it.
What if you don't have a primary,
if pistols,
but you can hold 2 pistols?
If you could dual wield 2 pistols, which do you think would make the best combo?
Definitely dualies, because then you'd have 4 in 2 hands.
Shooting with my hands and my feet.
It would have to be Tech 9s, right? Like a Kimbo Tech 9s. Yeah, because I think the Tech 9. What do you think? I think the Tech 9 is the strongest pistol right now.
It's there. A part of me wants to make the 5.7 argument.
Mm-hmm. Now he's not going to come beat you up if you disagree with him.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you in the Tech 9s. Personally, you know, like
because the running and gunning.
The Deagle definitely, I think, has a. I mean, it's got a higher ceiling. Okay?
Yeah,
it's got a higher ceiling. The Deagle is the most powerful. If I'm, maybe Nico, but overall, all around, Tech 9 top of the list.
Yeah. No, I mean, you don't have to be good to get a kill with a Tech 9. Never feel good about your Tech 9 clips. No one wants to see those.
I feel like you've also
got
to
win you games.
You got to put P250 top 3.
It's insane. $300.
It's also got that little it's stylish to get P250 kills.
It's cool, yeah.
You get a Tech 9 kill, like you said. You should feel a little bad about it.
You kind of feel ashamed, yeah.
P250, you can be proud.
Yeah, that's agreed.
Suave pistol play. So in the end, the only addition we see to the buy compared to what we had before the tech was there's a Mac 10 now for Hard Zao.
Okay.
So One less Tech 9, one more Mac 10.
About the same idea then. And they're going to try to come through with this contact as well. The nade is decent, but they let the tees out.
DGT's blind.
Oh, the tees are very out right now.
Neckes will recover nothing. It's just DGT clawing down the 2. Very slow to try and deal with it. Ross down off of the bench, but still a little bit of a recovery. Biguzera's got a gun, and so will PKL, but Max's has the flank. The bomb plant at the very least, but just barely. Max times that very nicely. They don't know where PKL's got knocked to. Oh, doesn't matter. David with the drive-by swings at PKL's head and keeps 3 up for 9Z as they lead by 3 as well.
Almost positive that as they were trying to defenestrate into the site, they got caught in the windowsill because 2 players were roaming around for like 3-4 seconds. BCT should be getting shot from the side right now, but they're just in that smoke. Lucan! Big man Lucan with the shot. I think they just couldn't get out.
Something went awry. Nade top mid. Good.
Uh-oh.
9Z. They win a CT round, and the economy of pain just has not been there.
Yeah.
Not enough to sustain it. So that 9-round spree on T side, 10 rounds total, really starting to rear its head, unfortunately for Pain. But we have a big moment here from Hardzao.
Oh my God! And they're gonna have confirmation bias that the CT
moment.
going into window. Oh my God, he's gonna beat them. Wait, are they gonna spot this? They are.
Oh.
Just in case a timing was called.
Yep. Good awareness.
Well done with the communication from 9Z.
And if something was coming from the B apartments in that second, then maybe the bench player is too preoccupied to go for the check, but there is still that little bit of disconnect.
That's why sometimes when a play like that is happening, you have to keep the pressure on just lightly.
Yes.
Otherwise, people are going to start thinking. If you don't keep them distracted, then they're going to start thinking about other problems. It's psychological, man.
Max gets it. The second is also there. And Nithon duked out by Lucan. 5 alive for 9Z. 13th round on the scoreboard. And Money finally back in the... Ooh, hold on. Not everybody, though.
They can, but yeah, they're...
Yeah, we got Galil's on the field.
It's not awesome. It's not awesome. It could be more awesome.
Tac pause with it, though, so it'll be pieced together. They need to create that bigger picture.
Not the most awesome buy. It's not the last chance, but this is the round that feels like the last chance.
Yep. This check from DGT.
Yeah, that's why sometimes you gotta pick the rounds to play window, because keeping that grade open is a huge boon to your rotations on CT side. And honestly, these days, you know, it's hard to get tons of value out of playing window. You don't always need it. I mean, you can get the ladder room other ways. People aren't always going to swing on you in those late round situations.
Good nade. That'll help. Especially in the gun round. But Nithon still, despite being damaged by the utility, will take down DGT. There is this push from Biguzera. David's down beneath him, sprays wildly for the second and won't connect it. Lucan comes hunting. Frag over the top. Now this lurk from Neckes. This could be huge, but it gets hard checked. Won't matter. Dropped op shot. Neckes reapplying pressure, smoking off Max. He wins the spray fight through the smoke and puts the number advantage on the board for Pain. But they don't know where Rox is coming in from.
Yeah, did they hear him though?
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it.
Neck is right there.
He does have his smoke that he's watching, so yeah, I think they may have. But he was, because he was watching the smoke, he's like, just in case, I can just hold this side of it. Damn. Comes Lucan missed. Can I just say?
Lucan missed? Lucan
missed. He had that op at the top of connector. There was one guy there. He had the audio cue, peeked, and didn't hit him.
Clean one for Neckes.
That's the one too. The guy who gets 2 more kills. Oof, nothing feels worse than that.
Neckes will have head held high coming out of that one. making sure 9Z can't run away with it. Like you said, it wasn't their last chance, but the pressure was still on that one.
But now it's no more AKs, op and play. Oh, is he gonna get peeked?
Gonna take that. Rocks.
Wow, I'm actually shocked that Rocks took the duel that way.
That'll cost them man advantage in the hands of Pain.
That was kind of an opportunity that if someone was there, they're gonna sit on your nades. So that position weakens here for 9Z. Look into new avenues. Late round into window. T out mid. PGL gets caught crossing up. Now, that's not a clue as to where they'll end. But it looks like they're on the right track in terms of figuring this out. Still spreading evenly across the site, so they clearly don't have enough information to make a committed rotation. And right now, there's no one in CT spawn. So this means if Pain are vigilant, they can get themselves a plant potentially. Is just slowly re-aggresses from the same position that we saw him in last time.
It was so impactful as well. And this time, David doesn't even need to be taken off the stairs.
Oh, now he can just utility. He can just smoke the Opera out, and that's it. They've established across the site. That was the pain point.
Maybe DGT throws a wrench in the works, but it's being held.
Ooh,
missed. Op shot could have given him a chance, but it's such a narrow gap that he has to work with.
That was it.
The save is called. Without that stairs player, the A site crumbles.
Yeah. And that whole area, that whole L of area, right in front of the stairs at the top connector, all the way around through jungle. These are parts of the map for the CG side that are incredibly hard to take care of your teammates in. You know, you kind of have to rely on them to work for themselves. And if you double up, you're usually close together. You can't really, crossfire that easily from these spots. Like, let's say you have someone on ticket, that's obviously a nice angle to a connector. But if in that situation you don't have someone in Palace or you don't have someone in ramp, then you can't stand on ticket. So now you need 3 CTs on the A side just to defend the one guy. So most of the time you see a really strong rifler floating at the top of connector, around the stairs area, in through window, catching those kinds of players. But other than that, there's no one that can help them. And a couple of times now, Pain have kind of identified that they are playing in these positions and have gotten those kills.
Buys have been consistent though from 9Z.
Also maybe quite risky to peek top stairs as well. I don't know if the flash was...
Whoa, 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 fast beat.
Oh yeah.
They don't have bomb with them, so it's just vying for a little control here, but maybe they sniff out a weakness in Rocks. He is 8 and 18. He was isolated last round, decided to jump up and duel to his death. But I doubt he makes that same mistake. Smokes it off instead, and that'll turn Pain back the other way without a man advantage.
They're still playing late off Cat.
Bad run boost.
Yeah, very bad. The double up from the CTs to the top connector. They followed him in. They feel very good about just getting that kill for free. Whoa, this floating.
What?
Oh man, that's really
What?
crazy. Max, I guess, was going to go back to a ramp. Did they need to make that adjustment was the question, but David, can he pick up the pieces?
Yes, he can. At least 2 of them, that is. He's got another player coming back around the ticket. DGT looks to pinch this, but now he'll be smoked off. Lucan's off drops bomb. It's Hearts out in with the clutch attempt. The push through jungle. Oh, it's so a little sketchy, but it gets him off the bomb and it gets the job done. Or at least one step closer to finishing off Mirage.
Damn. They had layers to that at least. I mean, Max...
He's going to be beating himself up. Like, if that round doesn't go their way...
If they don't win, that sucks. I mean, we don't know where he was going. Maybe he was going to go under Balk. Maybe he was going to go towards the A ramp. That spot right in front of the stairs is open to Connector, is open to Palace, and A ramp all at the same time. So that's why it didn't look right, and obviously was dangerous for that reason. On top of the fact that these last 2 rounds, again, Pain have just been going back to what works. Taking over underpass, getting up into connector late. So really, it seemed like they were scared of that, but apparently not so much. moment of timing where, of course, if Max gets around stairs, he is safe.
And let's see it how it is. Mistakes on both sides as well. That failed run boost in middle made the Opper's jobbing connector infinitely easier.
That actually allowed Max to be killed without it being
not
that big of a deal. Yeah.
They take their final timeout of Mirage, and we'll come into this one with a single Galil, no double. A classic. This time the run boost goes a little better, and there is no op to stop it. Palace presence. I feel like Palace, and just in general, whenever there's a this concentrated effort from Ramp and Palace to come into the A site, that's where Pain have been able to really succeed on these A plays. Last round there was none of that. All in from Con and mid.
I like these contact explodes that they've tried to pull off, and they have spent the beginning portion of this round making it seem like they're doing the exact same thing. But we can see from the mini-map that's not the case. Max will once again have pressure put on him from this spot, and they are starting to run out, but oh, Max and David combining for 2.
That's a great start. 9Z on the brink of that 15th round win. Bomb will escape, but we've also got a player now just beneath this vent. DGT and Nekis, they're going to come face to face, or rather face to back. Nekis has no chance as Lucan locks down Cat. PKL 1v4. He was last spotted in Palace with Bomb. Hence the 3-player lean from 9Z. This is looking like a solid 15th. There was just 2 clean kills that happened the moment those Palace players came out. There wasn't really like, any big opening that triggered that push. It was just Pain the contact explode.
Yeah.
And as opposed to trading efficiently or even getting man advantage, they just dropped 2 flies instantly.
It's the gambit you accept. The upside is you don't get counter-naded. The downside is you don't really have that much nade support. So with those lines open, you have to take your duels. And if you're on a lucky day, Max is looking the other way, CT guy's about to throw out a nade, or he's watching a ramp, and then you get the kills, and it's a domino. You get one guy on the site, the other guy's way more vulnerable than he was with a teammate alive. But in this situation, 9Z were quite careful, quite aware, and both hit some great shots. So that's why they hold strong.
Taking the lead shave of 1. Max committing to that spray down as if he had to kill them all himself.
Yeah. Mad Max.
Mad Max. Another run boost. The consistency in this mid control. We've got 4 map points on 9Z's map pick. He's thrown into the fire, so PK will be on 76 before any gunfight even unfolds. Incendiary deep into the apartments. Screws with the initial positioning. And remember, we're not talking all rifles. Nice wallbang from Rocks. Sometimes it's just the quality of your kills.
Yes.
That's just such a momentary sigh.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. You poke the bear.
I actually was going to say he's not jump spotting in the safest way possible.
And then
he gets popped.
Hearts out. As Pain will play with hearts out. They come up the catwalk. That 1 AK, right? PKL, he's got to be so essential to this play. We already talked about how the cap split into the B site not always made that easy. Well, I feel for Nithon just playing with the Desert Eagle could come down to the timing. Lucan, eyes up. But the smoke, oh, he didn't wait. Hartzao just runs right into the sniper. That's gonna make things way easier. Lucan comes out wide, 2 kills on the moment. PKL, he's trying to find his chance to come through with this AK, but nobody's facing him. So Big Uzera takes things into his own hands. 20 seconds, PKL peeks, drops the op, sees the next fight, and Max is gonna end that one. Now Big Uzera with 2 Deagle kills needs another double. The peek from the short side, that's where it's ended. 9Z will take their map pick and find themselves a single map away from the Antwerp Major.
That was such a fantastic map of Counter-Strike to watch, and you could see that 9Z were good on both sides. In the first half, they looked so much better. Pain was able to catch up, but still 9Z were solid on CT side. Their pieces look good. There was no choke there. And for Pain, their game plan was decent. They had some scary rounds on T side. That had me convinced for a second as they staged that comeback in the beginning. But as it started to fall apart and the CTs just grew with confidence, like, man, 9Z really do feel comfortable on Mirage. That was very, very good from the perspective of game plan, individual level, and even standing up to the fact that Pain were getting better as time went on, right? I felt like you could choke in that moment, see the loss coming, but they did not feel it.
Yeah, dead on, right? That little resurgence from the CT side at the end of the first half, that's kind of got you thinking, is it all that easy? T side starts well for Pain, but 9Z powered up. They stepped up to the occasion, and as they should, right? We know that Dust 2 in the hands of Pain could be a very real issue for 9Z. On an individual level, everybody looks good enough on 9Z to be going, toe-to-toe with Pain at this moment. I don't see a hard favorite in terms of individuals, but we did have these kind of, shining, I would say, timings from a guy like Nekiz in middle. Just leaves me, holding my breath for this next map, because I expected something competitive, but 9Z at times made this look like a blowout on their map choice. It's just a matter of transitioning that into the rest of the series.
Yeah, and I don't really see a 2-0 because this is a part in which the veto will show why Pain are the favorites in this matchup. Pain just play more maps, and they play Dust 2, which 9Z don't. So I think that obviously there's still odds that 9Z can win this series. It doesn't feel like it'll end on Dust 2. It's not like an incredibly difficult map, and based on what we've seen, Pain have choked at the last major. That's actually a storyline for them. Even though they played hella well, they lost simply because of nerves. I think that's fair to say. I don't know if they would disagree with that, but that's how I felt when I watched it. So if 9Z can smell that a little bit, maybe there is some random potential for an upset on Dust 2. But for the moment, Pain should feel good about being able to go into that next.
Man of Mirage, Lucan. Big shoes to step into when it, tries departure and whatever not, but here he is, 1.19 HLTV rating at the end of the first map. We'll see what he can do on Dust 2. We'll see if this series needs to move to Nuke, and that's where things I think could get really, really interesting. So Pain, like you said, consider the favorites statistically coming into this, and now Dust 2 should be their chance to showcase why. If they can just dismantle 9Z, we go to Nuke, and the gloves come off. Folks, we'll join you after the break for map 2 of this matchup.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Off of the back of Mirage, we jump into Dust 2, and despite this one map lead from 9Z, if they're able to win Dust 2, then we really slap a sticker on this series and call it an upset, because this is just not the stomping ground for 9Z whatsoever, and you could take that and contrast it to what our expectations are set for a team like Pain. This should be them getting a little bit of revenge before the series goes to a third.
Yes, and literally stickers for the winner. So the reason we talk about Dust 2 is a map that it's dangerous to have in a best of, or not a best of one, but as your primary map pick is just, it's just not complicated enough. I mean, if another team is shooting hot, you have a little bit of nerves. Dust 2 is kind of a very small feeling map. Rotations are extremely fast. There's lots of ways to win, even in 5v4 situations, and all this is to highlight individual skill. Also, long spawns in current meta are such a huge part of the game, so some of that you could call RNG. I mean, for the T side, we saw how 9Z continuously plastered the B site with those attacks over and over again on Mirage, and it is kind of a map on Dust 2 where you can do a similar thing. So it's a map you can keep it very simple. 9Z look very good right now, very warm. Pain not on their level on Mirage, and I wonder if they're feeling the heat a little bit coming into Dust 2, knowing that, yeah, this map is really scary to play some days. If it's just such, I feel like such a confidence map.
Man like Lucan, highest rated player at the end of Mirage. We'll see if he can transition that performance into Dust 2. Could certainly help. But 9Z will start off on the defense, and Pain will take this to B out the gate. They had a very forward B spawn. They don't actually run straight through the site. They're just going to play it a little slower, a little smoother, perhaps. DGT pries into lower tunnels, finds that contact. And Lucan actually falls out of the B site. He's kind of flirting with the idea of helping in mid.
Interesting. Kind of, they're posturing for the cat split, but we can see because DGT was comfortable enough to stay up here, and he's going to not see any Ts coming anytime soon. So CTs might start thinking, okay, B, and here's the door smoke coming out.
Smoke should screw with Lucan. Falls onto rocks. He's playing behind the car, comes out, head's not turned, will get Nithon at the very least. Lucan was able to attack this as well. Quick flank between Max and DGT.
Oh, they've got a game plan that extends to Dust 2.
That's a
for
feels-good
sure.
pistol.
They completely called out the fake. DGT was the one whisk of the round. And the actual irony of that big box smoke that they throw is that if DGT is on there, he can now peek to the top of mid without having to worry about lower killing him. So it even strengthens that position. And that's definitely a call out as far as I'm concerned. So really well done from 9Z. And also, we saw some evidence for why you should never use the P2K. That silenced USP missed like 12 bullets almost, and still was able to get the kill because it just couldn't hear him.
Just total confusion. Lucan sees a fight top mid. Biguzera gonna find with his head turn. The top player comes back at the peak. This is not the hill you want to die on, DGT. He's fragged, he's blinded, and he will still escape.
That worked out actually way better than it could have, for sure. But that smoke probably saved his life as they jumped up on Xbox. And we actually, you know, just saw some utility getting expelled. I don't know if that flash was from the CT side. It looks like the T still have some to work with. But a 5v4 is what's most important. Yeah. Now, the one thing is they only leave an MP9 on the top of Cat. That's something you got to consider when you're buying. You know, if you die, what guns are you leaving for your opponents?
Which guns move where? Who's the risk?
This is kind of crazy because right now they're halfway out of mid doors, but they're going back towards long, which doesn't look like any kind of normal split. So I wonder if the two mid guys are just going to end up going up Cat, or if they're actually just going to walk out mid and try to shut down the rotators. In any case, these two on A are the people we have to watch and pay attention to.
Flash on long is heard. Remember, just the pistols to try and push down long. Max is looking to get that Vomus into the right position at the right time. David on site eats the flash. That's going to make things difficult. And PKL with the P250. Now the site is clear. Max tries to come up to the CT smoke. The AUG in mid also dies. And now 2v5. Jumping Vomus. That's desperate. The split comes through. And Pain will take this back.
Oh man, what a rambunctious round. Those two players they had no idea would be there. I guess from their perspective, it was just going to be the full long. That looked very weird, and I can understand why they got caught off in a number of positions. Of course, if the aim was a little bit better, they could have dealt with that, but pure merit and credit to Payne for figuring out how to make those CTs as uncomfortable as possible. I think the very clear thing they should have done in that spot is, even in the 4v5, trusted a retake setup, gone for hold on to cat control, and they would have had 2 targets to kill in that spot. And they would have also had a way for their remaining player to rotate in through mid.
Scouts, 3 deagles. Can they force buy it back? Or 9Z going to be in the exact same boat they put Payne in at the start of their map pick? It's an Ogden pit at the very least. Not the tool you want to give Knife on.
Well, upper control gets taken over. Oh, Lucan kills Nithon in the pit. Now the split is still coming up towards A. If Rox actually goes back into this, and now you've got to think, okay, they're thinking about B, surely. Actually, no, they're still pressing up Cat. They're getting really split up, but there's still 45 seconds, so they can change the plan if they'd like to. Nekes will find another one inside B, and now it's definitely game time to rotate over there.
That's the strat locked in. That's the call to action for the bomb to come crossing over. They still had time to go for that second one.
Yeah, we'll say Payne have found a way to get into very strange spots that are hard to read for 9Z. Carrying forward a couple of scouts, never a bad idea. Actually, I changed my mind. Scout's the best gun in the game.
You've changed. I mean, in your hands, maybe. And Lucan's as well, apparently. 9Z with 2 recorded Dust 2 games on HLTV, won a 16-13 win over Leviathan, and then a 16-13 loss versus MIBR at this RMR. Small sample size. Meanwhile, you know, 9Z, they're going to have a good game plan to counter that at Payne. There's been 2 moments in this series so far where, like, I see a certain strategy where I'm like, okay, that's a good call out. There was a Molotov on Nekes when he was playing on Tetris Mirage A site. Perfect split out Palace. It just worked. And then this very first pistol round that for a second I believed. I was like, yep, 9Z 2-0. There it is.
Yeah.
There it is. They've got, but now obviously Payne's comfort. It goes so deep on this map. You know, Payne are the favorites.
I'm starting to see why they're so hard to play against.
The series would be an upset for 9Z, but this map is just a massive. Oh my, hold on.
Yeah.
The AUG doesn't even get the kills. It's the 2 scouts. Hardtow's going to take DGT off long. That could bring the bomb back, but it's still 4v3.
Oh, they're hearing all the CTs run. These rotations are just so rambunctious from the CT side, and their pushes as well.
It's like overly excited.
It is. And they're not aware of when they can be heard. Now, I mean, it's an even spread, I think. Is there still a scout on the A site, or?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So David's pretty comfy in this spot. Nothing, like, presence-wise towards Cat. You don't like seeing CTs up here, especially when you don't have either Cat or Long, but in this specific position, it looks like it might just be fine. I think one great shot makes a difference here.
David will definitely be given a chance. He lands it. That's Nekes at least on 10 HP at this point. And everybody else still has guns! Max, he will kill Nekes in the back. Rock's entirely smoked off this close-range scout. Oh! Wow, that could have been something special.
Flank him long is very quick, and it's also an AUG.
This could still work out quite wonderfully for 9Z. Lucan comes around that corner, kills Hardtow. Now it's just the bomb planter, and everybody knows it. Big Uzera trying to keep tabs on that second CT. The one that he knows is on long actually gets both duels. Lucan picks this up. A 5-1 start on Dust 2. The scouts come through this round with that one saved AUG. Nice buy up around it. Not an all-in, but just enough to keep this game tied early.
Yeah, they don't bottom out. They just invest kind of very tastefully around the guns that they have, and they put them to good use. And the late long flank is great. I want to give credit to 9Z for not being scared of some of the full flanks they're going for under the tunnels play that they made, the long push. But at the same time, on Dust 2, I mean, number one, I mean, a huge flank can lock in a round, but at the same time, rotations are so fast, you don't always need to go for the full flank. And from what we've seen so far from Pain, it looks like a lot of their T-side philosophy on this map is spread out a lot, open up options a ton. So even if we lose players, you can catch lurk constantly. Oh, chance for the op shot to go in. Nithon drops it. Not an easy one, to be fair, but there was a moment. Yeah, but to be honest, I think a little bit more composure from 9Z will be a good remedy to their former ailments, because Pain have just been lurking their asses off. And shout out to Nekas for getting a lot of those kind of jackknife frags.
Yes.
In scary situations. Wow, this is also very scary. Ooh. Oh my god, he continues to jump spot, and I don't know if he saw this last one. Yeah, he did.
Oh, David's wild.
That's crazy. They really wanted to win that and get him back, so.
Nithon won't be given anybody to shoot at. David decided to stop dancing on the door and instead lock in, but he's left alone. Lucan feeling as though he needs to move that op closer towards the cat hold, which is the majority's number.
This guy's just not scared, man. He doesn't fall off again, and
he says, try me.
Yeah. I think he did try the full flank last round, got punished for it, but will he call the bluff? I mean, he's just seen so much emphasis to try to get him off this angle.
That smoke makes him nervous. Fifth player, and Nekas now looking to come join Pain. It's 4 in on Cat. Smokes will screw with Lucan. He's trying to find him over top. Good lineup from DGT. He only takes the one. It's the sniper's turn to dish out impact. He's going to go ahead and watch those long doors, still so nervous that somebody's over there. And now there's an opening for Nekas. If you were to flank into CT spawn, that could be huge. Bombs down. Catwalk works out wonderfully for Pain. They get past Lucan. 0 op kills, and Nithon just gets tapped away by David. Hearts out over towards the Gandalf. He's looking to hold on top ramp. Max is dead. Woo, look at them go.
God damn.
David with the double.
They are fragging. That shot on Nithon, I mean, he believed in it. I'm standing here. I have the op. I'm supposed to win. You have just an AK. You're too far away. I will kill you. And ends up with 1 bullet between the eyes.
They were so certain that retake would work, and they didn't drop a single player once it got rolling.
That's well done. That was well done.
David, how's he do this? Headshot for the first. Continues up. And Mickey's arrow swings out into him.
1 mag, basically, for all those 3 kills. David's got a lot of confidence.
9Z have a lead. And a chance to extend it, as Pain will limp into this with the half-buy.
Is this the Copenhagen Flames of South America?
That's what I'm saying. We have to always remember that with every major cycle, there is that team that comes in from the, RMR or the minor or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
And just kind of exceeds all expectations. And we're gonna celebrate if 9Z qualify for the major. That is reason to be jubilant if you're a 9Z. But then, you have a tempered expectation. Good for them. They accomplished something new, but next thing you know, you're on the brink of being top 16. Max, easy 2-piece. Brox will offer one as well from the window. They completely evacuate the B site. Brox doubles back to just kill the players in smoke. Nothing for their efforts or their half-buy. Pain fall entirely flat.
And it's 9Z, what, 2 Dust 2 losses so far? That's it?
1-1. They
1-1.
beat Leviathan 16-13.
Gotcha, okay.
In March.
Money's incredibly good, and this is when the CT side is the strongest on Dust 2. Obviously, the map leans a little bit like T side, but everything has become more CT sided with the drop grenades. And with that, though, means that momentum is very important, because everything is so expensive on CT side. If you can afford it, you have huge advantages. If you don't have those extra pieces of utility, well, your advantage is basically completely gone. In this position, 9Z have enough money on everybody to do whatever they want. Oh, we don't seem very sure about the... Oh, yeah, no, he's going to watch it, but the spray is really rough, and Hardzao wins that kill with long control. The refrag attempt will come out. DGT.
Ooh, they peek.
Won't get killed on the cross. Could he? Oh, my God.
Wow.
Thought he was going to get a second one. A little bit of info. Well, these are the spots that Pain have been really good, I'd say.
Initially, I didn't even think he was going to get the first.
Set up that flash nicely. My
Beautiful
goodness.
little bank.
Oh, he's stuck now.
Woo! Almost snaps it, but not going to happen. Big Uzera dropping the Opper, A site wide open. Only the cat retake possible, and Max loses half of his health. But look at this lock-in from Big Uzera. You never see that coming.
Yeah.
And Nithon ends it as Rox tries to go for that long wraparound. So ultimately, it's the blue fight that gets a little too awkward for David. He drops the ball initially.
Yeah, some rough sprays there. A little scary to try to retake long in that way, just one rifler after another. I don't think they even had support flashes for that re-aggressing, so they just don't seem to be happy with taking over cat control, even though they had an op up there. Also, Lucan makes a mistake and falls off the ledge. I'm not sure if that was just a bad step, or if he was just trying to go a little bit wider to see if anybody had been on the left, but that locks him into getting killed if he misses. Well, he misses.
Fast moves from Nekis.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he saw them, but they saw him.
Yeah, they saw him.
Oh, Nekis! Clean double kill. Lucan stuck over towards the car. Nekis does have a Molotov and a smoke in front of Lucan for him to try and work.
Is so good.
He hit that shot.
Yeah, he does. And he has a molly in his hands as well. Now, this smoke won't last forever.
A temporary safety net for Lucan. He has Rox nearby, who could offer him another smoke. He could keep Lucan in this position for at least a little longer, but not for the minute 10 that's still on the clock.
They don't molly car properly. They don't push him out with this. They don't have enough utility to keep trying that. He's still alive. They have long control, but they don't have car.
There's a molly destined for him. Now Rox is going to help him out. Oh, but he tries to peek in front of it, and that's his end. Rox also then dies, extending outwards. This long battle goes the way of Pain. A war of attrition that 9Z just didn't have the resources to survive. Max, good nade.
Yeah, great nade.
Lands right on Nekis. That's something in the 1v4. But from this point forward, it should be Pain to tie us up 4 rounds each. Max needs to go for the save. And that long fight, back-to-back rounds, it's going to be Pain to come out on top.
I don't think Lucan actually sensed the opportunity he had there to stop their sight hit entirely. Like, car is the most important part of the map for them to make sure that they can remove as they start to scale. As you can see from the minimap, it's the only part of long that juts out to the right. There's no other cover along that entire wall. So with that little cubby in an op in place, you can take a number of different fights over and over again, as long as you can keep extinguishing the Molotovs. And they actually did offer him that. And instead of just playing back and just showing them that he's alive, he decided to come out for that early duel. Hey, if he won it, then not only would they stay alive, but Pain would probably lose the round. But still, that risk ends up not paying off. And now we have Pain back in the driver's seat. No op can be purchased again here for 9Z.
Look at the second one. Bah! David. Busted by Nekis. Last second track from Nithon. Needs to be Max's A1S to do anything. And oh, that's not the way you want to start. Pain with the easy first pickup.
Mid crosses were supposed to be more fun, but they still aren't. They just are not still.
If anything, it's just less fun. Because now as a T, you can't even abuse it.
Yes.
You know, you got to work harder.
Right.
We're doing the same thing, but we got to work harder.
Yes.
David could offer us something. No. Molotov going to cancel out his position. Frag, though, well-timed. PGL taken to 60. Wow, where's that M4 gotten off to? It's positioned behind car. So, barring a split into the B bomb site, this should be easy sailing for Pain. No waves. Nick is ready to just jump out through the edge of the smoke. It's a little bit poofy. Rox, yeah, he sensed that that was a problem. And the A1S now shows its hand, but Pain are still coming towards it. They've got Big Uzera to cut off those rotates. Yeah, they've got second thoughts. Why run to the gun when instead you can head to A? open for the taking. As the CTs stack up inside their spawn, there will be zero contest whatsoever for 9Z to offer Pain. A 5th on the board and a 1-round lead back in their pocket.
Yeah, Pain's still looking good, but having to work overtime. It's so hard to differentiate yourself from your opponents on this map sometimes. It's got to be constantly creative. Do you know the algorithm to solve a Rubik's Cube?
No.
Okay.
E equals MC squared.
No.
It's not that?
No.
Damn. How many decimals do you know when it comes to pi?
3.149628487993 and then I forgot.
I'm impressed.
I just lied. That was all a lie.
I'm no longer impressed. Nithon, good pickup. Caused problems. As if holding one M4 in that round on 9Z's end wasn't a problem already. What's Rox got to offer us here? Oh, Nithon, he can feel you! Woo! Just shoot. Just shoot, kill him. But he holds off. Rox isn't comfortable here, dude. Burn to the other side of the tunnel's peak. Biguzera slips out through middle. Lucan's trying to hold the mid-split from car on A site. Hardzao is going to grab that bomb to double it back towards B. Rox is going to have to give us some sort of a hold. EGT's in sight behind him.
This is very risky.
Super dangerous game.
These are kind of wide shoulders as well.
Oh, hey! Now he throws it. And they have to wait. At least for a moment. Frag grenade.
Good.
Decent. Yeah.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, makes the headshots that much more valuable. DGT then going to throw the follow-up. Now he's got hands busy, and Rox is dead. Oh, that's instantaneous. The moment they're able to exit, getting through those incendiaries, and the B site just gets deleted.
I do not like how Rox played that.
Tell me why.
That because, I mean, first of all, the way he was spotting with that Molotov just was super dangerous because he has to go back around the box to escape, and he's peeking very wide. So if an op peeked, he could have just died doing that in the first place. Op goes on the ground, there's one player. And then his fallback is just to go around the box and then swing out wide from a very close angle onto T's who are just going to immediately start scaling and had to flick incredibly wide. I mean, that didn't look very promising at all, even before he attempted it. So not a huge fan of that. Playing back a car, even if he had played there before, it's just better, I would say. Or just tucked into the cubby as well.
Nice flash, good trades. Sweeping away what was left of 9Z. It's going to be Lucan to try and hang on for dear life. One more peek. Oh, and PKL drops all the guns out of the hands of 9Z.
That's enormous. Yeah, good to catch those reactions. Those those moments matter a lot, especially when you're doing all the math and figuring out how much your opponents can afford next round. And sometimes, even if a fourth is possible, you're not even going to attempt it if one player doesn't have the gun they saved. So it's something you don't have to think about next round.
Feels like Pain just have 9Z's number.
Oh, there's an op here.
And a scout. Which one's better? You never really know.
Yeah. You know, if the op cost $1,700, it'd be better, but...
That's called balance.
Scout has the highest ceiling in the game because if you hit a headshot, it's instant and it has the scope. But that's the hardest part, obviously. I guess the other cool part is, I mean, you hit someone for 70 damage, one pistol. That's it.
Yep.
So, and with Dust 2, you can run around, tag them a lot. And even though you don't actually just run faster with a scout, when you're scoped in, it looks like it.
Ooh.
You feel like you're moving incredibly fast.
Max could already have been dead to those grenades. Maybe the scout will still be given a chance. But we get this grouping, this clumping of T's outside of the doorways. David? Nope, nothing. Deagle on the headshot. DGT gonna give it his damnedest. But kills are there for Hardzao. And he's just been having fun this game. 9 and 5 at the moment. Max, nope. Scout will not come into fruition, and so Lucan is on the save mission. And that save going to be made difficult by a man like Nekes. But will he expect a second? Looks like he just turns all of his attention away.
Oh, man. Lucan's going to have a very scary save right now. I mean, they have so much time to look for him. Do they know he's opping?
He just has to be quiet.
He does have to be very quiet.
They'll never find him.
But they're literally like all kind of looking in his direction a little bit.
Oh, we can hear the footsteps.
Oh my God, they might let him live. Yeah, it's the hostage on your back. It's like.
That's why I never pick up the hostages. I just let them die.
It's terrifying. And you move slower. I hate that.
Yeah.
Okay, they're about to come in.
No, he's got it, dude. He's got it. Woo!
All right.
Op is held on to, and we'll see if that has any
ramifications.
Yes.
They don't know that he had it, I don't think.
He slips away with it.
Look at these rich tees right now. Nithon 13K.
Yeah, terrorism pays.
Yes, 10K on PKL. They can buy forever, and everything's always on sale. Molotov's $400, man. What is that about?
That seems like inflation.
Yeah, deflation or. You know.
I don't. Why can I?
Oh, you mean in general that just being so expensive? I was thinking about compared to incendiaries.
Okay, that's
being
better.
Like $600.
Yeah.
Like, man, these things are so expensive.
But I mean, like that's like fire in a can.
That's
you know?
true.
How do they do that?
Right. Yeah.
I understand the science
like
of a
homemade.
Molotov. I get it. I mean, I could literally make a Molotov.
Yeah. Exactly.
And now the CIA is watching.
Yeah, you're on a list. But the incendiaries, they look cool. Harder to make.
Neck is gonna run right out.
Oh my God,
dude! What is this? Dude, they are so confident when it comes to these A plays. It's like they own long, and they know it, and they feel it. Max gets shredded. Big Uzera will fall. At least we've got something, and no fallback given. Lucan will nab Nekes on the retreat.
One in the butt.
So that's a way for 9Z to get man advantage. Mid-kill as the solo door push comes through from Big Uzera. And Nekes, they canceled his return flight. Stranded in the doorway. Pain are going to group themselves back together and head towards what has seemingly always worked. Rocks is under question.
I feel so scared when I watch him crack spot, honestly. Even from far back here, he's still really exposing himself like the op is. Oh my God, okay, he gets away with it. Oh, and he tries to jump up. Oh, yeah, rocks.
Now that fire will get put out.
What the hell? They come through the smoke and DGT's jumping out.
These B-holds, man, they're not giving me confidence.
It's kind of like if he wanted to move, why did he start there?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he could have spotted any other way.
And if he wanted to jump up, why are you doing it facing the wrong direction?
He could have spotted, yeah, I don't know. I'm not super, I mean, it's just not a map they're very comfortable on.
Yes,
so.
and you can see it. Those are the kinds of moments you can see it. Targeting rocks in the small site. They did it on Mirage a couple of times. Think about it, he jumped up, didn't jump up properly on Van either on Mirage, got his head taken off.
Oh, he's jump spotting, yeah.
What was that jump? Was that a necessary jump?
He was like...
I feel like you could just throw that from behind box.
He didn't want to get mollied. So that's the thing. Like, he literally was crack spotting, means he will change glances with someone, and then he gets the molly down. But then he doesn't want to play there once he gets spotted, so he didn't think far enough. Because he suddenly just realized, oh, they're just going to molly me now, and I don't have a place to get back. Let me get out of here. It's like, well, you should have started on the back box and crack spotted from the side of double or something like that, so you were just over the ledge in the first place. So that was just too free, basically. Not enough foresight. This was cool, too. I mean, best spawn T side doesn't always beat best CT spawn, but getting out long to blue bin is very powerful. And as long as you have a teammate in the door, they can smoke for you and stuff like that. You have a lot of cover. And with the op, I mean, you don't have to hit that first bullet headshot. Just a nice one square in the middle of the body.
Smack dab in the center.
Yeah.
But yeah, lack of comfort evident. some of these situations for 9Z. All the numbers indicated to us that if this series was going to be won by 9Z, it has to be the 2-1. And I don't think we're going to see these awkward moments happen on Nuke, not nearly as enough. As often.
As much? You want the awkward moments? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't. I want the best CS that we can deliver. David? Oh, dude, he's just jumping back and forth, making a ton of noise. Hartzau knows.
I like it. He kind of reminds me of Flamesy, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, like he just doesn't care.
He's just like he knows that you know.
He's like, his dying wish is just come fight me. Like, if he didn't have teammates to worry about, he'd just be flanking long every round, I feel like.
And he might. Yeah. He's thinking about it.
Yeah.
He said, guys, I got you the 5v4. Mathematically, fair. I'm allowed to do this.
Fair to him. I mean, they're the ones who took the risk running through that door at him.
Go back towards B, and Max will deliver a shutdown on Big Uzer. We've got Rox hard pressed up close towards the tunnels. And Rox holds off. Not able to stop Nekiz, who is now on for the 1 versus 3. Desperate jump over. 7 seconds, no bomb control, and no chance at the round win. This time, Rox helps out with mid. The tunnels player, not nearly as confident to run through smokes as we've seen them do before. And for that reason, 9Z will lock down a B split and get themselves 5 on the CT side, at least 2 to go.
Might be a good idea to take the edge off on B by trying to throw in a tunnels push at this point, because they have an op to work with. They can slowly wedge themselves into the back of tunnels and hold an angle and just wait. And then Rox can maybe focus on mid instead, because they seem to be extremely worried about the thought that, like, you know, a tunnels explode could happen, which is fine and good, but not always very consistent about dealing with it. Lucan gets tagged very low, but is the one opping as well, so less stress for him than anyone else.
Will they expect Max?
No, they actually subvert this option, and yeah, this will draw them forward.
Nice.
Not as worried about
perfect.
Max, who's such an insane rifler, actually.
12 and 9. After that double kill, Lucan confirming another top mid peak. DGT will get his hands on it, and we've got 9Z with a 6th.
Not bad.
Now, I'm a romantic, you know that.
Yeah.
But, you know, 9Z got a little life at the end of this CT side. They're going to rack up a 6th round win. Potential for 7, and then we're talking T-side Dust 2. How complicated can Dust 2 T-side really be?
I'm telling you, if they get enough long spawns, I mean, I don't really care how good the other team is, as long as they know the nades. I think that there's a chance for them.
Because B's been problematic. Rox's holds have been questionable. You know, you just see that discomfort. Give him, give him that jumping knife, the Goomba stomp in Suicide. But no, keeps it clean. You know, there's no longer going to be a problem where Rox is getting isolated or Rox is uncomfortable. And we see the individual level of some of these players from 9Z. It looks like it's enough to make issues for Pain on their own CT side. We'll see, right? But step 1, get enough rounds on this first half to give yourself even any kind of margin of error. And right now they've done that with 1 more to go.
T-side is easier and less stressful, that's for sure. It's just that, like, CTs maybe have some advantages, being able to double up, get the full nades, all that kind of thing. But it also all predicates on the amount of money they have. So you're forced to have to snowball. If you don't have enough rounds in the first half, then it feels uncomfortable if you don't win the pistol. And so economy gets out of hand. So, yeah. And again, yeah, dealing with long spawns is just a real big issue that no one really has the best solution to. It's hard to retake. Pain, I think, will obviously be one of the better teams at retaking the A site, giving up long control. If you're going to be good at this map, you have to be good at that.
We haven't seen this. Lucan really going deep.
Yeah, this is kind of the wedge I was talking about, and it frees up rotations. Rox is playing in here with him. I feel like they don't have to be worried too much about an explode, but in the early round, yeah, this double swing, maybe?
Yep.
Yeah.
Showing him a little elbow. And poor Rox just gets slapped
David
back.
just wants to flank, man.
That's all he wants to do.
Oh,
it's
like,
his calling,
just
man.
Tell me. Look, he still jumps. This kid is crazy, man.
2 kills left. And David wants them both for himself. He's going to stay pressed on the door and gets deleted by Hartzau, but Max will trade. And there's really good tethering here going on. Lucan making up for Rox's death. Whew. Max doing the same towards long. He falls back. Now PKL. Shooting for the 1v3. Needs to get the bomb first. That's step 1. That's accomplished. Now the process begins. 9th round, potentially off his individual play.
Can you Attenborough this one?
And as PKL walks up long, he needs to find his victims. Resources nowadays getting oh so scarce. And with scarce resources comes scarce chances. Time, the end of all. 15 seconds as fire hits the feet of Max, but even in the flames he survives. Why? Years of evolution.
Years of evolution. What the hell was that?
How do you do that?
I don't know, dude.
How do you do that?
That's a magic molly right there.
He's like those cells that live on the
real
edges of
magic molly.
volcanoes.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. Yeah, the extremophiles?
Yeah, extremophiles.
Because they can live on both polar extremes of
Imagine
temperature.
that.
Insane.
First half comes to a close.
7 rounds, man.
That's a little bit of a recovery.
Hey, that's not a comfy for Pain. I'm telling you right now, this map sucks. They get enough long spawns. They're pretty split up. Let's see how comfy 9Z feel about their T side. I'm going to look at their previous 2 matches here. See if we can dig up about how they did. They have a high 53% T side win percentage and a 46 CT, so they overperformed in that first half.
All right, that's a feels good moment. Top mid push though. Pain showing a little bit of confidence. They will find a gunfight and a bomb dropped into the dirt.
Oh, he got Gush for 2 damage.
Oh, Hardzao just having fun. Here's the thing, though. I feel like sometimes CT side, especially if you're playing this like super aggressive mid control, it's that much, it's that much more evident in the pistol. But Pain could also just make 9Z's lives incredibly difficult with CT aggressions. They will in the pistol at the very least. They just want that bomb back, man. They're not asking for much.
Yeah. They have 1 CT locked into this exact position, so Hardzao finds kind of the only safe position to stand in, and Big Zero can probably trade if they go, but they could free fire him and he'll die. However, Hardzao doesn't need any babysitters. He's good by himself.
He's done everything. He's gotten all 3 kills in this pistol, and he's still the reason
Literally still alive.
that the last 2 players from 9Z can't move.
They're paralyzed, and they just want this because they know he's low. And they can give this up, and now they know that the rest of the map could be flanked. Oh, he's there. They know he's just a spider in the corner of the wall in your room. And
arms aren't long enough.
Oh, and he's got 2 teeth. They just want this. That's all they want. They just want him. Just one guy.
He's gonna
one
survive,
man.
dude.
They're actually going to try to.
Yes!
Oh, yeah, they got him.
That is victory for 9Z.
Oh, my God.
As far as they're concerned,
I can't believe they actually committed that hard to try to kill him.
That's a win within a loss.
He knew he was going to die in that last engagement. They just were like, I don't care. He has to die. He can't keep getting away with this, is what they literally said.
Oh, that's
I'm
funny.
actually shocked. I can't believe it.
Nice round from Hardzao.
Yeah.
Knew what he wanted. Took it all by storm.
Wow.
I can't believe he survives it
They
all.
could have tried to take that out long. I mean, he is stuck there for a second.
They had the bomb. They could have gone.
And they had 2 people covering.
They didn't want the round. They just wanted Hardzao's head.
Oh my God. David, I think, dinked Hardzao 3 times.
How long do you think David has been waiting to run through the other side of the doors?
Yeah, man. All half. I'm excited to see David's
It's just like
ferocious entries.
Frothing at the mouth the entire CT side.
Whether he gets the kill or not, I can't wait to see the speed at which he moves on this T side.
Big Uzera hoping they come up catwalk so he can feed this A1S.
He's hungry.
Little run boost. Ugh. All part of the plan.
They escape spawn.
Good dink, but not going to be any success here whatsoever for 9Z. Everybody gets clawed down. CT side starting swimmingly for Pain. 10-7 lead as the guns come in for the T side.
No ops required. Bit of a bonus. You know, bonuses really do have asterisks, though. Actually, Hardzao, so he has enough money to get a full rifle. I think he buys right into an MP9. So he'll specifically will have a lot of money because they didn't have to rebuy. The long control is a total fake. They're trying to draw them into going up through mid. Actually reboosting on the A site. Yeah. They're trying to bait this aggression forward in the middle of the map. And, well, Pain will squeeze. Now, the weird part is that Pain asked for this, but they didn't set up to actually deal with anyone coming out of mid, mostly through Cat. That's going to hurt. Maybe a little bit.
Oh. They trade glances and drop the incendiary. Ow.
Oh, they missed the smoke.
Smoke to the back of the head.
Uh-oh.
A little bit of ambiguity on it.
Yeah, this is
interesting.
Interesting. That's it. Yeah, I like
yes.
that. That's the right word.
It's different.
Oh, they cleared the corner. Okay, I was like, where are all these nades getting bent? Ah, Max will win his duel.
Nython? Nope, just the one quick pounce through that doorway.
I think Cat, I mean, like, they just got 2 kills on this. They're waiting here in mid 40 seconds. Gun just showed through the door, barely. Bomb going back around through long. It's the right call from 9Z. They just wanted to make sure any more crazy antics weren't happening. A fast flank here could be the death of them. Nekes wants to do it. I guess they're going to try to sneak up. Do we have smoke for the cross? No, the DGT covers.
PKL, he'll upgrade to a rifle, but he doesn't want to give himself away, so he's got to wait for the chance. DGT disengages from middle, but not so far that he's actually safe. If that kill goes the way of PKL, then, you know, we got a 1v1.
That was a crazy attack. But the way they did it was almost like they were the ones saving.
It sort of felt like it's not what they wanted, but then once they saw what was unfolding, they thought, oh, we can make something of this.
Yeah, the awkward part was there were mixed signals, right? Pain faking the long control, going back, but not. We're getting ready for the mid B. And then it actually turns out that 9Z are going to go up Cat because they're worried about this free opening inside of mid. So a lot of mind games that Pain are playing off of that almost worked out quite well. But yeah, I mean, the 2 MP9s probably held them back a tiny bit. And that's why I always see the bonus round comes with an asterisk, because look at their money. I mean, they didn't buy rifles, but they still can't.
This is going to leave the door open somewhat for 9Z. We'll see how many of their players actually get through said door and how many die in the way. DGT out middle. David's going to open up. That's a catwalk kill made easy. And they feel the impact of that scout from PKL. He immediately moves it as well, working through CT to try and go back towards mid doors. David, he may be low on health, but he still finds the head of Hardzao. Nekes is going to run into the tunnels. And then David suddenly dies. Nython with nothing more than the USP pushes in. They know that Brox is still over here. Why not jump with MAC-10s? Why not?
Yeah. They are going up against no armored players. Lukin gets tagged on the cross.
That's now 2 of 4.
PKL staying sharp. Bomb has not gotten through. The flash will help.
Creates the timing, and the cross goes over. Brox will finish PKL and push 9Z to that 9-10 score. So just on the tail end of Pain's lead. But the question was the gun rounds, right? That bonus that netted them nothing turns into this awkward one, and now we are returning to the realm of normalcy. Normalcy? Normality? Normalcy. Yeah. Things is getting normal again.
Would you look at that?
Flash for the peak. Lukin, he's going to be at the front. Recovers vision. Oh, he commits!
And he gets, oh, he's alive. They smoked him just at the last second.
Man, it takes gull to commit to that one.
Yeah. But they know that that's it. I mean, that pick guy doesn't stay alive. They know no one else is crossed. And the CTs immediately come back for the spot, and that is a good call. That's all they had going for them.
Yep.
But look at the rocking of the map right now, like a pendulum. The Ts go back through spawn, and the CTs start to get drawn over towards A. But the CTs have one back long control, totally. So there's a timing for 9Z if they go fast enough.
They're starting to slow down.
They'll have a relatively undefended site, and they throw down a cat smoke.
That's going to keep 2 of the CTs leaning towards A, and it's not the all-in to B right away. Going back for the lower control. I mean, they've got time to do this. It just looked so open. obviously, to us with all the information.
No, they're definitely complicating the situation.
Yeah.
And from what we've seen from Pain, I can kind of understand why, because they've been throwing so many fake things out on T side and CT side that you don't know if it's a bait. But as we saw earlier in the round, they started out with 4 long and they lost 2 of them. But look, suddenly it is just even for both sides. But now, yeah, 3v3, 1 on the site. Figure Zero has to frag. He's standing in the molly and can't hold his composure. T is helping over from long, and the bomb can be planted for him. So it doesn't need to be across Nithon. Will there be another op kill in this round for the CT side?
Rox has to deliver something here. Struggling. Oh,
what?
David. He peeks over top of that smoke. It gave him just enough of a cushion to look down. And, I mean, you saw it coming. Rox looking towards long A.
Yes.
Looks like he is done for.
Yo, I feel like most people would not cover their teammate like that. That was really cool by David.
My guy.
He even used his own smoke to create a new angle.
Round still live. PKL runs up.
Oh, just grab some utility.
Yeah, just a flashbang and leaves. Swaps out to the AK-47, and that is 9Z tying this game.
Yeah,
you said it. With enough long spawns, we could actually get a T-side from 9Z. Look at the ferociousness in that peak. That commitment to the spray from Lucan. Oh, I hope we have that on replay.
Man, yeah, Nithon was making the move right there. That was the perfect timing. He was about to catch one falling back at a long. I'm shocked that David was up there to cover it, but goddamn, am I impressed. That was really good. And the craziest part about that was such a small thing he was doing, right? He wasn't peeking into CT spawn. He wasn't trying to clear out all these number of angles and luckily caught Nithon. He's specifically looking for someone to catch his teammate falling back from long. That's the only thing he could see in front of his smoke. He was literally just looking for this reaggression, which is very smart. Very impressive, man. David is definitely catching my attention at the moment.
And we are tied at 10.
Wow, very spicy. Huge upset here if they win Dust 2 and the series in general.
That's a lot of damage, but not the kill. PKL, solo AK. That's what was saved from the previous round. How does he get it into the equation? How does he ruin 9Z's day? Right now he's stuck in the CT spawn, but he smokes off the doors. It's going to enable him to turn a little bit more attention towards the A site. 9Z waiting for the flank. Postured nicely on catwalk, no rush. No need. But also no warning sign as to where this AK's at, and it's just locked into Goose. Oh, excuse me, no, it's on a ramp. We've got a pistol player, Goose, instead. Nithon, USP. Utility ahead of PKL, not gonna make his job any easier. Nithon tries to run outwards. That's not gonna serve up any distraction for PKL, so now it was all him versus everything of 9Z. And with that AK-47 down, these pistols at such a distance should be done for. But Hardzow with other ideas. Beautiful deeg from downtown. But alas, we've still got Max goose egging the bomb. And Pain, with no opening for the retake, have to let this 11th slip. It is 9Z with a lead.
With a lead. That's not something that felt like was coming here on Dust 2. Doing it in the second half. Yeah, maybe they really did meet their quota. Again, just looking at the very small amount of stats that we have, 9Z like T-side more. They win more on T-side overall, and in this map already got the 7 rounds on TT side, which is, again, an overperformance by their own metrics. So Pain are probably feeling it here. David continuing to impress, a couple of nice entries coming up onto the site. Of course, it is just versus pistols, but it's still a small win, and they deny any guns from being recovered, I think, on the ramp. Maybe as they were going for David's. The buy will come back. This game is still far from over. Pain have a full buy, full strength.
Nope. No connection, but it's one counted on the cross. Cat presence. Nithon wants this op posted immediately. more concerned about the lower push, but it's not there. Oh, Nithon. Kind of pulled between two spots. Max.
Yo, he saw him. Yeah, he saw him. Oh my god. Oh, what a shot from Max, bro. He was on roller skates. That's crazy.
Hits him with the electric slide, but PKL will bring this back. Neck is back sight. Sprays into rocks. PKL trying to get himself into this gunfight as well. Neck is lost. And DGT's gonna end it. We got a smoke on the doors and a bomb plant. Man advantage for 9Z. They burst into the B site.
Wait a second. There's a big flank. This is such a weird spot. Hardzau's gonna make noise. Will he be heard in time? And will he turn around? Yeah, it's going. Oh my god! No way in hell did Lucan hit that!
He's midair!
Jumping! In the playground. How big's that mouse pad, Lucan?
What?
Wow.
Holy hell.
Whoa. I mean, from Lucan's POV, probably doesn't even look like he's jumping. Like, I don't know what that... We know what it felt like seeing it from that POV, but Jesus.
Oh my God.
He probably, I don't know, man. That was crazy.
Dude, that round's just in 7th gear.
And he probably just dies, right, if he misses that? Rifle coming up right on the edge.
The fact that Max got past that op initially, Nekis and PKL both with smoke kills. David comes in with the trade frag. DGT finishes off the nade. Watch this.
What? No. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, that's the nastiest shot I've seen at the RMR. That, for sure. I don't even hit that in deathmatch, man. That's crazy.
Man's curving bullets, and now he's got the long spawn as well, and we've seen what he loves to do. We've seen this aggression out long. 9Z, 2-round lead, on fire, map up, 4 rounds away from a major spot.
Damn, bro.
4 rounds, and the individuals shining.
Yeah, they're not choking, that's for sure.
Pain, they've got a scout, an A1S, and an op on Nithon. Lucan looking for that contact, but nobody's going to give him the fight he hoped for. So he falls away. Plenty of time, plenty of options.
Wow. Lucan, 22 and 14 on map 1. Coming to this one, 16 and 8. Doesn't die a lot, kills a lot. That's a good combo for an opper.
Dude, these South American oppers.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, apparently you can just be replaced, though. I mean, that's probably what's keeping him sharp, right? Like, there's just another guy.
Felt like
apparently that's good enough as well.
Felt like safe and try, both of them. You know, that was the whole story. The op play is right back up there.
2 in a million. Apparently not. Wow.
Oh, door fight. But a second player peeking into it. David?
David does not care, man. I can't believe he continues to duel like that. He's so low. He could die to even spams. But the way he plays CS, like, it's like he has 100 HP at all times. Like, that's, you know, I mean, wow.
And now this pistol's shown contact. Rocks, you gotta win a duel like this. You cannot let Nekis. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Rocks his chance to shine. Just deals with the pistol player. Finishes off David's mid-damage at a B site beneath the feet of 9Z as they extend this 2-round lead to 3.
David has no health, man.
Hardzau will kill him for it. That's the price you pay.
I mean, I know this guy. David has definitely lost games because of his play style, but when, like with his confidence, there's a couple players out there that make it work at the very highest level, right? And they're also harder to find.
Yeah.
So I mean, what we're seeing is just very impressive, and I'm sure they know just as much as we can see that keeping them on a leash is tough. But sometimes with guys like this, you gotta take the losses with the wins because they offer your team a way to look different.
It's better to lose a map than to lose your identity.
Yeah.
Guys like these, there's something different. Max, you're so ratty. The Glock spam ends it. Hardzau still just holding on. Hardzau performing incredibly well. 22 and 15 on the side of Pain.
Yeah.
He's trying to drag his team into this game, but Big Uzera is absent. PKL can't be found. And now the reality of the situation is truly sinking in. Pain painted as one of the teams that were going to get the repeat major showings. And now 9Z are 3 rounds away from robbing that of them.
2 ops here.
And Lucan's going to take it right to the front of this fight. Can't stick into that fire for too long, so he shades back, shies away.
Oh, they're going to transpose directly into a B-side attack, actually, off of this. Just spotting, I guess, to see if anyone's on the left side. They don't see it. They're going to jump in. PKL eats that, but so does Rox.
He's done. Neka's the 1-2 here. David's looking for the contact. PKL's looking for more op kills, and he lands it. Neka's also able to hold on. Max, nothing more than that first. And everybody from the tunnels, the entirety of the tunnels pushes down. This is Pain with an answer.
God damn, that was beautiful from PKL, right? Less than 10 kills, but those 2 shows that he is still focused. I mean, that was well done. He didn't have much room to work with. Usually you get full flash on big box off your first peak. That's when you're out of the round. And they had a smoke go down in front of big box as well, and he found a safe way to get over top of it. His teammate delivered a frag as well. Solid B-hold. Finally extinguish the flame of 9Z in this second half. I'm sure the confidence is still boiling over.
No doubt.
But Pain are close enough that it won't actually matter, right? They just have to play good CS. For a short amount of time, they can win this and take it to a third.
That double op playing a role immediately from Pain.
Literally, 9Z have so much money right now that he's trying to GGT is in a position to actually just like look for exits aggressively while he's in a 1v4.
He could die after time and it wouldn't even be an issue, but Miguzeras will finish it. Finds that mid kill. Pain to an 11th, cut the lead to 2.
We're looking for energy here from Pain. Take that little bit. You know, that one positive, a solid B-hold, a couple of good plays, a player who wasn't playing well, finding very key openings, and ride that momentum as much as you can.
PKL working both sides of that smoke grenade very nicely. Ops posted, Lucan sees one at least. Tunnel's going to be a part of it, but this is no fast play.
They missed their volley.
Oh, DGT very happy to hold this angle. Frag's going to land on top of him, so he will still fall to 60. Big Uzera hoping that maybe he were to go for the repeak, but now it's been smoked off, and this initial fight comes to a temporary end.
One of the last available options from what they can tell is that there is an opera posted up here on the cat bricks, which will probably soon be flashed off and potentially mollied as well. But actually, a molly comes down in response. They're going to let him know. I think that's smart from Nithon because it's very clear that the counter nades were going to come up just in a second. So very wise move to just go to a new avenue of interest. It actually felt like 9Z were going to try a late long after all this was done. So Nithon comes to post up on this position and set himself up in the device spot to catch the elbow cross on a full cat exec. They saw a very good B-site hold this last round, so maybe 9Z are a touch worried about it, because they didn't seem like they were even close to getting it. But 9Z, no, they're going to go through with that full B-split. One up on the site. Rotation here from Big Uzera. Can he get any damage in? They're leaving spawn open for a second.
Fire now behind it. Oh, Big Uzera, disrespect. Looking to time it well, but dies. And inside B, oh, he just nearly got away. There's still Nekas. He's got a little bit of cover from that smoke. Planted just in the nick of time, but DGT shuts down middle. Here comes Nekas. 3 players tagged. David peeks and ends it because Hard Zao now so far removed as he's been found out and as 9Z have found 14. That was such a crunch.
I know,
and
holy hell.
Such little time left for that to go wrong. If the window player is able to get even 1 kill there, if the bomb is dropped for a second, then that is Pain to continue to close this gap. But instead, 9Z enlarge it.
That mid push, man. He was shooting both players. Couldn't figure out who to kill first. Couldn't kill either. And that's why we see the HP bars so low on 2 9Z players. That's where the, not mistake came in. He actually recognized that with an op on site and a full split coming that way, it's going to be very uncomfortable for that op. He needs support. And the op will also be able to draw aggro as he pushes through. And he had his opportunity, but he missed the spray. Very tense moment. And 9Z stand tall. it comes down to literally 5 seconds when that bomb gets planted. But they do what they need to do, and they covered everything. I mean, look at this. This is the op from Luke, of all things, to cover. And I don't think there was an op shot in response that got a kill from the window. Another beautiful shot from David as well. That, for a moment, was where Nekas could have brought his way back into the round because there were 2 players who were still low. In that moment of chaos, maybe he could have stood in that doorway and put together a sequence, but David puts those hopes in the dirt. Damn, man. That's a strong call from 9Z. You know, the adjustment from Nython covered both Cat as a delay and long, and they ended up mid being exact right opportunity. Forced Pain to be uncomfortable.
Oh, and they just slip one out long. There's 0 fight here whatsoever. It's the Cat play instead. Oh, that's such a call to action. Bomb's coming now as well. We still got 2 roamers over towards tunnels, but even they want to leave.
They won long early. There's a lot of noise being made on Cat. This is heard by DGT, who has been walking. 5 coming out, and this is a moment where they could walk up to the end, throw smokes late if they wanted to because of the audibles, but they're clearly worried about an op car. They want to play it safe. There they are.
Turns his attention back, no longer so concerned about middle. They were chasing ghosts on that side of the map. Counter flash for the long peek. Nython, he's going to be playing back by Gandalf.
Yeah, they're going to throw the smokes late.
They've got Hartzal pressed very close to the CT cross, and he has been the most impactful player for this team. Utility exchanged in both directions. We get Big Uzera going back towards mid, just making sure that there is no split, and up close, Hartzal's down. That is a big scalp to take. Nython needs to deliver, and that bomb is standing on a silver platter, but Rox' shot connects. Neck is spraying into the bomb site, and it's Rox to finally shine. He's all on his own in the 1v2 clutch. And Big Uzera's on 15 HP. This is to lock in the 15th. And he goes for that peek to the CT spawn. He's trying to collect his thoughts. He's trying to collect the information. It's a 2-man flank down long. Rox seemingly knows it. He turns that crosshair back. And he just needs to finish these 2 frags, but Big Uzera's got him nailed to the back wall. Pain not done yet.
Oh man, he had that bomb planted in the front of default, took the risk of going over top of CT, looking into Cat, saw it was clear, but realized he cannot stray too far away from it. There was a moment where he could have potentially jumped into spawn, played that pocket and elevator, and made some kind of weird play, but very smart from Big Uzera to clear that angle in the way that he did and punish. Man, there are nerves right now. You saw that Neck spray up onto the site?
Yes.
And this is the moment where it's like, okay, well, it's all over. That bomb is going to be too hard to recover. Nython still has the full length of his smoke that oppers use in this specific situation to stay out by elbow, and somehow Rox kills him. I don't even know exactly from where. What an intense game. There's going to be an insane pop-off after this match ends.
DGT gets out long again. And this time it's not the CT setup that just kind of sulked into the bomb site, prioritized Cat. This time they sense that that long target is intended from 9Z. DGT, not a comfortable position, but they do exchange fire, and that's his exit plan. He's out.
That's interesting. I mean, they were going to try to re-aggress off of this, and DGT's doing a good job of just staying here.
But there's so much less Cat control, and look at this concentration of 9Z players.
They're terrified right now. DGT just won long with that counter Molotov and stayed alive inside the doors. Saw that no one crossed late. Now they could still do it.
Oh, that smoke's well timed.
The CTs are scrambling. They're just going to wait to see if any long presence comes out and then explode on it. But right now, they're just out in the open.
There's an op fight here for Lucan. Flash over. Ooh. Shot goes over top. Oh,
what?
PGL with the wall bang. And that suddenly gives way a bit of information. Pain sensing the threat towards Catwalk. Smoke off the double doors. Neckis goes for the peek and kills Rox. A second for him as Max's head taking clean off.
But we've got David still alive, and this kid's got tenacity. But it's going to take a lot. Every single player fully healthed on Pain. 15 seconds left over, and the economy is not the best state from 9Z. This could be Pain to close it back to the 1-round difference. The life of 9Z just evaporates, but DGT hangs on. 14-13, Pain claw one back.
Wow, oh my God, if Pain pulled back this map. 14-11 is where it was for a second. But now we're in a 1-round match. So close to the finish line. So close to a third. Hey, it's a map they should win, but they don't care how they win it if they do. Oh, amazing moves in mid from the CT side, especially from Nekez. That op shot as well through the cat. I mean, I don't think he could even see a helmet in that spot, just where he had ducked. Not a fun way to go out, and I think, I don't know, are they going to let it get to 14 is the question. Yeah, maybe just a half investment. It's still got a lot of utility behind it. There's still at least 2 rifles here for 9Z. I think this is the most sensible thing they could do. But it means going for, you know, a typical default is probably going to be a lot more difficult. So we might see something relatively out of spawn. Here is an Xbox smoke to at least stop any cat aggro and hold their attention for a second.
This B play got shut down so hard last time they tried it.
Yeah, it did.
And they had so much more to work with as well.
Lurk smoke comes out. Nekez off the corner. He's been sharp lately.
Molotov for him to work with. Meanwhile, the rest of Pain, nobody moves a muscle. They're leaning on this setup. These 2 individuals, they're about to get pushed. Neck is ready for the players. Pistols come out. It's an awkward one. PKL is swarmed, but Big Uzera comes in, gives him a chance. Still, 9Z breakthrough, and nobody's here to stop him. Pain have given up 15.
Oh my God, they took it. They ripped it from their hands on the half-buy. They had the ability to invest and still have a reasonably good situation economically, but decided to go off the utility. That execute was absolutely perfect. The lurk smoke was dissipating just as they were clearing the car, turned back, split the attention of our player here sitting on the fence, and he had no chance to get back into it. And of course, that op is so lonely, sitting on the back of Big Box, no rifle to stop this exec from coming in, and you could see that Pain were thinking about it. That it might end B. Man, and they stood up to a big demon there, right? That's a situation where Pain had stopped them so
go back
hard
to that
versus a really, really tough-looking execute. Didn't let them in, didn't let them get the bomb plant. But they went back for it, man. They weren't worried about what was difficult. They just went with what they felt was best. Look at how they spaced this. Just as that smoke comes up, full vision for all the T's. Actually beautiful, even though they had those guns, only 2 rifles, it felt like they had 5.
The way they split that pack, 2-2, and 2 the magic number. That's how many map and match points that 9Z are hanging on to on Dust 2, a map they barely play.
Oh man, PGL, he is out in the open right now. Little off angle inside of middle, it might be good. Yeah, they're going to take out David early.
That's something to work with. Lucan's still trying to spot this.
Lucan's watching for the cover.
So close. Rocks attempting to spray through. This top mid play from PKL is given back over.
He's kind of stuck around. Rocks is going to hear him reloading and falling out of mid. They don't know if it's a false flag or not. CT's trying to reorganize. They have an opportunity now. Mid will get taken back, but that was a key play.
Vying for control. Flash into the doorway. PKL will smoke this. Can't really contest with the catwalk play, and we get this creep up from 9Z.
Yeah, they're not messing around. Big Uzera's going to miss a timing. Falling back to the site. How many nades are they going to use?
And it feels like the last couple of times 9Z were this close, they're always met by a smoke. So this time it feels like an open invitation. Big Uzera's going to flash from back site. He peeks out, can't get anybody with him. He's got the rotate from PKL up from CT spawn. It's an armada of Molotovs. Oh, and he loses support. This has to be Big Uzera. Max hones in on his head. And we have a 3v3 separating 9Z from the major. Neck is trying to get up from the ramp. DGT sees it. That's at least called. The crossback from long. Max is looking for more, and he nails Nekis to the backside. Nathan's got an answer. DGT empty-handed. It needs to be Max. Both players come through. He gets the first, but not the second. Dust 2 goes the distance.
We're going to 30. Nithon's running back to get the op. Still has enough time to defuse the bomb. Oh, safe in the 2-on-1 situation. The refrag is there. Holy hell, man. What an insane spot for them to be in. I'm actually shocked they recovered to the point of pulling off that A-exec and Max clearing out Goose by himself with that M4 and the crouch slide as he walked out. So calm and so patient with all of these Molotovs, flashbangs, and HEs flying over top of his head. They're just good. Even in that 4-on-5, looked like they felt like they were going to win. Pain are definitely the ones who look nervous here. We saw a couple of rifles go wild with their sprays, and it nearly cost them. Chance to go OT. Cool to see that. When we ran that playbook as dry as possible, all the way into round 29, Pain had a little bit extra to show why they picked us too. That mid push up from PKL.
Oh, missed Molotov.
Yeah. No one's coming out towards long on this play. CTs immediately go back. The nades will be respected. Early lurk smoke. They can draw out so much utility as well. I love the use of the lurk smokes here. They know the CTs are a touch worried about the thought that a B exec comes out behind it. Actually feels like 9Z have them guessing completely. They'll quickly come back from the long re-aggression. We haven't seen any big flanks come out from the CT side. Finally something. Max gets chipped down on the utility. Bomb working its way up cat. Can they survive another retake if it comes down to it? And oh my god, this crack spot. I mean, he doesn't know that Rox is here. He wouldn't be spotting like this if that was the case. The question is, will Rox move out at all from this position?
Bigazera hears the footsteps. He's just playing tucked on box. There's so many players
Wait,
here.
What the hell?
Deep CT smoke. Now Bigazera comes out. That's 2 backs turned. David gets the Nekis kill. Max. Oh! Max with another double. PKL's inside sight. It's a man advantage. And Hardzao stops. Lucan hears this. He hears this. There's a chance to double back 20 seconds. You need to run. You need to run for your major spot, but it gets caught. Bomb dropped. There's no chance. They need to sprint, and even then, I just don't think there's time. They're lost in the sauce,
oh my God.
Pain punish. They fumbled the ball in mid.
Oh my god. I think he actually could have planted if he ran the entire way. If they had made that decision at that right moment. That is just so insane. I thought they were going to lose, that is Pain, by leaving someone in spawn as the B-split was coming in. They're working their way up to the window, and then the late peak comes out, and instead of him dying first, his teammate rotating through CT dies with him.
That's gut-wrenching.
Oh my god. That's insane. I mean, the nerves, right?
The nerves.
You have to give him a little bit of leeway here. It's obviously
the most important round of Counter-Strike of their life. And they get stranded between mid and B. Oh.
I mean, that peak was almost too late from CT. Then the CT's almost lost. I mean, that's just too much. That's just too much going wrong to boil it down to one thing. For both of them.
So this game keeps on going. Can 9Z keep up? If we get that round count back from regulation, 9Z had this T side. Pain fought their way back into it, and by the skin of their teeth, they get us to OT.
Ooh, look at this. Look at this amount of long presence here with blue. Left side door. They can molly this out, but there's so many ways for the CTs to fight back. Close flash will come out.
Perfect. Oh, but even blind he gets one. It's the blue position that's the big question mark.
Yeah, they don't know about this. And I thought through the smoke.
They never saw that coming. Big Uzera locked in, especially with the Opera confirming the kill through smoke. Wow. I mean, that is all of 9Z's brains thinking the same thing. It was closed door and corner, but not the case. A flawless, near flawless round from Payne.
Wow, insane shot from Nithon as well. And we're already into the next round. Payne made that one. That was the easiest round they've won so far.
He didn't even come around the smoke.
Yeah,
he was being held by Lukin, and then he just fired preemptively.
He just believed in the shot.
Look at that!
Yeah, he just believed in the shot. That's disgusting. But blue would have gone unclear no matter what. They had to worry about that corner. So it was to set up that one for Payne. Really smartly done. And that's, I guess, why we haven't seen 9Z even attempt these late long hits ever so far. Feels like something that Payne have trying to been hoping for is some late long presence. They finally get rewarded with it.
Oh, well timed.
A late boost.
Slams rocks down in the tunnels. Now we get upper tunnels pressure as well. That was the corner Rocks used in round 30 to almost get them into that B site. So makes sense that they try to burn it out just in case there was somebody holding it. Not the case. Deep nade. Decent enough damage. It's really the incendiary that halts things for the time being. Minute on the clock. And DGT, the solo long lurk.
I mean, there's so much emphasis on the entry pack, and there's only 3 right now. Lurking out long, I mean, it's going to be a long time, I think, before we see DGT get involved in this. He's inside the smoke. Will he actually speed this up? That would be ridiculous.
It's open.
Oh my god, he got out.
It's wide open.
He got out.
The op shot rains off, and DGT comes out wide for the double kill. They both turn their attention. There's still a chance for Big Uzera to interrupt this, but now with the bomb down, the retake's needed. He sees a couple heads over top of the ledge, and David eats the flash for the time being. They both turned away from long. PKL, though, still a sign of life.
It's possible.
Max tucks in on sight. Lukin opping on Goose.
They're floating a lot.
They're worried about these retake flashes, and PKL is going to fight this to the very end. They've got a player tucked up close. That's Max with another frag, but PKL is putting in work. Oh, and Lukin rocks his head off on the ramp to stop it.
Whew.
Oh, that's intense.
That's a big win. Wow, the late long exit. Man, I gotta say.
You just said it. You just said it. That's why they haven't been playing the late long.
Yeah.
And here it is, the solo smoke lurk.
Man, and it's the speed at which he does it. Based on what we saw last time, I gotta say, 9Z, incredibly brave calls. Them waiting for that half-buy round, I think round 29 when they exited into B, put a lot of eggs in that basket in a situation where, again, they could have been very scared about it. And here, just after they got demolished by long control late into the round, they speed up a lurk out of long, and it's the perfect call as Payne think they have some respect there. It's not the case. That's why 9Z won that first map. That's why 9Z have made this competitive. They're playing above what they've shown us, and they've actually gotten exponentially better as this RMR has gone on. This is definitely the best we've watched them play. Wow, doing that 4v5. We've got basically a T side with a new strat all of 15 rounds in a row. Incredibly diverse with the way that they're approaching long, all these late situations. It's this B setup once again.
They're going to try it. Smoke goes down right as they start to exit. David, at least, but PKL, a beautiful round. But Lukin, just a little sign of life. He tries to dive back, and he gets away. At least. Now, I mean, that doesn't give them anything else anywhere else.
They have one at the top of mid.
But he's alive, and that's something.
Yeah, he has the bomb. And they rotated hard because they saw that commitment. I mean, this would be absurd, of course, if they were able to win it at this point, considering he was this close to dead. But leave it to Max to find something. He's going to catch Nithon walking back out towards long, and he doesn't know about this timing. Nithon's, in fact, going towards long. So he's going to walk up to the site and hope that he can kill Nithon.
Oh my God.
posted on this long door and not going to see it, and he goes down. Is there a chance that they could pull this back? They have to cross long, and Lucan only has 10 HP.
There's only one smoke for this cross. Oh, it's not good at all, but it's also not being watched.
Yeah.
They give him the chance to get over.
They didn't know that he was crossing from there, so they took the risk. Max, he gets up onto the site. Bomb planted for Max.
He catches him!
Gets the first of 2!
Hard Zhao's now on long. This is being held by Lucan, and 9Z, one more kill, and they have an edge at the end of this T side. Lucan's able to get off of the bomb site. Molly at the feet of Hard Zhao. He extinguishes it and pushes, and as he pushes, he gets turned back. That escape from Lucan is everything.
No way in hell. He gets out of that, and they mid-round away back from a 2-on-3. Bomb committed in the B site with an upshot missed, and PKL's gun goes dry after getting 2.5.
He did so much. First he gets rocks, then he sprays down the double. The bomb gets picked back up on 10 HP.
Even one USP bullet could have changed the course of this entire match. Unbelievable.
9Z with an edge. But it's not done yet.
Yeah, and the CT side, this is where they struggle. This is where they struggle.
But that's a big edge to hold over top of Pain. PKL did so much, but it simply wasn't enough. Long A may belong to Pain, but we have a tunnels push, and that's early information.
Yeah, they believe it, that it's a 5-long setup. Now, this is different because Pain have, in almost every other situation out of the first half in regulation, never done full long with 5. They always have alert go back, and here's Neka's actually peeling back off the setup. I guess just to make sure, you know, but Pain have got them used to the idea that they've been in multiple places at once. Before looking for the cross. The smoke isn't great. Of course, they're not going to cross off it. And the CTs have not gone for a full flank. Instead, are just holding on to tunnels control to free up that rotation. Now, mid is a bit weaker. Look at the amount of CTs here in spawn.
Trying to pass him the smoke, he'll get it.
So Lucan can use this smoke on himself.
The pressure's here right now. I mean, this is a weird time to be fumbling guns. DGT gets PKL's head on a silver platter. Oh! No. Lady Luck blessing DGT on this cross. Hard Zhao and Neka's able to get back. 2 kills, 3v3.
Oh, Neka's just missed that.
Rox is close, sees him. Oh, it's awkward. It's a weird fight towards mid. Rox, you've got to stop this. You need to take this. Oh, and he can't. Lucan also dinked from long.
There's an easy trade here for the T. There's a rifle coming up over top of the smoke.
This should be over.
No way that Lucan can get out of this one.
I mean, what's he have to do? Absolutely nothing to offer.
3v5. Pain pulled that back.
Wow.
Wow.
The smoke spams looked like they were the end all of that cross.
Yeah, incredibly fortunate to get those kills and not much else behind it. They had so many ways to win from that point. That's got to be a deflating round. Nice stuff, of course, from DJT. Off a cat, this could have made the big difference. You know, Lucan not having to worry about the fact that the flank is coming in a few seconds would have been huge.
Anybody's map.
Yeah, Pain equalize. And they definitely underperformed in that first half. Maybe they can fix their problems. What a fight this has been. Floating a lot here. Oh, asking for it.
Yep.
Asking for it is Rox. He's had a lot of trouble on that half of the map.
And DGT now finds himself on the solo mid hold. 18 for that double OT. 2 smokes between mid and B. And Big Uzera looks to challenge doors. DGT, he gets the dink, he gets the kill. A big commitment. But PKL, he would have heard that movement from Lucan coming up from CT spawn. Nekis decides to just stay tucked with Nython. They wait.
Wait, the bomb is going back. DGT made the smart move and working over towards B to reinforce his position. No mid-split coming in. They can focus forward. Will they get caught off on a timing as Max and DGT actually leave the site? They pulled the goalie. Chance to get in here for the T side as Max starts to meander his way back in. No flash, however.
It's gotta be big. DGT draws attention. Max has got the lineup. 2 kills for him. A potential third, and it's all Max all day.
Mad Max with that M4A1S. You saw him picking it up on the T side as well. The guy who was split off from Tri, who we also talked about, but of course didn't get as much shine because he's on the rifle. Carrying with just that.
Look at this, the end all, the line in the sand. Thou shall not pass. As Max takes control of this game and puts 9Z back on match point. Suddenly, that 2 versus 4 in the T side of overtime from 9Z.
Starting to make sense, isn't it?
That much more important. Max is the god of overtime for 9Z. And every player in this server wants it so bad. But it all comes down to who stands up and who shines underneath that pressure. Right now, it is Max with his name in lights. DGT with the door duel. Neither player is going to go down. They double back and grab bomb. Still a minute for Pain to figure this out.
Holding on to long late. Inside of the pit is David. And this is about as passive as we've seen David in this situation. It's taken all the way to match point in overtime for him to not be aggressive in front of those doors.
They're looking for Rox, who just wants to stay locked in, man. He's been bullied in these 2 CT overtime rounds. Big Uzera's looking to press up close. Rox just wants to stay crouched underneath that crosshair. Oh, but Big Uzera just splatters him.
They might think they've killed one of 2 B players, but there's actually still 2 more. DGT still out here.
It's perfect! There's a trade back from Nython. Max is gonna get attacked from both sides. 15 seconds! Max, he's just gonna lock this in. He gets the tunnels kill, and he's only another frag away. The Windows fight is there, and it is his. Max does it all! South American Counter-Strike with a new representative. The first Argentinian core to be at a major. Argentina on the map.
What a goddamn way to do it! What a goddamn way to do it! A beautiful ending to an exquisite upset from 0-2 at the RMR.
Total reverse sweep. A new star offer. New in-game leader. 9Z at the major.
A play like that.
An overtime like that.
Unreal, man. Max is unreal. Wow, I feel like crying too. This is so nuts. The energy, I just, man, that was such a performance. I don't know why they don't play more Dust 2, man. They were actually really goddamn good.
What a win to take.
Wow.
Let that be the reminder that Counter-Strike is just not fun in games.
Yeah, no.
That is dreams. That is dreams, years in the making. Wow. That you just saw Max pull off in overtime. Every round in OT had his name stamped across it.
Can't believe that. Lucan getting that bomb back, going back, and Max making the mid-round play.
The 2v4 on T side?
It was lost. I mean, you might even, if it wasn't for the money being unlimited, I think any normal person would have saved in that spot, and he still found a way to win. Catching the timing on Nython, his movement there on the boxes in the B site was insane. Like, he could have swung out wide for the door, instead snuck by, perfectly separated the 2 duels from window and tunnel. Wow, man, insane. I mean, holy hell, that's gonna be that's a hard game to lose, you know, for Pain.
Absolutely.
To get that close, it's just what a way to go. I mean, it's the most entertaining result possible, right? The most amount of emotions, the most ridiculous plays, but on the other side of that is a team that got this close, not at least to making it to map 3 and having another chance to win. Coming close to solving their issues on Dust 2 and still looking really good. I mean, they didn't flop. They looked very, very good. It's just insane how good 9Z looked.
Oh, this 4K sprayed. I mean, overtime, every highlight in overtime, it felt like it was Max's.
Yeah, I'm going to use some of his settings, I think.
Yeah, robbed them all. And at the end of this OT, it is Max at the top of the scoreboard. 34 and 24, 102 ADR.
Yeah. I mean, if you have any question about how he plays under pressure, it's answered right here.
Phenomenal performance.
Yeah.
Furia, MIBR, Imperial, Complexity, Liquid, and 9Z.
Yeah.
And a well-earned man of the match here from Max. Stellar performance.
Yeah, unreal. Unreal. Carrying the mantle. Again, this is not, I mean, this is a team that everyone slept on as soon as Tri was off. Like, he was the guy that everyone talked about, and for good reason. That's why he got, you know, bought up and moved to 0-0 Nation. But obviously, we see this team is more than just its players.
Yep.
You know, like Max is really great, and you need a star player to win. But they moved very well. Those defaults were impressive, and I think the most impressive part of all was across an entire T side. I don't think I saw one repeat of a round. Even that B side exec that they used was slightly different. They didn't do the front big box smoke, and they did it on a half buy. Yep. All the executions were nice. I didn't see nades being missed. A couple sprays went bad, but honestly, that was mostly on Pain. I didn't see N9Z get choky at all with it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So evident, like, that's a culmination of an incredible amount of hard work and preparation.
Yes.
Like you said, right? Changing things up consistently. And this is a map that is at, like, the bottom of the pool for a team like 9Z.
Yes.
They have 2 recorded maps.
That's actually nuts.
2 maps.
They clearly put in so much preparation into that. We're probably going to ask about. I think we have an interview probably in a second.
Yeah, it's coming. We're trying to grab one.
I'm probably got to ask about that. Like, there's no way you just wing a Dust. I mean, it's making fun of the map before the game started. It's not that complicated. Whatever, they still could have won. But we saw the level of Dust 2 right there. That shows us that they had just dry run. I'm going to be surprised if they had just dry run a bunch of stuff that they just used, because everything looked insanely clean, and they barely died in their defaults. They even recovered 5v4 rounds.
Yes.
Like, calmly. And they didn't actually ape out long. You know what I mean? Like, I would have if I was playing the map over and over again. They used it very tastefully.
Even just, like, keeping track of the things that they hadn't overutilized, right? That one round where I think it's DGT comes through the long smoke finally.
Yeah.
And you could see the conditioning of Pain in that moment. Both players turning attention back towards site, even with the CT support coming up. Like, just that one moment, right? It felt like it all came together. Every time they tried that little bit of X factor within a round, right? That edge that they thought they'd have over Pain, and you just saw the mid rounds working wonderfully. So props to David too, right? He's coming into this team as the new in-game leader.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. He's replacing Bit nonetheless. So it just, to see him also have some, like, lesser performances versus other teams and now be a part of it, dude, just beautiful.
Dude, last time we watched 9Z, they looked terrible. At the showdown, I mean, the second time around with Tri, they lost their matches, didn't look good.
Yeah.
It's not the same team anymore. The work shows.
And on this new team, we have a new piece of the puzzle. So I believe we have an interview with Lucan coming off of what has to be the biggest win of his career. Lucan, can you hear me, brother?
Congratulations, man. That was an amazing match to watch.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there must be. Are you close to crying? There are so many emotions there.
I already cried, and I'm going to cry again.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Oh, dude, you looked awesome, man. You're replacing Tri. Tri is a player that he obviously, you know, everyone's talked about him, right? Like, for the entire time of 9Z, he was part of the identity of the team. And we were talking about how with Pain they had to replace Safe, and Nithon looks really great. And then you come through in this incredibly high pressure match and fill the shoes of Tri, but not playing like Tri. You're still yourself. So what can you talk about when it comes to joining this team, replacing Tri, and having your identity?
Yeah, first of all, thank you guys. And I think I entered this team for Tri, and I think Tri is the best outper in this region in Argentina. I'm not an outper. I enter like an outper because the team need it.
Sure.
I always play like a lurker in my AX team. That was Sharks. So I enter with the AWP. Man, and I was a struggle, man, practicing. It was bad times with the AWP because it's too difficult. It's something totally different than a rifle, than playing like lurker more.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. I entered in this team. I played these months thinking, okay, I'm going to do my best, help the team with my experience, and I never like imagined that we can enter to the first major that we play.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Man, it's absolute madness, bro.
It's insane. Yeah, it was just.
It's
I mean, it's not as crazy for us, but it was honestly pretty close. What a match to do it on. You know, the culmination of that, and obviously Max had an incredible overtime with some of the plays he was making. I'm sure you're just looking at the kill feed. Oh, thank God I got this guy on my team.
Yeah.
Ben, but Dust 2, I wanted to ask, how come you guys look so good on Dust 2? And at this RMR, you've gotten better and better. But Dust 2 is not one of the maps that you've been winning. Have you recently practiced a lot? Did you see it coming in this video? Tell us about Dust 2.
Yes, I think Dust 2 is one of our best maps. You know, we're practicing 2 maps at Dust 2, and we won a lot of practice in this map. But
Okay.
I don't know. I think in tournament we struggle a little bit with some rotation, with some communications. But I think it's one of our best maps. You know,
Okay.
so. Max was incredible. Max is IGL for about 3 months as well. So it's very difficult to play this type of match and being like very focused on the calls, on the rotations, and he's doing perfectly. I think he's going to be one of the best IGLs here in Latin America.
At the major.
At the major.
At the major as well. And that's it, man. We were practicing a lot this map and the other maps, so we are really confident. When they pick Dash 2, I say, okay, it's 2-0, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2-0, and it's done.
All right, nice.
Yeah.
It didn't kind of like feel like the story, you know, for us looking at it from the outside. So nice to see, because obviously you're here saying that Dust 2 is one of your better maps. It became
Yes.
evident, I think, as this went on. What's crazy as well, man, I don't know if this really sunk in for you yet, but this was a reverse sweep. You guys were down 0-2 after the best of ones. You took the longest possible road from the bottom of the groups all the way up. You eliminate 5 teams on the way, and today as well, getting rid of Evil Geniuses and also Pain, bro.
Yeah, holy.
Yes,
That's
yes,
just
holy.
an incredible, massive day of Counter-Strike. I can't imagine, you know, how difficult it could have felt coming into this, the pressure, all of that. It must be like just a weight off of your shoulders.
Yes, I think like we were like in the first day we played like other team. Like that wasn't our team. We played very bad. So with the days, we start saying like, let's play better and better. We are a team like when the tournament begin, it's like we struggle a little bit, but when we won the first best of 3.
Yep.
We start to think like I always say to my players, we play better with the days, you know, and with the second day against 0-0 Nation, I thought that was the toughest match, you know.
Sure.
And you know, when we finish all this best of 3, we say, man, we play so good. We fix many errors. We still have mistakes on the map. Obviously, we don't play perfect CS, no one does. But we are a team like are starting to stay more calm in the rounds and helping our teammates.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I don't know, man. It's historical. It's historical.
It's historical, 100%.
Yeah.
It's historical, man, to our region.
Before we let you go, do you have anything you want to say to the fans? It doesn't have to be English. This is your floor. You have the stream.
Speak from the heart, brother.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be in
bueno,
English.
nada. Gracias a todos los que mandan mensajes, que confiaron todos los días, que mandaron las buenas energías. De acá se siente, capaz no respondemos todo, pero les juro que trabajamos muchísimo por esto. Estamos muy contentos, no pensé que íbamos a hacer tan buen papel. Pensábamos que el primer día íbamos a ganar, pero quiero agradecerles a todos por las energías, a los que ven, a los que apoyan y sepan que vamos a seguir dando todo. Y guacho, estamos en el medio.
Yeah, bro.
I understood. I felt it.
I can feel it, bro.
Yeah, let's go.
You made history. I want you to walk away from this interview, walk away from this game, Lucan, well earned. Celebrate tonight. You made history, and you put Argentinian Counter-Strike on the map.
Congrats, man.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I mean,
Sick.
that's all it takes.
That's awesome.
That's it. That's Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Woo! Feels good. America's Minor all finished.
Yeah.
This is it, the end of the show, the end of the road, at least for the Americas region. Let us go back through that list. Furia, MIBR, Imperial, Liquid, Complexity, and 9Z. A beautiful addition to round out this minor. Still plenty of action to come from Bucharest. We thank you guys as well for tuning in, and we'll see you soon enough as the Asian RMR is well underway and the European RMRs begin soon enough.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.